Oh Lord.
Sup.
Happy. You're already in the new year, aren't you?
Yes, sir. For about half a day now.
Yeah.
Half a day. Wow.
How is it so far?
Hot.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take hot.
Well, same as it was yesterday. It's just
What's up?
It's basically same day. Just they change some digits on a date, and it is what it is.
Well, I knew you would bring that cynicism that we know and love so well. So welcome.
Damn, the cynicism. Am I that far gone? It's horrible.
I don't know. We'll see. You were the other day, so we'll see what happens tonight. Hopefully, NeuroJack will show. He's on Cascadian's panel right now, but he's floating around the panel.
To be fair, right? Like,
contact Cascadian. Let's have him double stream with us.
He has some guest on right now. That's really cool, actually. I don't know who he is though. He's some bear.
To be fair, like Neuro and I actually don't really disagree. We just disagree about how to approach an issue. It's kind of like a prescription. It's disagreeing with a prescription where the starting premise is very subjective, put it that way. So if your premise is subjective, everything behind it is definitely going to be subjective too. It just is the case of what it is.
Yeah, getting around that subjectivity has been one of the bigger barriers I've noticed on here, and finding that line between subjectivity and objectivity, like where subjectivity begins and what qualifies as objectivity. I think it's hard for a lot of people, even me sometimes.
This is kind of a truism. I'm kind of usually stand on my default position is everything is subjective. But there are, again, every once in a while, somebody will pop something in that either you don't have enough experience about the thing to be able to argue against it, or it's factual. We have no way of demonstrating it. That's kind of generally the problem. Usually when we go into these gray areas, I just back the hell off.
Me too. And one of those areas is motivation, like seeing inside the human mind to know that this person's doing that specifically for this reason.
Oh, this is now, see, now to be fair, right? Like, I hate that. This is predominantly why I hate conspiracy theory. It's not that I hate the person that's prescribing it, right? But your starting premise is somebody lied, right? And your conclusion is everybody lied. That's the prop that it's an unfalsifiable claim. It could be the case that somebody lied, and it most likely is the case that everybody lies, right? But you're not saying anything other than the middle ground it's kind of like a wrong order thing. And I hate that. I hate the idea. Everybody talks about intention like they've got this down pat, right? But the reality is nobody's got a mind read machine. Nobody has a clue what anybody's doing.
It's the Miss Cleo fallacy.
Right. Fucking hate it. But you know what it is? What it is. There is a benefit, though, to the conversations. So this is why.
Well, help me see that, because I experience nothing but frustration. So help me see the benefit.
Okay, so flow state is an example of this. Put it here, right? Flow state is at least fair enough to kind of have the discussion, right? He ain't the only guy. It's just somebody I'm pulling up as an example, right? Flow is the guy that I will follow around and want to disagree with. But the ending conclusion, he kind of leaves it open, right? And so because it's already open, he's not making a full prescription. He's just basically stopping there. And so then it opens up to the topic. It's unfair for me to say or any individual to say, hey, look, discussing this system, just like with neuro, like that's the same topic within there. It is technically fair for people to have this conversation if it is the case that you're trying to have the conversation to understand the system. So like that's it. Like if you're doing, the whole point of philosophy is about asking the questions. It's always going to be the case that if you get the wrong answer, it's because you asked the wrong question. It's always going to be the case that all conclusions are going to lead to further questions. It's just a never-ending cycle. So if you're starting from that starting point where I'm really just trying to understand how a thing works, right? But the problem is most of the time people just want to argue for the sake of arguing. What do they call contrarians?
What they call what?
Contrarians, just people that just want to fight for the sake of fighting.
Oh, contrarians. Yeah. I don't know if everybody's like that. Like, I don't necessarily know if NeuroJack is.
No,
But
neuro's definitely.
what is the benefit? Like, just the benefit of asking the question in the first place? Because I can think of 100 other ways to do that. Frustrating.
It's the methodology, because social media, because of just how people are. It's just the methodology of how people interact. Because there's definitely like there's a level of egoism that kind of goes in behind every person. They're just not willing to drop off, right? But that's for a whole different other societal problems that come about, right? But the benefit is that they have the conversation, right? So as long as the conversation is being had, some motherfucker out there is learning something from it. That's the benefit.
You think so?
Well, you hope so, right? You can't actually prove somebody's like gonna learn something, right?
Are they learning from it, or are they just feeding and perpetuating each other's ignorance?
Right. We're absolutely talking about a minority. The vast majority are going to take whatever tool they learn or whatever tool they acquire. They're going to use it as a weapon. It's just kind of the sake, it's kind of the nature of the beast, right? But there's still going to be that very small minority number, right, that are going to use that information for something beneficial later on, probably after we're all fucking dead. So we're not going to see the benefit.
Oh, okay. Well, then it doesn't concern me if I'm not going to see the benefit. I don't have children.
Yeah, but you got nephews, you got extended family. It's not like, your bloodline is just dead because you died, right?
Yeah, but I mean, my whole life is not invested in there. They have other people to take care of their futures. I have very little influence on that.
Nobody's okay. See, so now here's the that's
it's not a factor in any of my calculations.
Ooh, I'm willing to bet it is. Like, you've argued about well-being. That is technically the same concept.
Well, it only in the sense that it's what I kind of wish out of goodwill for all humans in general. But I don't specifically think, oh, I want the world to be this because of my nieces and nephews.
Yeah. We don't get stuck on the minutia, the little trivial details thing, right? But it is the case that we, in general, vaguely do march in that direction, whether we want to or not.
Well, maybe they are like the default human that I take into, like, that I visualize when I'm thinking about general humanity. I mean, I love them. I don't. It's not enough motivation. It's not like having kids or grandkids.
Yeah.
It's not enough motivation for me to worry about future generations.
Yeah. For me, it's totally my kids. Yeah, I mean, it's there's no question about it. So I understand that. Yeah, I understand. Like, if I didn't have kids, if I just had cousins or, I mean, nieces or nephews or whatever, like, I might care about them, but it wouldn't be the same kind of impetus to try to improve things.
I was trying to like improve the world and make it a better place even before they came along. So it's not like I wasn't doing it before them either.
Right. Yeah.
So it's kind of a weird thing because, right? So within our minds, we're kind of like limited. Like, we're basically pretending like we comprehend like all of the other different components, when the reality is like everybody's at a different. Everybody has different goals, and even worse, as their life progresses, like when you're a teenager, you're not going to have the same goals as, like, say, when you're 25, or then, when you get married and have kids, right? Like, it just kind of progresses along. God, I hate that fucking word, but it is what it is, right? It's always going to be evolving. You're kind of like trying to measure or gauge the ending result. Well, none of us have a crystal ball, right? We don't really know how it's going to turn out. And so we're usually kind of like debating the trivial details. The reality is we're just talking out our ass most of the time. Like, the level of ego behind some of our claims is just, to me, is asinine.
I would probably agree. And
Yeah.
I think we have to pretend, though. It was Nietzsche who said error about life is necessary for life. So
Well,
I
yeah.
think we have to pretend in order to function as human beings.
Well, you don't have to, but that's the problem. It's more of a problem with how people interact with each other. Like, yes, the fight has to exist. I mean, it's always going to be the case. Bunch of dudes are going to beat the shit out of each other over an idea. Just is the thing that it is. But to describe it as a half or a must, we also don't know that either. I mean, that's just me trying to be fair to the left side, right?
None of us comprehend reality fully, and we never will. So we have to kind of accept some falsified compromise with it in order to, like, move forward in reality at all. And that's the sense of pretending that I meant, and I think Nietzsche was talking about.
So long as that's also, like, clear that you have to do that for you or me, whoever, for the individual to navigate their own individualistic life. I'm the individual, and I'm going to prescribe to everybody else. Once you hit
that's what you do. You're more guilty of that than anyone I know.
This is true. Once you hit that door, you now jump into my world. And in my world, this is it. You're going to fight.
I'll stay over here. I'm not trying to jump in.
But that's the thing. I mean, that's really what the discussion kind of like boils down to, which is fair. But if you start off with that idea where you're like, okay, your individualistic world is going to be prescribed to all the rest of us. Now you're in my world, and now might makes right, not like morally right. It just makes the result. Done. Who's got the bigger stick? Who can fight the best? That's who wins.
Who controlled the hardest? I don't have strong authoritarian impulses. I'm perfectly happy to let people do whatever they want. I don't have this strong impulse to have people do what I think they should be doing.
Well, see, now this is where I'm the fair authoritarianism. I don't argue that it's a must be. I argue it's just the thing that is, that seems to be or appears to be inevitable, right? So long as everybody's willing to sit down at a table and at least have a discussion, that's basically diplomacy. They're not going to agree. They're going to fight using their words. They're going to tell your mama jokes trying to insult the other hand, right? But the moment that stops, right, now you're in my world, right? Now we're just going to beat the living shit out of each other, and whoever's left over is the ruler.
You're basically saying it's the same thing as like what I've said recently about, or I made the point about hierarchies before, that they're inevitable. There is absolutely no way to avoid them, no matter how egalitarian you try to be. Like there are certain impulses that will be
correct,
that they're going to happen no matter what. I mean, isn't that kind of our station though? The higher goal of humanity is to try to overcome that.
Really, to overcome hierarchies, you think?
No. I mean, over the animalistic impulses.
Well, if I'm being fair descriptively, they're generally arguing for the point we need to stay at the table and continue discussing it, right?
Right, yeah.
Because I'm of the view that inherently, like, back in their head, they know once that fails, they're conceding my point, and that's just how it is, right? The only thing that keeps me out of power, right? My position out of power is the fact that you're sitting at the table and discussing, right?
Not the only thing.
I'm pretty damn sure, because you can't name a time in history that things haven't been settled.
Keep pretending. There's that pretending we were talking about.
That's not. It's not a prescription. It's a description of something that's always been the case.
Well, it's your subjective assessment of what keeps you out of power. But I
Okay,
think there's other factors.
what revolution has existed without violence?
We're going down a rabbit hole. I didn't mean to take us down.
Yeah, okay.
Keep with what you were talking about before.
I'm just stating that inherently, these people, when they're discussing these concepts, right, they know in the back of their head that the moment they get up from the table and stop the discussion, now you got assholes like me. We're going to take charge. Well, we're going to take charge. We're going to fight, and whoever's left is going to be the ruler. But it is the thing that it is. I think inherently they comprehend that. So the fact that they're at the table is the thing that keeps me at bay.
Well, Chris, what impulses can we realistically overcome, and which ones? Like, I think we can't overcome every single one of our animal impulses, and I don't even know if that's the purpose or goal of life, like you think it is. But things like tribalism and hierarchy, I don't think it's realistic to expect wherever.
I'm not saying it's realistic to expect that we'll overcome them. I'm saying it's realistic to expect that everyone tries.
Why try to do something that's not possible to do?
It's like you reach for the stars.
It's like celibacy. Why try to not have?
You reach for the stars. You might only hit the moon, right? But like you got to reach for the star. You got to reach for the furthest.
Why?
Thing.
Why do you have to reach for that star?
I guess you don't have to. But then, what's the point of life?
Well, there could be other points to it than overcoming tribalism or hierarchy. Like you could accept tribalism and hierarchy and say, I'm going to accept.
It's not the only thing. I'm saying it's part
of it. It said something about overcoming our animal impulses.
Yeah, I think that's kind of part of our thing. But I mean, yeah, I don't think it's the only thing.
But what if you accept them and make your peace with them and live within their?
That is in a sense a way of overcoming them. But that is a way of overcoming them.
Well, maybe I'm hearing something different in the word overcoming.
Or maybe not overcoming them, but transcending them. How about that?
I don't know if that's even transcending them. It's
it's
embracing them.
Let me try this analogy. Maybe it'll help. So happiness. It is the case that people, for some odd strange reason, desire happiness. The problem is happiness is found within the act of doing, not with the completion of the task. Once the task is completed, you now have to turn around and find something else to achieve that level, right? So it's the act in itself is the necessity, not the direction you're going so much anyways. Even if it is the case that you're going off to leading yourself straight to self-destruction, right? That is the thing. So the whole concept of impulse control, it's the whole concept of goals, right? Just is the thing that it is. I mean, we can try and pretend like, well, this goal is better than that, but isn't that just like a value judgment call?
Yeah.
So then now from the whole concept of subjective, how the fuck are we supposed to figure out, like, even if it was the case, we all agreed, we'd still screw that up too. It just, I don't know. It's that action base is the necessity of life. Hold up, I'll be right back. My old lady's calling me. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I help you? You mean you want me to do something for you?
Can you go down and get food?
Yeah, I can go downstairs. I'll be right back. I can go get a delivery. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Hey, Miss Jones.
Yeah, hi, Miss Jones. Mrs. Jones and me.
Oh yeah, I remember that. So I'm trying to find. I won't get a copyright strike for using the Associated Press ball drop footage, will I?
I don't think so, but I can't. I guess
we're gonna watch the Times Square ball drop at the top of the hour, and then we'll do each time zone after that.
I mean, honestly, the fact that it's going to be in a window with the other things that ought to keep it from copyright strike in the first place.
True. And this is kind of if there's any throwaway stream at all, it's probably this one. This is the very experimental.
I don't know, man. Like your Christmas stream, I don't know if you checked, but that's your highest number of views
really?
Video ever. Yeah.
Oh, well, don't tell him that.
Yeah, I was
So
looking. I was looking at our stats the other day. I was looking at.
I never checked those. How's it do? Tell me about them.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, it said my device was disconnected, so I don't know why it said that. Anyway,
It told you that in voice.
yeah. Well, no, the headphones themselves, they have like a voice that like will tell you like when your mic is muted or
Oh
something
my
like
God.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like I had these from when I used to work for Amazon. These are like my Amazon like
Or
work
like your
headphones.
call center headphones.
Yeah. That's what I mean. They have really they're Jabber ones. They're really high quality. They have they're really comfortable and they don't but they have like I mean I can mute things with like a button here. There's like volume controls and everything on them. They're pretty nice.
I feel like I should be more dudded up than I am. Try my shades maybe.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. You got your Mardi Gras beads on, you know.
Well, my beads, yeah, the New Year's Eve beads. Beads are versatile. They're whatever holiday you wear them for.
There's just nobody
Christmas
to throw.
beads.
There's nobody throw them through to to get them to show your tits. You know, I mean, men or women. You know, like come on. You know, like who are you gonna throw them to?
And I am a bead whore. The things I will do for beads. You get, I don't know, it's just this frenzy you get caught up in.
I was only at Mardi Gras once, and it wasn't a good experience. But
oh, in New Orleans.
Yeah.
You were talking about the stats and saying how you checked them recently.
Oh yeah, just whenever I was checking, it was just the other day. Like it was.
I never think about those things. Mainly because they don't have any meaning for me. Oh shit! You left me here alone with Joshua. If anyone else wants to come up, in fact.
Never let anybody tell you that Macs don't crash. That's bullshit. Macs crash totally all the time, so that is.
Hey, Struggle. That's
Yeah,
Jorgen the Struggle. He was on the Speakeasy panel.
By the way, our subscriber count is now 127. By the way.
Whoa, God! Last time I looked, it was like 90.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
We sure appreciate it. Now I feel like we really have to create some content that's worthy of their faith in us.
I mean, it's not a lot compared to a lot of YouTubers, but it's still a lot for us. Like we were hovering around the 80 mark for quite a long time there, like for most of this year. So I mean, the fact that we broke 100 and then we've gone up 27 after that, that's a big deal. I'm happy about it.
Struggle, you're welcome to come on too. It's an open panel. We're counting down the new year in each time zone as it hits midnight.
Right now here in my time zone, it's currently only 10:23, so got some time on my side. But where is it at? Where you're at, Jeff?
Where I am, it's just not even 8:30.
So
I'm gonna be here for 4 hours. Midnight's gonna hit later for me than anyone else.
I mean, I'll be here until I don't have intention of going home or going to sleep anytime early.
Cool. Yeah. Well, good to see you. That's. I hope you have a good 2024. And yeah, thank you for stopping in. That's what this is for. So.
All right. I don't know whoever shades you're saying you're complimenting. We both say thank you. I'm just gonna take it for.
Oh, I just assumed they were mine. They probably are yours.
Yours are better. So.
No, they're not. They're little. They're my gay shades. They're little plastic. I got them at the Pride Parade. For free, they throw them like off the floats.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like yours are colorful. Mine are just some bullshit.
Yours are more real shades. Like, if I saw you in public with those, I would take you more serious. Oh, Jeff's definitely better. Come on now. And they leave a mark on my nose.
Mine are believe it or not, are actually designer. These are what's the name? These are Tom Ford. Seriously, Tom Ford.
Oh, really?
These are Tom Ford shades. I got them from a resale shop like 3 years ago. So.
Do you have your lights?
Yeah, I was actually just pulling up my my light app right now. See what
I have a feeling there's more than just a package going on with Joshua right now.
Well, good for him. I guess he's got some life stuff going
Or
on.
maybe, never mind. I was going to try to make a joke related to package, but it's not going to land.
Let's see here. I got my device here. Let's see what I can do here.
You had some music too.
What kind of fun light effects can I create here? That's not what I'm looking for. FX, there we go. I got the.
He said package. Ooh, I like that. Was that cop light?
Yeah, it's cop lights. Yeah,
I like that one.
it is blinding as hell.
Yes, his wife called him off stream to help with a package.
So yeah, so now I've got I turned down the brightness now so it didn't blind me, and now
Well, you're
it's kind of
upstaging all the rest of us because I don't have anything that can compete with that.
So I'm saying that's why I gotta send you.
raised-
I said I have 4 of
Wait.
these things, so I gotta send you one of them.
Where's the damn?
I guess I should be using this one. This is fireworks, so this is the one I should be using for New Year's Eve.
That's all I have. You can't even see it. I turned the lights off.
It doesn't look anything like
Best I could
fireworks. It just slowly cycles through the colors instead of cycling through them really quickly. It cycles through them.
Looks cool. I like the effect it has on you and the video itself. It looks
Oh, that's
filtered.
good. You can see the putty marks in the wall really well.
Oh yeah.
They were there when we moved in, but yeah.
Struggle had a cool background the other day. It was all psychedelic. He had machine lie shades on. I'll keep this handy.
Sorry, I gotta text my mom back real fast. She's telling me about how Juniper's doing. So 1 second.
Oh yeah, tell Juniper hi, Happy New Year, and we'll see her in 2024.
Yeah, we'll see her pretty soon. I mean, she's like it really it was kind of hard for us to leave her there, but she really does need to spend some time with her grandparents. So like she's never spent any. When we got there this time, like the other time she was young enough, whenever she was like she still didn't have like enough like presence of like self to like have like a fear or something like that. This time she was like really clingy to like me and Lyndsey, so she didn't want to even like go to them. We had to like kind of like slow ease her into like like kind of like being used to my parents and her sister and stuff like that. So it'll be good that she'll spend some time with them and get used to them and stuff like that. I mean, she needs to know her family, so her family loves her a lot. I mean, like they do, they really do.
I'm back. Oh, we're all wearing sunglasses. Damn it! I've got a set.
Well,
But if you're not on camera, who cares? Just tell us you have sunglasses on.
I mean, I got to put on a shirt, but I can be on camera.
Yeah, come on camera. We've never
leave that shirt off, man. Pop it off. Come on, it's New Year's Eve. That's fine.
We all take our shirts off.
Like, Jeff's got some beads. He'll throw you some beads at the camera. Like, you know.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm kind of scared, right? Because I like to do, and I hate to hurt his feelings and tell him
Scared
no.
of what?
Right? It's just like,
You don't have to worry about my feelings. I can handle my feelings just fine.
Okay, so now to be fair, like I'm kind of a dick, right? But generally the people I kind of like, I really don't want to hurt their feelings. That's kind of a problem.
I
right?
don't believe you want to kill 2/3 of the population, including your own son. I don't necessarily take you seriously when you say you don't want to hurt.
Well, so
feelings.
if you're going to give a prescription, right, you have to stand on the prescription. Everything comes with pros and cons, right? The cons part you're not going to like, the pros you're going to like. You can't have good without bad.
You can arrange it to where you mostly get the benefits you're trying to get and minimize the consequences.
Right. That's just basically self. That's just you arguing for self. I don't have the prescription of self.
What? You do.
I don't know. I don't prescribe. I don't make the prescription for society that is based on me. I based on the
Yeah, yes, you do. That's your delusion. That is your
no,
ego self
sir.
right there.
My prescription.
I
knowingly
selflessly know what's best for society. I've determined it, and I'm
no,
going to
no, no, sir.
selflessly
No, sir. No, sir.
implement it
I
for
don't.
them.
My prescription, I
Yeah.
knowingly and openly admit, is going to lead to my own destruction. I'm not in that
So
category.
now you're a
That's in that.
martyr. That's even more ego.
Well, see, now a martyr is kind of
Layers
like
and layers of ego.
no, martyrism is adding this concept like I'm grandiose importance. No,
Yeah.
no. I'm going to take the bullet, knowing I'm
So,
going to
so
take the bullet. Kind of
you're
thing.
basically just an accelerationist at this point, then, right?
If I could snap my fingers and have my way, yes, that would be one way of describing
He's
it.
another deluded, egoistic fool, like all the rest of us.
I am definitely an egoist. Definitely that. That's why I know so much about the ego.
Yeah, I actually, even though I already knew most of the points he makes in it, but Joe Scott, he's local to Dallas. He does Answers with Joe. He's a good YouTuber, and he just did a video on accelerationism that actually was probably the most succinct breakdown of accelerationism I've seen. I definitely recommend to anybody who doesn't understand that concept. If there's anybody out there that's hearing the term accelerationism, you don't really understand it. He talks about Mencius Moldbug. He talks about Nick Land. He talks about all the various kind of permutations of it, and it's definitely worth watching just to get. He's not like for any of it really. He's just presenting it as like trying to explain what those things are, and I think it's worth watching if you're confused about what accelerationism is.
It would be the case that accelerationism in this concept would actually be most in my benefit, because if we fast forward, say, 100 years, right, it's probably the case that, say, people that wholeheartedly hold to Christian values are going to turn into something else and not be this thing, right? I don't have a crystal ball. I'm just saying, based on the principles, Christians, they're kind of slowly a declining number, right? So it would be the case for my best interest. Well, so it's kind of weird. There's some data that's out there that say they can't stand on the concept of it's just the Christians. It's all like anybody that even believes in say Islam. They're all kind of
religion.
Into some type of religion. Keep in mind that also includes superstition too. I don't know how that works, but that number is on a total decline. But what is weird is so when they talk about like Catholics and Orthodox, those are on an incline. They're actually going up. It could be that Protestants are switching over to say more extreme standards. I don't know.
It's reactionary. It's that search for traditionalism in the face of a changing world.
Yeah, it could be that, that could be the
stability.
case. That could be the case. I don't think I could deny that at all. I don't even think I can make an argument against it. But the point of it is the accelerationism, that would actually be in my best benefit for everybody to get up away from the table and stop talking, and then we fight it out, right? Because at this time period, it would be in my most benefit, because the virtues that I'm basically pushing for exist now.
Is violence, political violence?
Well, no, the virtues, the Christian virtues that exist now, most likely won't still exist, or they'll be so watered down that there'll be something even worse in 100 years, right?
Just because religion and superstition are declining, I don't know that the virtues associated with them are.
Oh, I'm being very specific on the concept of virtues, right? Like it's not like, so it's not like I'm arguing for religion, right? I'm arguing for a very specific, hardcore set of virtues that, well, pretty much nobody's really capable of ever achieving. Right?
Yeah, like don't have sex, like in Measure for Measure, no sex.
Yeah. So So within Christianity, celibacy is a prescription, right? That is kind of like a very unreasonable ask. I mean, if we're being fair, right? Humans are going to do what humans do, right? But it's really subjective in this case, because I'm not a Christian. It is very subjective that it's based on prescription's biblical stance. So it's kind of like a standard, right? I can't just give a singular prescription to say we all ought not, or we all ought be celibate. That's obviously asking for, your self-demise. If somebody's not breeding, you ain't gonna have anything left to, even have a mind, let alone, to have a, a conversation about. it just is the thing that it is. But I'm very specific on what specific virtues, and say not Islam's virtues, right? It'd be a different thing, right?
And it's like it seems to revolve around sexual morality. And my question is, why does it bother you what other people do sexually?
It's not. It's usually just one of many talking points that kind of always is brought up. So
By you.
right? Well, no, everybody else is always talking about some type of specific virtue, right? So consumerism, that would be another talking point. I guess I could technically bring that up. Christianity has a really weird stance on it that's a little bit harder to describe. So it's kind of like, or at least biblically, it's a little bit harder in that concept, right?
Why are you able to derive values like on their own merits from
No,
like real life
no,
situation without resorting to necessarily Christianity as the
no,
foundation of it?
yeah, nobody's coming up with their own virtues. Somebody is
But
always.
you don't have to reference the specifically Christian like framing of them either.
Well,
Something like consumerism and the values and virtues centered around it can be discussed without caring what Christianity in particular has to say or think about consumerism.
At the end of the day, we're all adopting virtues that somebody else has already deemed as a title.
Not if they're innate.
There's innate's going to be a hard. How are you going to demonstrate something? Okay, so
are you going to demonstrate blank slateism?
Well, blank slate, as in everybody's.
As in the virtues came from an external source, and we adopted them from the outside.
No, this is the part where I lack the faith. I can't demonstrate a God. I'm just open-heartedly saying, okay, yes, I am an atheist. I lack faith, but I'm adopting these set of principles or these set of virtues specifically. And I'm being absolutely like fair and open. And obviously it's a biased selection, right? I'm absolutely falling on the Christian virtues and say not the Islamic virtues simply because of culture. This is where I came from.
But can you embrace the virtues themselves independent of whatever like cosmological orientation they arose from?
No, probably not.
Why? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why? Are you coming on, by the way?
Yeah. Give me a second. Well, I can't talk and go get dressed, right? Like I can't do two things. I'm a man. Well, I can't multitask, right?
We could take I don't mind a break from you if you want to go get dressed.
Well, the problem is the conversation's kind of cool, actually.
All right, let's go with it, and when the energy flags a bit, go get dressed.
So Christianity, or at least the Christian virtues, aren't singularly one thing. It's a multitude. Matter of fact, it's probably an impossibility, right? They don't execute everything on sin, right? There are some that are just, they're not really even sins, right? Like there's no law, there's no specific law citation against it. It's just saying this is a bad thing that will eventually lead you to a sin, right? So there's some of that too.
But sin is a supernatural concept. Like
sin is just a
reference against an afterlife where
sin
the consequences of the sin.
Sin is a word like basically saying a law is a rule to man, as sin is an abomination or affront or a law to a god. It's really what it boils down to.
Why can't you talk about the benefits of compassion between humans as a species without enmeshing it in all of the other Christian paraphernalia that the virtues are?
Because of Protestantism, Protestants have basically taken this concept of, well, Jesus was really this hippie that sat around and, we all got to get along and all that shit. But none of that's actually factually true. It's just basically people are selecting, saying, well, yeah, turn the other cheek. Jesus said that. Yeah, he said a lot of things too, right? Like that were the ugly side of the measure. It's just because everybody basically constantly speaks about the happy-go-lucky parts. Nobody wants to talk about the ugly.
Well, that's very pragmatic, though. Like, why would you not want people to focus on the positive and try to implement those on a practical level?
Because I don't believe in marketing, right? Like, I believe if you're going to say this is a thing, right? These are the pros, these are the cons. now we have different virtues, right? So the cons to other people would be like a lot of people gonna have to die because they're really ugly people and because they're never capable of getting to these virtues and they're going to violate them constantly. We're just going to have to kill them off. That would be from my side. That's
not virtue to me, and neither
right.
is like killing your wife. That's not virtue.
God's pretty clear. Well, okay, not God. Biblically speaking, they're really clear on some of these things where when they say a thing is an abomination to God, burn it with fire. That's not an exaggeration. That really is the prescription that's within it, right? Of course, it says you can't do it with a lynch mob. It has to be an authority, aka in this case, a government, right? But the thing is people, they'll describe a thing. I try my damnedest because I reach across the aisle and I try to listen to the other side and I try to be as fair as I possibly can to their point. I might disagree with it, right? But for me to fully comprehend it, I kind of have to be as charitable as possible. So having that standard, I also have to have that standard on my side saying, look, yes, I think this is going to be the best way to go, but it's got a lot of bad stuff and I don't sugarcoat it. I just don't believe in that.
Well, I think because of the bad stuff, like putting people to death for not meeting your moral code, I don't think it's necessarily the best way to go.
Right. Yeah. Well, obviously,
I think something with that much bad stuff, there are better ways.
Obviously, we're going to.
I do agree with the principle that you're saying. I do agree that there are certain like I can certainly see the perspective where like there are certain negative things that you need to accept for like the best possible outcome. I just don't necessarily agree that all the things that you're saying are. I think
you can maximize for the positive.
Yeah, that's right. That's all.
Yeah, that's called a marketing schema, right? I'm not trying to market it. I'm just trying to say this is what it is.
Pragmatism.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Really? So, socialism, right? Okay, socialism versus capitalism, right? We look around and we say, okay, well, capitalism's constantly marketed because advertising on TV. Socialism is the concept of care, right? But the capitalism makes absolutely zero fucking moral claims, right? Like none. All of the good benefits that come about it are just byproducts of the thing, right?
That's true. Saying, that is true.
Yeah, right. So
actually, I've always said that one of the strengths of capitalism, one of the things that I like and hate about capitalism is that capitalism is the only system of its kind that absolutely accepts, integrates, kind of like what we were talking about earlier about integrating like those animalistic impulses. It integrates the animalistic need for greed and for like the humankind need for more, and it kind of and it uses it in a way that actually benefits more people than it hurts in a lot of ways. I mean, I think that's its essential. It's essentially what makes capitalism the best system is the fact that it recognizes the fact that man will be greedy, and therefore let's try to use that for to some degree that will actually be beneficial to all people. That's actually the reason I am ultimately capitalist, because I don't see any other system that does it. Every other system expects people to be more moral than they have the ability to be.
Now on the flip side, I guess my point is now take it on the flip side, right? So within socialism, believe it or not, like people argue like, oh, well, socialism's never been tried. Bullshit. You look at every fucking family.
Every time I hear that, it just makes me laugh. So.
Well, no, it's kind of weird because if you look at every family, right, every family structure, that's exactly what it is. That's how family is basically ruled economically. Somebody brings home the bacon, right? Somebody puts it on the table. Somebody divides it equally according to need. You know, the little kid, he gets a smaller portion because he doesn't need, you know, the 3 plates that fat ass grandpa's eating, right? But it's being distributed according to need, right? It's literally the core of family, right? Or at least it's the economical function within family. Of course, obviously,
socialism is a very maternalistic type of philosophy.
Right. Yes. But now when people are arguing for it, like from a political end, what they're really basically saying is look, we're all just a big, happy family. And so what they're doing is they're marketing care, which is a very hard reach, right? Till somebody can figure out how to take tribalism and bury it in the dirt and just destroy it within, I don't know, the internal core structures of human nature. Till somebody can pull that off, it ain't never going to fly. But
no, I mean, I agree with you there.
Yeah, somebody's marketing, right? And I'm saying, okay, fuck the marketing bullshit, right? Here's the goods, here's the bads, at least as best as I can measure them. And I'm just open and upfront about it. That's the only difference. I'm not marketing anything. I'm saying this is what it is. The outcomes, well, it's not even going to matter because most of you fuckers are going to die. So it doesn't really matter about
But that is an ought.
Well, the ought is
like people ought to behave and act this way, and if they don't, they're going to die.
I don't.
You have this standard that human beings
I see what he's
ought to
saying.
be.
He's not saying there is an ought. He's saying that it is. He's saying that there is no such thing as an ought. He's saying that no matter what this is, what's going to happen.
His whole system is based on what he believes humans ought to do, and the consequences they should face if they fail to do what they ought to do.
Yeah, Jeff is right. There is an ought, but the ought doesn't apply to the people that are going to, well, as Miss Jenny would say, marched into the volcano, right? They're not going to be included, so we're not even trying to convince them. We're just going to basically burn them out all at the stake or march them in a volcano or, however, whatever method is probably efficient. I don't know.
After you.
I see, and I'm the honest person to say that if I were to snap my fingers and this system would be in place, I might not be the first person in that volcano, but I'm not delusional enough to believe that I might not. I'm most likely going to be the third, fourth, or fifth person to march into it.
Right. That's why I don't take it seriously, because it just sounds like masochism to me.
Everybody marches to their own self-destruction. There's no avoiding it. Oh, I want to sit around and have sex and I don't know, drink chocolate smoothies. I'm marching myself to my own destruction. I'm just.
Well, you don't have to take the rest of us along with you. Everybody should be able to determine the own path and pace that they march to that destruction.
The moment that there were two different tribes, whatever defines those two different tribes, the moment that existed two different tribes, somebody's getting dragged along. It's an unavoidable thing.
I don't know.
The concept of fairness, right? Like the thing that people want to argue from a moral stance, the concept of fairness is a fiction. It does not exist. It's never existed in all of human history.
It certainly does. It exists in games. I've seen it exist in group dynamics. I've seen fairness in action. I have helped to implement fairness. So it does exist. It can be brought about into existence.
Mm-hmm. Now, to me, that's delusional.
Well, I think you're delusional to think that it's not. Like
what
about board, like a simple board game? How is that not? How is fairness not a principle?
Here's a real easy.
Well, the stake.
If societies are fair, name one society within the entire planet.
I'm talking about board games. You said fairness doesn't exist.
If I create
specific context where it does.
Your prescription, your claim is if I create a utopia, in this case, like a virtual utopia, I'm saying like a board game or whatever.
How are you not hearing what I'm saying? I'm talking about a board game, and you bring in all this. Utopia.
Yeah, a board game. Is life a board game?
You're talking about fairness, and I'm pointing to where you can experience fairness.
I'm talking about
as
people.
Existing.
Yeah, I'm talking about people.
So it's not that fairness doesn't exist; it's that it doesn't exist in society outside of specific context.
Well, what did you think I was talking about?
Your claim sounded very absolute, like fairness does not exist. It's not a thing.
Well, technically
it's
speaking,
a delusion.
You create the environment. You're
right. So you can create fairness, just like you can create justice.
Wait. It would still apply even within your board game. You're creating God, or I'm sorry, you're creating a game, right? You are now God within this thing. You've created it. You define the
playing
laws.
A game that's already created.
Right. You're in this concept.
You're submitting yourself to the rules created by another God.
Right, but they produce this thing called fairness.
Right, but isn't it the same thing as like when wokists argue for equity?
No, you're not creating fairness. You're dictating a set of virtues.
Like I said, isn't it the same thing when leftists argue for equity?
There's an echo now again.
Apologize. It might be me.
No, it's Chris and Lyndsey because they're in the same room.
Okay, what do I do?
Just turn it down a little bit better.
Hi, Miss Lyndsey. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I
Hold
guess
on.
you've never met Lindsay's my wife. She's
Well, we
How
talked
much
in
is
Discord for a moment. Let me
Yeah.
let me make this fair, right? Because now I'm
How much
the
is it
jerk. Let me go get some clothes on and then get some sunglasses and I'll be right back.
Oh, I don't have any sunglasses.
Well, the other dudes did. The other
other
dudes did, and I'm kind of like intimidated.
Well,
'cause
Chris
they have,
started it. They hurt my eyes.
No, I don't. There's some downstairs on the table though.
Can you guys still hear an echo? Can you hear her?
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear both. You and her.
Can you hear the echo though?
No.
Okay, cool.
Oh, well, shit. We got 10 minutes before it's midnight on the East
10 minutes
Coast.
till New Year's number 1. All right. 10
Yeah.
years till New Year. What was this, East Coast?
We're New York. Yeah, New York City, Times Square, the ball drop.
Ah, fuck New York City. I've never been there before. As, seriously enough, as someone who's grew up an artist and everything else, it's one of those places you're always supposed to visit. I've never had the desire to want to go to New York City. I don't know why. It just
Growing up, it did. It was like my dream world.
I saw movies and everything growing up, and it looked like a shithole, and I never wanted to go. I just never.
It looked like a place that I belonged because it had the art scene. That's where all the intellectuals were. It had a literary scene. All of the artistic things I was interested in, New York seemed to be ground central for all of that.
I spent a month in New
Now
York
you couldn't pay me to go to New York.
in 2008, 2007. Yeah.
There we go.
Are you being for real? Are you just trying to make us laugh? What's across your face? Is that a disguise?
Yeah, it's a disguise. It's a disguise.
You look ridiculous.
He doesn't want anyone to know. He knows the black helicopters will be zooming overhead pretty fast.
I like those
they
curtains,
get by his
though.
face.
That echo's coming back.
Echoes come back. It shouldn't be any different because I turned down the. Maybe I'm too loud. Maybe I need to turn myself down. Maybe I'm coming too loud through her speakers. Let's see if that helps any.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, it was just.
Leave it on though. The less I see you, the better. So.
Yeah, you're so mean, guy.
Well.
Oh, that's great.
Well, Happy New Year. We're about to watch the ball.
So what was
Did
your
you do
question
anything for New Year? Huh?
Why do I wear the mask? Was that the question?
Wait, were you talking? Yeah, was it a disguise? Is that a mustache?
It's yeah. Technically, I've got a beard.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Now so were you talking without the mask earlier? I kind of
like
like you with the mask on. Now that I think about it, is that wifey?
How's that? Overwatch.
Oh, I like your sweater.
Overwatch.
Game she's never played.
Overwatch.
Her daughter used to play it all the time.
Oh, it's a game?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a video game, but Clover's really into it.
Oh, that echo is back. Damn it.
I don't know where it's coming. I think it's coming from
water.
Josh was muted. Okay, so everybody. Okay, I'm gonna mute and see if it goes away.
Okay.
You guys
say something, Lyndsey?
Say something.
Something.
It's not there. So it was you, Chris.
I don't know where else my sound can be coming through.
It's because it's coming through YouTube.
Do you have YouTube on? Do either of you have YouTube open?
Try that.
I turned YouTube off a while back, but let me check, make sure it didn't come back on or something.
See, I turned mine off.
Speaking of YouTube, we got 6 minutes.
All right. So how about now?
Finally
I still hear
The
it.
ret fed for real. You are not old. You're in the prime of your ignorance.
He's trying to grow a
You look younger than
mustache.
me, dude.
You might as well
You're
take
younger
the
than
mask
me.
off now. We saw you. You're not. People can rewind the stream.
You guys should all grow mustaches.
So the problem isn't that you see like one side. The problem is if somebody sees like the entire face, clips
All
it,
right.
and that gets out on the internet. That's a job problem.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I don't.
The
Yeah, I don't blame you. All the shit you
I'm
said
sitting
on
here.
here,
I'm sitting
I
here
would
in
keep the
full on.
mask on too. I'd pull it higher.
I just realized I feel like I'm sitting here in full midlife crisis mode. I'm like I look like the stereotypical 40-year-old in a midlife crisis right now, don't
The echo is really bad. It sounds like a robot.
God damn
So,
it,
like-
where is it coming from? I mean, I'm using headphones. I don't know
I
how
know.
this sounds.
I can't. I
It's
can't
the only
explain
sound.
it.
Let me see. If I take these off, do I hear
Well,
anything?
wait. Go on mute. Go on mute again and talk to Lyndsey and see if it picks up through her speaker.
Lyndsey, can you?
Wait, go on mute. Or one.
I am
One
on
of
mute.
test it between the two of you because that's what's happening. You're in the same room.
Lyndsey, can you? Okay, yeah, you can. I can still hear you. Your mic.
You're
is
on
way-
mute. Yeah, you're on mute and I can still hear you.
I'll fix it.
Me, the audio engineer, and I can't fix it.
It's just the mic's up too low.
Where is
The
it?
closer he got to his computer screen.
The camera.
Oh, okay.
Just go up here. Audio. Cut the mic.
Lyndsey and Chris are in the same room, so they're getting some feedback.
No,
from
we're not.
somewhere.
You can't prove it.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, you sound well. I can hear you still, but you're at her computer.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm over here. Can you hear me over here?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't understand like where the sound's coming from.
Yep, I can still hear you. It's still picking you up. That's the problem. Wife making you eat. Are you gonna watch the ball with us?
Yeah.
Eat
I'll
grass.
mute it while you guys are talking. That way.
Tell her to wait 3 minutes, and we can ring in the first of our 4 New Years.
Yeah, I'm turning my mic volume down quite a bit, so maybe it will actually stop it picking that up. What do you think now?
Ooh, somebody else is here. Ah, welcome, machine. You're just in time.
Machine lies. The machine tells the truth sometimes.
The machine lies like a
This
fly
machine
in the
tells the truth
sky.
anyway.
Kitty, kitty.
At some point, you're gonna get the point in your overall philosophy. We're gonna be like the machine truth.
Happy New. Did you tell us you got some sleep? Tell us you got at least 2 hours.
That'll be after the singularity, you know. That'll be machine truth. You gotta cross over first.
Well, I've got another one of these party lights. I'm gonna get one for Lyndsey. I'll be right back.
Okay, you got like a minute and a half.
Okay, I'll wait till the ball drops.
All right.
Where do we have a video for the ball dropping?
Yeah, I'm gonna share the screen. Oh, hang on, I gotta change my settings. 1 second, and I'm gonna go on mute. Actually, I'm not.
So in Detroit, instead of dropping like a ball, they used to drop like an unemployed auto.
Ooh, the echo's really bad now after I changed my settings. All right, let me share. What is this song?
I don't know. I can't hear it.
Oh no.
– 30 seconds. Ooh, I'm excited.
Where is this? New York?
Yeah, it's New York.
Times Square?
Here we go. Their clock is off.
Yeah, it's off ours anyway. Maybe ours is off. You'd hope theirs would be the one that would be like synced
New
to
York
the
is so
clock.
behind the times. We don't need the ticking
I'm
on a
always
digital
disappointed with
clock.
the ball dropping in New York City because it's just like this big.
Oh, the new
mechanical thing.
RuPaul is coming up.
I always felt instead of doing like this big mechanical thing, they ought to drop like this giant like pinata
Here we go.
from a helicopter. And like when the pinata hits the ground, you know, people just tear it apart and like, you know, eat all the candy and everything.
That'd be awesome. We could get them to make one like that game.
You get Apple sponsor, I think it's high quality.
No, the one from the video game.
Whoa! Woo!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
For people in New
Where's the
York,
ball?
not for people here. It fell
Where's the
behind
damn ball?
thing.
Did it
I don't know,
drop?
they didn't show it.
That was such a letdown.
Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, they need to like just drop a giant balloon from a helicopter that's filled with candy and shit. Like, you know, and let the crowd tear itself into pieces for the candy and beads inside. You know, just.
Did y'all see a ball drop at all?
I saw the ball in the background for a second and then it disappeared.
That was. Y'all, I feel so sad for New York City. What happened to them? The Macy's parade this year was horrible. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
There aren't even many people out there. Like, I've been noticing that the holidays this year period. Like, there haven't been many people out. Like, people have not.
And they even showed the ball earlier. It was like lit up with colors, but we didn't see any of it drop. I'm sorry, guys. That was New York. Y'all need to write Eric Adams and let him know what a piece of crap his celebration was.
I mean,
Fuck, we could have done better than that.
You know, actually dropped it. They could have made woke or something and made a rainbow ball or something. You know, I mean, fuck, you know. At least have been
It was a
something.
missed
dude.
opportunity.
We did July one time from the Voodoo Lounge. That was really, really cool.
Maybe this year instead of the ball dropping, instead of the balls dropping, maybe they just transition.
Oh, Chris, the echo is so bad right now.
Oh, shit, I don't know what's causing it.
Here,
Does Lyndsey have headphones?
I can get her some. Hold on.
Okay. Okay, so that was New Year number one, which the other one shouldn't be hard to top. They say West Coast is the best coast, so we'll save that one for last. Reddington says the echo goes away when you lean forward. I don't know. Okay, so we have another hour. Where should we do Central Time? I was thinking maybe Chicago or New Orleans. Let's see what New Orleans is doing. Or maybe, no, Detroit is Eastern, isn't it? I don't know if New Orleans is doing anything. Let's try Chicago. Well, we'll find something. Now I can't hear anything. Hang on, I might have to reset the screen. 1 second. Can someone say something? I'm not hearing anything. Oh, I did. I heard something crackle, but I didn't hear any voice.
that was Chris.
Oh,
in the room
okay. I hear you. I hear you. That's good. Okay, so what's it? Let me see who else is streaming. Maybe we can do a double stream or share some of their panels. Jack Talcott's on, Cascadian's on, Flow State's on. See, I had a feeling everyone was gonna stream tonight.
We should all be streaming together, though.
Talcott has Snafu and one other person. Cascadian has NeuroJack. And Flo has Hank and some other guy.
We got a face reveal from Joshua Jones.
Yes, we did.
I don't know where he
In all
was.
his
He looked like
past
he was
glory.
like in the backstage of like a banquet hall.
He looked like he was in a hotel room. Now he's eating his grass.
Yum, grass.
Oh, and that's your bedroom? It looks like a hotel room. Who does the decorating?
Yeah, because you should fire them.
Yeah, is that how the other half lives?
I don't know.
I did like those curtains though. I like the color, but they look like hotel curtains.
Yeah, like a motel meeting.
A 40-floor high rise.
Denver should be next, right?
Is Denver Mountain Time? I was gonna, because we talked about doing Provo, Utah as well.
It's an hour
to see what the Mormons are doing
behind here. Colorado.
Well, we have an hour to kill, so what's next on the activity list?
Provo, Utah. Who lives there?
I don't know. Some guy named Provo. We need to find a city in each time zone.
Right,
Jeff said.
Which time zones do we?
I said kill. I said kill.
I don't know where that is.
Oh, kill time. Kill an hour. Yeah.
There, I took my medication. Yay.
He's a sadomasochistic sociopath. I'm sure his ears perk up over a lot of things.
What, whose?
JJ.
Oh, yeah. I think it's funny that you decorated your Baphomet with Christmas lights and stuff.
Can you see him? I
No,
didn't know
you can't
people...
see him, but I just knew he was
He's
there.
in there. I'm evil. What can I say?
Evil.
Yeah, you say a lot. I mean, we all have the potential for evil in us. It's kind of a subjective human construct. Like animals too. Like, what is it? Dolphins or porpoises or something are sociopathic and kill for fun, but they probably don't have the capacity to conceive of that as evil.
Yeah, it's a good thing they can't stream, right?
Exactly. Oh, hang on. This one. I'm a fucking Satanist. What am I posing as?
I don't know. Cool sidekick.
I'm really bad at masking. That's probably one reason I am a Satanist.
Too much work.
Well, yes, but I do, like, I can't help myself. I can't be this cold, heartless person. Believe me, I try. I do care about the well-being of others. It's innate.
12 USB micro cables and on a single USB-C.
That's okay.
I've always been like, even as a kid, I was the oldest, and like, so I had this real concern for all of the siblings that came under me. It was like a human instinct. I don't care about random strangers either, although I do. Like, I would help an old lady. In fact, I did in Seattle. This old lady, she's like 90 years old, coming out of the Goodwill store, and they have this big heavy door, and she was struggling with it. And I walked by and I saw her, and I grabbed and I held the door for her, and she almost stroked out. She was so shocked that somebody had stopped to help her. She said, "Nobody ever does that here," meaning Seattle. I'm
You
like,
know, today we got off the Greyhound and we were waiting for our Uber, and there was a lady that was smoking there, and she was like, I have been trying to get on to a Greyhound bus like every day for the last 5 days, and they keep moving my bus or keep like screwing with my time zone. And I talked to her for a little minute, and she was like, thank you for talking to me. I have like horrible anxiety and no one ever talks to me. So that made me feel good.
yeah, see, Joshua can't relate. Like he's limited by his own wiring in what he can relate to in others, and I am too. I think we all are.
His curtain. I think the curtain did it.
Yeah, yeah, blame it on the curtains.
Yeah, I want to say that that to me is really what the proof of God is. You know, like that old lady, you know, is really to me the greatest proof. You know,
And I was just like, no, USB-C.
The old lady is, and I didn't do it for any cynical self-interest. There's no way I could walk by and watch an old lady struggle with the big heavy door and not help her. I'm just not
that's
capable
what
of
it is. That's what it is. It's like just like a weird thing, you know, to be true without having to verify it. It's like oh
Yeah.
shit. It's like and
That's
then
why I
and
think
then,
it's instinct.
To
yeah.
hide the dead
I
body.
think our morality is innate, and
Yeah.
it can be like developed or nurtured in certain directions.
And then
But
her
the
response,
impulse
like,
for it is innate.
and then like her response, like that is like God talking to you. It's like, hey, like
Well,
you did
God
it,
was shocked.
like you did it. That's how I always feel, you know.
But then when I lived in Austin, they had all these homeless people. And when I first got there, I would try to like be nice to them or say hi and stuff. And I learned eventually if I wanted to get anywhere, I would just have to ignore them and step over them. So I had to learn to shut that off and just walk down the street. And they would like lean against the wall with their legs out, and you would just have to step over their legs as you walk down the sidewalk and just completely ignore them. And I had to learn to do that too.
Yeah, I think in my most depressing times in life, you know, I remember one time, you know, the last time, you know, when my wife left me, I went around and started just feeding the homeless people. And I would like really feed the ones that lived under the bridge, you know, because they were kind of like the worst off, you know. They were even most times pretty deranged, you know, so they kind of had like mental issues, you know. And I remember this one guy, you know, I talked to him for a very long time, you know, and he told me about his dad, about how his dad was Muslim and like converted to Islam and like all this stuff, and how he died when he was really young. And this dude had a you know, he went to the hospital. You know, he got sent to the hospital one day. You know, he went to the ER room because he was like frozen, like almost dead.
Oh my
And
God.
they cut his toe off, and they just like put him back on the street. Like they just like kicked him out of the hospital. So now he's like back on the street, and he like doesn't have a toe. So I don't know why, but this whole like incident, like like I remember like I was going through a divorce, and like I was like my life is horrible, but I was like at least I still have my big toe. You know, so I was just like so I just like fed this guy. I remember I fed him like whatever you call that stuff that you get like from the stands at New York, you know, that like gyros and rice and shit, you know?
Oh yeah, like falafel.
It's like rice with like gyro strips in it, you know.
Like
It's
Oh.
like
shawarma?
yeah, it's kind of like that, but it's interesting. It's like these Arab guys make it like it's like New York street food, you know. So I like got him because I asked him like, "What food do you want?" And he used to like live in the city, so he picked that. So I like went and found it for him, like. And,
Did
like,
did it help you or make you feel better?
No, absolutely not.
Oh.
No, it made me feel like more terrible. It made me feel like, oh
How
yeah,
long did you
like,
do it for?
like there's shit going on in my life, and then there's also this stuff.
Oh.
You know, it didn't help like
Compounded
my whole world.
nihilism.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it didn't make me feel better. It just felt like man, nobody else is doing this. This is retarded.
My experiences with homeless people have not generally been positive. I remember in New Orleans, there was this old black lady in Jackson Square, and she was asking for money, and my friend stopped and he said, I won't give you money, but I'll buy you something to eat. And she was real nice. She's like, oh, thank you. And she said what food she wanted. So he went and got it. It was like this big like takeout container full of food, and he gave it to her, and she started eating it, and she's like, oh, thank you. And he said, oh, you're welcome, no problem at all. And she turned at him and she hissed at him real ugly. She said, I'm not thanking you, I'm thanking God. And he's like, ooh, that's the last time I try to help you.
Whoa.
She was nasty and hateful after she got that food. And then one time I was almost homeless for like maybe a day. I slept in my car. I had broken up with my ex in New Orleans in the French Quarter, and I didn't want to live in his house anymore. So I like hung out in the park in the French Quarter, and there was these two black guys under a tree. So I went and sat with them, and I told them, I said, I think I'm homeless and I don't know what to do. And they're like, oh, well, just hang out with us and we'll help you figure it out. And then after talking to me for a while, they're like, dude, you don't want to be homeless. If there's any way you could like go back and live in his house for a little while till you find a place, take it, trust us. And so I believed them, and I went and slept in my car the rest of the time. So I didn't try to be homeless with them.
Chris slept in his car.
Yeah, I did that for a while.
It was hot. It was sweaty. Oh my God, it was sweaty. I woke up just dripping.
The problem I had was that like everywhere I went, cops chased me off. Like they wouldn't let me sit and sleep in my car. It was in California though.
Oh, they didn't bother me. But then we used to get our drugs from the homeless people too.
They have the best ones.
Like they give us our acid. And then when I moved to Seattle, I started working with them professionally, and I saw like some of the root causes of why they're homeless. A lot of it is drugs and mental illness, like the overlap of both.
Yep.
Because the ones that have just fallen are personality disorders. That's another big one. But the ones that have fallen on hard times are usually the ones that it's temporary and they're able to get back on their feet and get out of homelessness. But the ones that are permanently homeless, yeah, the demons. It's because they're so disordered or mentally ill or drugged out that nobody wants to live around them or include them in community because they're destructive of it. Like every community, it's like the trolls that show up on the panels. All the community for the rest of everyone else is going to suffer when you try to include them.
We're messing with our microphone.
Oh, y'all still working on it?
Yeah. Well, you guys spend all this time talking all the time, and I'm just like sitting there in the back knitting or doing.
No, we see you in the back. You can get on. And that game was fun today. We could play more later.
I told her it was fun, and she was like, "No, it wasn't. No, it was like I ruined it." And I was like, "No, you didn't ruin it. You didn't ruin it." Like,
no, it was a test game anyway. I honestly didn't know it was you till you tried to kill me.
I was like chasing you around, like I'm gonna get you.
I mean, she was coming right for me and following me around everywhere I went. Like I knew you were not going to do a task. I knew I was your task.
It lets you like I guess when you're an imposter, it lets you go through the vents. So like the little like arrows on the side of the room, you get in one of the arrows, it spits you out in another part of the ship.
Oh, so you can sneak attack people.
Yeah, but you can't really attack unless you know where they're at. But
just for future reference, how do you kill someone?
I don't know. I was trying to kill you, and it would let me.
Oh, thank God.
Who is that guy? The new guy that we were like,
Dave.
Hey, teach us how to play this game.
Yeah.
We need that guy. That was funny the first time he's on the stream, and we're all like, "We want to play Among Us." He said you have to get right on top of people.
Oh, it's called Among Us, Reddington. It's this little. We played it. We streamed it earlier. You these little cartoon people run around the spaceship, and you have to do certain tasks. And one or more of you is a murderer, depending on how many people play. And they have to go around and kill the other players. And Lyndsey was the murderer, and she tried to kill me, but she didn't know how. And that's how I knew she was the murderer.
So he kept running, and I kept running after him. I was like, die!
And she was the mayor, too.
Yes.
God, with politicians like those.
I've just seen other people like have their whole Discord on there. They had like up to 20 people playing.
Oh, that would be nice. That would be hard too. Like you really wouldn't know, because I think there's more than one murderer when there's that many people, and you really wouldn't know who to trust.
Yeah,
we played with just 4 people, and I didn't trust any one of you motherfuckers.
But like
I get paranoid in these games.
Play all 20 of them at the same time, and they're like, "No, I saw him come out of that door, and then there was a dead body, so I think he's the killer."
Oh right, and because there's more than one, everybody could be accusing multiple people constantly. That would be chaos. The fun kind. Oh, I forgot I was live on Facebook too. Let me check the comments there. Oh, and y'all probably know this, but we're going to be here tomorrow too. I'm doing an all-day New Year's stream. So if you have nothing to do tomorrow or want to stop by and make the rounds, we'll be here.
Oh yeah, I find nothing better than talking about the setting New Year's resolutions that you people will never reach, right? So
I don't set resolutions because I don't need resolutions to make changes.
Okay.
I know how to build habits when I need to.
Oh,
the game of town. What's town? It's kind of like Mafia or Werewolf.
Mafia Werewolf?
Yeah, it started out as Mafia. It's a hidden traitor game. Like you have a group of people, and one or more of you are spies or moles or traitors, and the group has to figure out who they are. And there's a variant of it called Avalon that's free to play online. That if we get enough people, we can try later on too. It's more like the more people, the more fun it is. And then they have Werewolf, which developed from Mafia, and Werewolf, the players can take different specific roles, and each role gives them like a different power or advantage they can use. So you kind of coordinate together, figure out how to use these roles to find the werewolves.
I kind of wish that I could talk to your wife, Machine. I don't know if she'd listen to me.
Is she on? She's on social media, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wouldn't step over that that opportunity.
She used to show up on his stream.
Without him knowing it.
Yeah, but
because I have schizophrenia too. So.
But you're welcome to, because she's being sort of unreachable, and that's I think
just thought that maybe she might like connect to me because I'm a female and I have schizophrenia at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like a peer.
Yeah, I tried so hard to tell her I have this whole community of friends now, it's weird. I got all of these people, basically, I didn't know. I just made hundreds of friends. I have 40 emails to respond to all of a sudden. Now, just literally the day that my that my wife left me.
Oh,
so
is that when you started streaming, or were you streaming before that?
I was streaming, but it wasn't really going anywhere. And then right when she left was when I was getting all those attacks and stuff that me and NeuroJack were getting attacked. So we were Neuro fell off, and then I thought man, I don't know, like this is gonna be a hard road, and I'm gonna have to do it alone, like without NeuroJack, you know. And then right after that, my wife left me. So I was like, okay, so I have no support. I have nobody.
Damn.
Yeah. So
Nuts.
yeah, I
It's just that
know, but I didn't
I
know that
have
at the
I have
time.
the
I was
same
like,
thing, the schizophrenia, and I've had it for my whole
Yeah.
life. But I guess I've been medicated for a year, about a year.
But you didn't know you had it.
I didn't know I had it, but maybe she would listen to me because you said that, or Chris said that she was afraid of taking her medication.
it's
Okay.
like all this. It's like all this crazy stuff. Like if I sat here and told you guys a story, most people respond by saying like, "Why the fuck are you with this girl?" and then after that, you know, because like she might be, you know, as crazy as me or you, Lyndsey, but she's got like, you know, she's actually more, you know, like the things she's been through is probably worse than anything that like has happened to us.
She needs to take her medication. That's number one.
Yeah, but
You
the problem
can't
is
go
that
through it by yourself.
yeah, the problem is that I'm not good at figuring these things out, you know. So when it's constantly changing, like one time she came from the hospital, and you know, she was totally loopy, and then and she had went back and received a new set of medications, you know, and then again for 6 months it was like talking to somebody I don't even know for 6 months, and then they sent her back a third time and they gave her these medications, and then she was finally like back to normal, like how I first met her, like the day I first met her, you know.
So they
And
found something that worked.
found something that works, but it was so late, you know, like it was I mean, it was almost like 6 months before she left. So I just thought, in my head, I thought, you know, I don't know, like these medications have not been here for very long, you know.
Mhm.
like
It's
for
just
me,
finding the right combination. I've seen medications do some amazing things for some people.
Like
Oh,
me,
let's see what
I
Joshua
had
wants me
gotten
to
so
watch.
bad that I was yelling at the vents in the middle of the night to shut up so I could go to sleep
You at the vents?
at home. I couldn't go anywhere to escape the voices and stuff. So I
yeah,
went.
the thing with Abby is that Abby is such a malicious liar. Like, not when she's not having any problems. So like, you know, so she's actually a pretty you know, terrible liar. Like I've caught her lying, like just flat out just lying to me. You know, so I'm just like, so I'm like, oh, you know, I'm like, so you're conscious and you know you understand what you're doing, and you did this, you know. So that's
Well,
a lot of times how I have.
the number one reason that schizophrenics commit suicide is because they don't get any sleep, because your brain
That was
doesn't
one of
properly
the main things. It would be like
doesn't
a
properly
cycle,
set down, so your brain
yeah,
doesn't go into REM. Your brain's always firing
and
unless
that's all
you
it. Yeah, and
medicate
that's
it so
all it
that you
took.
can go to sleep.
Yeah, and that's all it took. It took that medication that constantly delivers those like 8 to 12 hour sleep.
Well,
You know,
it's like
those,
being awake for like weeks at a time. Like,
yeah.
and the tireder you get, the louder the voices get, the more you get distracted. You know, you start getting sick because you're not sleeping well. Chris will tell you.
Like the few times I stayed up late, like for one time I stayed up for 52 hours. I got delusional. Like the more I stayed up, the more delirious and delusional I got.
Okay, now take
Yeah.
that and then like times that with like a month and a half.
My
Listen to
God, just a few days was plenty.
right.
Like by the end of the second day, I was ridiculously stupid.
Not to mention the voices she was hearing.
Yeah, and I'm pretty
Anytime
sure
the
I
air
have.
conditioning came on, there'd be a
Yeah.
hiss, and I would hear like voices that would tell me like you're never gonna get away from this. Like, you're just gonna have to kill yourself. And I was in such a state that we finally found a clinic that would see me for free. And I talked to him for maybe like, what was it, like 10 minutes, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, here, you need to take this stuff. And I was like, okay. And I went home and I took it, and it was like, I woke up the next day like fucking Snow White. I was like, oh. And I was myself again. It was crazy.
Yeah, this was like many times of me like squaring off with this girl where she had put like a bunch of metal things like inside of a pillowcase and like was trying to like take my head off with it. and I was just kind of like, okay, you know, like I guess I'm gonna have to like, I don't know, like tackle her and then hold her. Like, I don't know, like there's not gonna be like any like clear solution to this. So
But
so
they
I think
told me,
it was,
they said most of the time when schizophrenics get violent, it's because they haven't actually slept. So he was saying like one out of 7 days I got REM sleep. Like,
yeah,
in a week.
and then I have
And
a
then
bad
repeat
thing
that.
too. Like I have a maybe temporal lobe epilepsy or something like that where I just like you know, I'll like stay up for a long time taking a lot of information, and I will start seeing like little white trails on things, you know,
That's just
and like
being
little
tired. So take that
very
as
tired, and then I'll lay down and something fucked up will happen where I can't sleep.
and you'll be wide awake again.
I'll be just wide awake, and by then the propellers are spinning so like fast, you know, that I can't, you know,
You seem like
like
you have
even
PTSD. I have that too.
1 second, guys. I'm gonna
I
see.
don't know
I'm gonna see if
what.
this microphone thing works.
Okay.
Yeah,
Joshua, is this link something I can play on stream?
Oh
Is it
yeah,
gonna get-
yeah. If you wanna demonstrate an example of where Josh lies to somebody blatantly and somehow they believe the most ridiculous thing, yes, you should.
So you're on this stream fucking with these people?
Only one person.
guys
See,
hear? Can you guys hear
the
this?
backstory is there's a guy by the name
Yes,
of
you're not.
Caprice. Or,
Can you guys hear me?
yes.
Talk again.
Can you guys hear me?
It's very
it sounds
distorted.
crazy. It sounds like you're on a helicopter. Like it's weird.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, now it's
Okay.
now it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
hypervigilance.
The backstory is there's a dude by the name of Jay Prince that comes on. Basically, he's a preservationist, but the way he described things, it comes across as he's a colorist.
I can
What's
set
a
the mic
colorist?
to be on the camera, and then the
color-
then you can just hear it in the headset, so that's fine.
I can hear them.
Yeah,
A
but you can't
colorist-
talk to them because
A colorist argues the concept of like a skin tone has more value than
Oh,
another.
like light skin blacks.
right.
Can you hear me?
Dark skin.
So he makes some
hear
valid
me?
claims that just kind of
Yeah.
go a little bit overboard that most people jump off. In my mind, it's like, it's just a thing that you argue, right? Because it's got a direction, right? But anyways, he makes the claim.
Josh was
that-
talking.
He makes the claim that T is always kind of like ignoring what the black guy says, but anytime the white guy comes up there, she'll believe it outright. And I just kind of came across this concept, of a myth that exists that most people don't believe, and I figured I'd try it.
Well, let's take a
I've
look.
used it before, so I don't know why it wouldn't work out.
What's fun?
All right, let me cue it up. All right, let's see how much we can trust Joshua Jones.
I
I love it though.
That's just personal.
Y'all love good content though, right? It's all fun and games. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna go back in my corner and cry now.
What?
You ain't gotta
What?
cry.
What?
You can go over there to your
What are we
Korean
watching?
or your Asian wife and be good.
Yeah, go sit in your corner and eat your
Yeah,
bowl of
go
rice.
do some Asian cooking. Go get you some Asian cooking and be okay. Make you another Asian baby.
Oh, okay. I got to give up the secret here. You know that shit's sideways, right?
What?
This freaking guy.
What? She what?
Don't worry about it, T. Just move on.
Wait. Hold on. What?
I'm sorry. That slipped. That degenerate.
Wait. She what? Hold on. Your wife is what?
Nothing. Oh, she Asian.
I know she Asian, but what? She like girls too?
No, sideways. It's a directional thing. Ask Therese.
What does that mean?
There's this retarded, degenerate joke that Asian chicks have sideways coochie.
I don't know what that means.
Their vagina is literally bird or horizontal.
So what does that mean?
Joshua is the mole.
I'm sorry.
Why are you? Why am I playing this?
So is it like wide open? Like what is going on here?
This is not what I want for my 2024.
No, at the end of this, she believes it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, so like normally vagina up and down, right? But with Asians it goes, sideways, left to right.
Why is that?
Oh, yeah, because they're Asian.
Oh, it has an echo.
Good or bad?
It's probably me.
Damn, boy.
I'm just wondering, like for men, is that good?
That's usually why, because that's usually why guys.
Yeah, look now I have party lights, guys.
This is better than up and down.
Yeah. Well, you know this. Look at all of the passport bros going after Asian women.
Okay. All right. I'll just whatever. If that's what y'all feel is great, that's fine.
Hold up 1 second. I just need a side conversation with Dries. Tell me that did not just happen, Dries.
No comment.
I have never heard this in my life.
Okay, I'm just Jose. She Pacific Islander. Ask her. She's been lying to you all these years.
I'm gonna have church after this. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a church service after this. We have a church because I can't.
Yeah, Joshua trying to bring you down to the pits of damnation.
Look at that. Woo.
Oh, Joshua, they know you so well.
Well, okay, so now that's the problem.
Who's the Satanist? Who's the real Satanist?
The dudes know, but for some odd reason, like here for the tea, this is just a real. She's a big sweetheart, right? How the hell she believes this bullshit? I have no fucking clue, right? Like I can't figure this out.
Because you tried to make her believe. Like, how did she do the thing you were trying to get her to do?
You notice.
Can't figure it out.
You notice there was no force. I didn't try anything, right? She went looking for it. Curiosity is an ugly thing, right? You can feed it so easily.
Hey,
yeah, I know those tricks.
Yeah, you're saying all the words in the mirror, like curiosity and passport bro in the mirror, and then I appear. So here I am.
Hello.
Welcome. Happy New Year.
You guys are hitting the keywords in the algorithm, and then I just show up here. Happy New Year to everybody. I'm gonna try to stick around as much as I can. I gotta go back and forth between family stuff and this, but I was on Cascadian for a little bit, so.
Yeah, is he over?
Yeah, I think he's gonna jump on here. I didn't know you guys are started already.
Oh, okay. And Flo and Jack Talcott are streaming too.
Oh hell no, stream sniping.
What do you want me to do?
But no, I finally got to connect with this dude that I really wanted to connect.
What was his name? I liked what he had to say, but I'm trying to find his channel. I don't know what his handle is.
I think he has a channel. His name is Pill Eater, and I've been trying to get a hold of him, and I'm going to try to encourage him to come on some of our streams, because that dude knows a lot of shit about shit that we get into, and I think that we would have some very good conversations with that guy, so I'm glad I finally got to talk to him.
That's what's up.
Yeah, he was talking about the predecessors of William Gibson, and he's talked about some. I wish I could remember the guy, but he was talking about some like guy who wrote some novels about Lucius versus oh man, I can't remember, but basically the two ends of Gnosticism, accelerationism, and Dugan, and I got to go back and really like look up the stuff he was citing. But man, it's very interesting stuff. But anyways, I just wanted to say all that because I'm going to forget if I don't say it out loud. So
Yeah, I really liked what he was saying earlier.
But Joshua, let's. I'm going to try to fight with you later. But I just wanted to say happy Vietnamese.
Oh, right. No, y'all had a conversation going in the Discord that you wanted to take live.
Yeah, fight.
And so is that what's the other guy's
Fight,
name?
fight,
Trillo,
fight,
whoever.
fight.
Well,
Do it.
Neuro said he's kind of busy. I'm going to hold him down to it. I think
He's not
he wants
busy.
to
He's on here.
Well, I'm kind of like half distracted, but I know I will definitely try to get into it with you. But I didn't know what you guys were talking about. I just jumped on without really hearing the conversation. But
Okay.
Oh, no.
I just
We were talking about Asians and their sideways coochies.
well,
So we would probably welcome any conversation.
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
See, everybody agrees with me all the time. I don't know why. There's something fucking
No,
wrong with
Joshua, how many live streams can I show you of me not disagreeing with you and arguing with almost every damn thing that's come out of your mouth lately?
But I'm always right at the end of it. That's the problem.
No, you're not. That's part of your delusion.
I can literally demonstrate
You have
my
delusion.
bullshit claims, which either bullshit is the reality or everybody else is just not figuring out that
Or
well, hell, I don't
you're
know.
a delusional egotist.
Well, that is well, the egoist part is true. I just the delusion part I have a problem with.
Well, yeah, but true delusion, you're not going to see it. We're going to notice it.
Oh, I got it. I got it. So the thing that's in your head, because like we're physically locked in our own head and can't get out, right? That isn't true. It's you rely on all of the other, I'm sorry, dumbasses in society to explain to you what truth is. Oh, come on.
No, I can reality test for myself. I can compare claims.
Okay. Well, so hold up.
To
Is
perception.
it the case that I am capable of convincing a female, by the way, that Asian coochie goes horizontal versus vertical, right? Like, what is that? What's the reality here, right?
But honestly,
That's a funny thing to say,
because
Josh.
I don't know anything about Asian coochies either. Like somebody might have been able to convince me of that too. I don't know.
Well, Jeff is never gonna test that hypothesis, is what he's saying.
Yeah, no, I don't know anything about coochies in general.
Hold up, right? It's not like
Yeah, I hear they're way more complex.
I mean, I've
than
heard people named Joshua's dicks.
Ooh, there's an echo.
Go
Big
inside
echo.
instead of out. So-
Chris, there's like a triple echo.
I triple echo. I don't understand what the hell's happening. I don't know. I put headphones on her.
Sounds like a madhouse.
Sounds like the Borg.
I thought it was going to be me at first, but it wasn't. So, I mean, that's the positive about it, I guess.
No, he's been echoing all night because he and Lyndsey are in the same room.
This is how you
There's
know
no
you're
sound coming
talking
from my computer. I checked. There's no sound coming from my computer. I can't hear her sound. I don't know what's happening.
Now it's not echoing.
This is how you know you're talking to like
Reddington said that when you lean forward, it goes away. If that is a clue to anything.
No, when I lean forward. Okay, when I'm like this, but I don't even. I can
Now
hear
it's
my
echoing.
echo, and I don't understand.
Can we just stick you in a basement so you won't be in the same room?
Yeah, just stick me in the basement.
I just hopped on here to say Happy New Year's, peeps, and Katie wants to say Happy New Year's as well.
Happy New Year.
Double stream with us, man. Double stream.
Hey, what is that? What just came out of her mouth?
Oh, they were doing drink mixers and food coloring
Oh.
in the drinks. So it's,
Happy New Year, Cascadian. You're the only one with a better you have a better female to male ratio than anyone else. So
it just reminded me of like I knew women in Japan, you know, that like tattoo paint on their lips and stuff. And that's what I was telling her what her lips look like. Just look at that up close. Like just look at them lips.
I don't understand. I don't understand why any of y'all believe any of this bullshit, right? Like you don't know she's drinking stuff. What happens to your tongue if you eat ass? What color does it turn?
depends on what you ate earlier that day.
Or Smurfs you blue or the day.
Does that count as a kink? There, expert Jeff.
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, now the Satanist is lying to us now. Okay, I see.
No, I'm not. I know a lot of gay people are into that, but I'm not one of the ones that would know.
Smurfs? People into Smurfs. Is that what you're saying? People into
The Smurfs turned him gay.
Cascadian, I watched your video earlier with that guest. What's his name? Pill Eater?
Yeah, Pill Eater.
Yeah, I liked
He's
what
an
he had to say.
interesting guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was funny. I wanted to ask you, what's your thoughts on like those pride parades when they do the kink? Because I know a lot of people are complaining about that and saying like you can't be doing that out in public, especially when somebody's
No, I
walking
don't think
around
you should either.
assless
I
chaps
am
and whipping and stuff.
I am part of the kink community, and I don't think it should be around children, and I think there's a consensual element to it, and I don't think it should be in private, contained spaces around people who consent to participate in that.
Yeah,
I don't think
that's
it should be in
understandable.
public where they're not consenting to be taken into that particular fetish.
Yeah, and children by law cannot consent, so that's the problem. You know?
Well, and Joshua thinks you all should be put into an oven, but I'm just joking.
It's not an oven; it's a volcano. Like I mean,
only because he wants to make the
But
most
it's gotta
delicious
be
cupcakes.
baked
Joe.
on.
He
But
just
only
wants to
after
make the
him.
most delicious
It's
cupcakes.
just-
Okay? It's not a gay thing. Okay, he just thinks you would taste better than other people. That's all.
I
mean,
just muted
that's a
Lyndsey
compliment
and the
we make.
echo went away.
I don't know. I don't understand how it could be heard. Like,
It's definitely some kind of cross feed between you and her.
that's just so weird.
Well, we already understand how it works, right? See, so even her internet is overpowering you, right? Your family is dominated by women. You're weak. You're so weak that even your internet recognizes you.
I mean, you can think that if you want to. I don't care.
Well, I'm just, I figure like if I can convince
He's telling on
the
himself.
world that it goes the
Yeah, I
other
know.
direction, there's no telling what else I can convince people of. Like I'm the king propagandist here, right?
Did you actually convince someone of that? Because
That's his tactician skills at work. Convincing
That's
some
what I'm laughing
naive
at.
girl that Asians have sideways coochies. That's what he trained for.
Well, hold up. There is
Your military dollars at work.
There is a flip side to this, too, right? Like, there is a flip side to this claim. This is also how like people aren't out watching crazy amount of porn because that's how you can verify it, right? The fact that somebody doesn't know something might imply that they're decent people.
Well, let me ask you this: if you try to convince an Asian woman in Asia that Asian women have sideways,
Oh no!
would that work?
Yeah,
Well,
there's your challenge. Should you choose to accept it?
Hello.
To be fair,
Better
there's-
yet, convince your wife that she has sideways.
That'd
That'd be the ultimate boss level challenge.
I've already convinced
Or at least
her.
convince her that all other Asian women do and only she doesn't.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've
Like
already
she's
convinced
special.
her that white people have the largest member of all of the races.
Yeah,
right?
that's actually
Clearly
true.
a lie,
Like,
but I've
just
got her
reported
convinced.
this actually belonged to a white man.
Yeah.
It's in like the Guinness Book of World Records.
Another white supremacist here on the stream, I can see.
And that one white guy threw the curve off for all the rest of us, and that's why we all have like.
Oh,
this issue.
it's funny because bringing that up reminds me of that episode of South Park where they made
yeah.
fun of Pokemon, and they actually banned that episode in Japan.
How could we possibly ever overthrow you? We have such small.
Oh,
penis.
Chris, that echo is bad.
Oh my
I don't know what to. I don't know what to do.
I'm gonna quit the internet tonight, I guess. Hold on,
Just
let me see what I can do.
Just
don't quit.
alternate
Yeah.
muting. Just alternate muting. That's all.
But it's only when I'm talking, so it doesn't matter.
No, when Lyndsey mutes, you can talk, and it works fine.
But that was such a funny episode of South Park because, like, the Japanese guys are telling the Americans, "You American, you have very large penis. Us Asian man, we have small penis."
I'm from Colorado, so
So what?
South Park.
But I
don't
haven't
know,
watched
I'm
South
from
Park in
Colorado.
years at this point.
That's it.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something about in Colorado they just come bigger or smaller or something. Or I don't know.
Matt Stone and Trey Parker both went to Columbine High School.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think that there's a lot of weird stuff about Colorado, which is why Colorado is the worst state I've ever been to because there's something off about Colorado. I can't place it, but Colorado is a very creepy fucking place in my opinion. Like I can't describe it.
I mean, it made me. Ooh.
Utah and Colorado are very creepy fucking places.
What's creepy about Utah? I want to move there. I love Utah. Is it the Mormons?
The Denver airport?
Yeah, I think. I don't think you. Have you been to Utah before?
Nope. I mean,
I have many times.
I have.
Well, I know like those crazy Mormon cults. They're in Arizona, like the Warren Jeffs cult, where he had like multiple wives, and then he got arrested because some of them were minors.
Well, apparently, I found out last night they don't like to be called Mormons. They like to be called Latter-day Saints. Okay, and they're very sensitive about that.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, they don't like to be called Mormons at all anymore. Nowadays, like the main Mormon branch just wants to be called Christians. Like they've really made like a lot of revisions to their theology.
Yeah, I bet.
And it's funny because I have a friend that's Mormon, and she was hanging out with another guy, and I was explaining to both of them that like if they're built on traditions, they wouldn't be revising like all of their theology if there was a traditional foundation to begin with.
Well, the Mormons have built into their doctrine that they can revise it. Like if the council meets and decides they want to change the doctrine, they can't. So it's very mutable.
Right.
Can you hear me now?
The Catholic
Whatever
Church
their
has done
needs
that
are
plenty
at
of
any given
times.
time.
But then you talk to ortho bros about stuff like that, and ortho bros will just go like, "Oh no, there's no way we could revise our theology," and it's like, I don't know. Like earlier councils did kind of do that.
Well, technically, they don't revise it; they just reinterpret it. That's the difference.
Yeah,
or they under contextualize it. I mean, in my opinion.
Wow, Saint Great.
Right.
I can still hear that girl talking. Are they still talking about the sideways coochie?
The coochie? Is
Oh
it on
yeah, Josh
Joshua's
was talking about sideways coochie for Asian chicks.
It's multiple women talking at once, and Joshua probably has a lot of sideways coochies around him right now too.
Well, it was funny because I remember someone once asking if black women had purple coochies, and I could tell just from being around one that that's not true.
Just from being around the coochie or being around the
Yes,
woman?
because like I hung out with someone
You
of
hung out with a
African
black coochie
descent.
once,
I could tell. I could
and
say
how
that
did that
that's like a
conversation go?
myth.
Dude, Cascadian, you must have the biggest balls out of all of us. You're talking about vagina next to your old lady in the experience, dude. I bow down to you. I bow down, bro. You were the
Dude, I've had a lot of experience with it, so like I'm a connoisseur at this point.
So the question is it purple?
That's just funny, Josh. You're just like, it's just like when Duke Nukem said, "I've got balls of steel."
Joshua, it thinks he is Duke Nukem.
No. I'm telling you now, if I'd have said what he said in front of my old lady, I guarantee you my balls would have been like cut off, thrown across the room, maybe run over a couple times in the vehicle.
Well,
right? He's the boss.
Well, that's why she doesn't speak English, right, Joshua?
This is technically true. She is taking English classes. Can't deny it.
I am.
How cold is it there?
I just think we need some more people on this panel to pop their shirts open a little bit so we can get this prog rock band where we've got me and Jeff have got started going here, like off the ground here, because like.
It's funny because like when you talk about prog rock, people used to say it like it was like the most pretentious genre of music, but no, there was a lot of good prog rock bands and songs and all that stuff.
That's jazz by far, most pretentious.
Yeah. Now, if we're talking about like a band like Dream Theater, it's a different story because like it was pretty funny that like when Mike Portney used to be their drummer, he had like a ridiculously large drum set, and it was so big that the tour, but they had to have a separate truck for it.
No, yeah, I know. I've known bands like that before too. There's a lot of metal bands that have that thing like that. A lot of those guys that play in those kind of like prog metal
Echo.
bands too. There's the echo again. God damn it.
Resistance. Hey, Chris, can you just say resistance is futile real quick?
Resistance is futile.
Oh, with the echo, I mean.
Is futile. I don't know.
Oh,
The
well,
echo went
that's
away
funny
now.
because there was like an old meme online of like a Barack Obama as the Borg, and it said "resistance is futile." And then one time during a protest, they had like a picture of a baby being aborted, and it said "abort the Abomination."
Wow.
Wow.
Classy. That's pure
I
class.
know,
Right there.
it's so crass. It's so crass and crude that they did something like that.
So I guess Joshua
Let him go.
he's proved who the cuck is on this panel.
His wife suddenly became aware of English language, and so he's probably going to be missing. So
She became self-aware. He had an AI Vietnamese wife now.
yeah, exactly.
Waifu.
The machine lies, indeed.
Well, we have like 5 minutes before the next.
So somebody else.
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year.
Who's gonna be a man now?
I'm trying to find one for Chicago, but I'm not having any luck. I found something in New Orleans.
I'm gonna exit very quickly, and I'll try to come back when I can. But Happy New Year to everybody at Machine and Lyndsey, Chris, Cascadian, Jen, X, Jeff. I'll be back soon, but just try to get on without me, and don't tell Joshua's wife what he's been saying, please.
Oh, I don't no. Me and Joshua's wife don't ever need to talk.
Me either.
Come on, Cascadian, pop that shirt up and come on, man. Let's join the club here. Like we got join the chest hair club.
Sunglasses and chest hair. That's what's in this
You
year.
need sunglasses. You need some chest hair, man. Come on, this is the dream, man.
I'd wear them, but I can't see. So
I'm half convinced just because like the way that the machine's video quality is, I'm half convinced that his clothes are his hair, so I'm not really like calling him on it.
I found some karaoke in New Orleans at Cat's Meow. It's one of the big bars on Bourbon Street, so maybe we'll ring in the next New Year there.
You been to Bourbon Street, Jeff?
I used to live in the French Quarter. I live like 3 blocks from
What was
Bourbon.
that like? Was there a lot of
It's
awesome
fun.
music there?
There are a lot of awesome.
Yeah, and it was fun, but I had to leave because I realized if I stayed there, my life was going to go nowhere. Like
Right.
if I wanted to do anything productive with my life, I could not live in the French Quarter.
Oh, have you ever heard of the Dirty Dozen brass band?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't listened to them that much. I mean, I'm more familiar with like the old school jazz musicians, like Louis Armstrong, Sidney Bechet.
Oh,
Interesting thing about Sidney Bechet is like he ended up moving to France like the last 9 or 10 years of his life, and he said it was way better than living in America because they actually treated him like a human being and not like a second or third class citizen.
Hey,
I had a friend that lived in France, and he said it was horrible.
Right. But this was back in the 50s, like if you were a black man who was an expat living in Europe, you were going to have a much better life than you would if living in America, where you had to deal with Jim Crow segregation.
While I have Cascadian and Machine, while I have you guys here on the panel, I want to ask you. I mentioned this the other day, and but you guys are the two people that I think might actually be interested in this. I was considering starting like a once a week podcast where it's specifically to highlight masterpieces of music that people don't hear, that people that just don't know about. They're just going to go into like what makes it amazing, and just kind of have and then do an open panel about it, so like that. And I thought if I had you, because you're really into a lot of like weird world music stuff that I have no idea about, and Machine Lies knows indie hip hop better than I do. And so I thought if the three of us, if each of us came up with like a different song or a different piece of media, for every episode, and we kind of talked about each one of them, it might be pretty interesting. I was calling it the no hitters.
I'm gonna we're coming up on our countdown, so I'm gonna share the.
I was just gonna say really quick, I'm like one of the biggest music nerds on here. So like if you just bring up any kind of random music, I'm just gonna like find whatever. Like Katie could tell you how big of a music nerd I am.
Yep, they are.
Oh, hang on, maybe I'll.
Here, this is the Dallas one. All right. Is it related?
Is it Dallas?
Yeah, sure
Yeah,
is.
let's do Dallas.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
All right. I didn't even realize it was midnight here already.
Okay, maybe we can see your ball better at least.
No, it's below the camera level. You can't see it.
I see it.
Over. It went over your head, I guess. That's okay.
Oh, never mind. I guess. It's blue.
It always is.
So it's just a cam. It's silent. I guess we have to make our own. New Year, Chris, and everyone else in Central Time Zone. Woo!
Yeah,
woo.
that ball literally cannot drop because it is.
It's a whole like
Yeah, it's an entire
hotel.
like restaurant type.
It went off. I see a little bit. Oh, there it is. 9, 8. So they're making the ball be the countdown.
That's the
Seattle usually does good stuff.
Reunion
Sometimes they have
Tower.
drones.
There you go.
Ooh, this is way better than anything New York City did.
Ooh.
Yeah, it
Look
is.
at
Take that. We're Texas.
Woo! Happy New Year. Y'all are now, Chris and Lyndsey are coming to us from the future. So is Machine.
Yeah.
That's the Reunion Tower, Chris.
Yes,
Y'all are
Reunion
in
Tower
the
is
new
what's called.
year.
We've been up there one time. It is a it's a view. You could see a lot of stuff from
You
there.
can see where JFK got murdered from up there. But speaking of which, the JFK murder, there
is
was
that
more.
drone stuff?
There was no. This is a fixed cam from one of the other.
One of the other buildings. Yeah, this
Other
is from another
buildings.
skyscraper.
But there were
Oh.
so many people down at where JFK got murdered today. I was like, what's going on down here? Are we having a protest?
Was it New Year?
I think so.
They were there for New
Yeah,
Year?
there's a lot of tourists. That's
A
all.
lot of tourists.
Oh, I see. So is that just projection onto a surface,
that's
or is
loud.
that?
Happy. That's
No,
the
no,
other.
they're actual lights. They're actual lights. It's not
That's
projected.
another building. The one with the.
Yeah, the one that
Oh.
says 2024. That's like this big building that has a bunch of like LED strip lights. That
The one with Rosie the River. Oh, there's New Orleans. Yeah, that's how they do it.
Man, like the fireworks outside of our house right now, it just sounds like someone shooting off a gun. It just sounds like someone bang, 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 bang. It doesn't sound like a car assault. It sounds terrifying.
All right. Well, I'm very happy with Dallas. So I guess the next one will be Denver, or maybe Provo, Utah. If they're
So
even doing
Denver
it.
would be right now because they're an hour behind us.
Man, they're
So-
really going off this year. This is the most
Hey, look
impressive
at
one I've
that.
seen. That's actually pretty impressive. There's been some amazing fireworks displays here. I've seen. I usually don't get impressed by fireworks displays, but there's been some here in this city that I've been like shit. Like they actually impress me. What you can do with explosives, colored explosives.
I guess I decided that everyone was gonna put all their money into the Reunion Tower fireworks this year.
Because it looks like the Reunion Tower is blowing up. It looks like it's exploding.
I remember. Mhm.
I keep expecting to turn into a terrorist attack any second.
Woo!
Hey, I've got a quick question. Do any of you remember the show Gargoyles?
Of course,
Wow,
yeah.
I do.
I watched that show all the time growing up. Yeah, it's a good show.
Yeah, that was a very intelligently written show. Katie
Had a whole
wants
bunch
to
of
watch
Star
that
Trek
after
TNG
we
people
hop
in it.
off of it. After I hop off of this.
So you and Machine, you'd be down for doing for putting together a podcast like that?
Oh yeah. Have you guys ever heard of Black
I'd be down
Saint
for it too.
Black Saint and the Sinner Lady?
Black Saint and the Sinner Lady. No.
Isn't that album from Charles Mingus?
Exactly.
Yes.
Cassidy. Charles Mingus. That is such a pivotal record. You know.
It is. Mingus was like I haven't listened to a ton of his stuff, but he was such an influential composer in jazz music because he was just very progressive and forward thinking. Like he wasn't quite avant-garde jazz, but he was like almost there.
Yeah,
Especially when Eric Dolphy played for him.
Yeah, Mingus and Coltrane. I've listened to a lot of Mingus and Coltrane. Like that's
Oh
like,
yeah, Coltrane's Ascension. That is one crazy album.
oh my god.
Cold
Have you ever heard,
Yes.
have you ever heard Meditations?
Yeah, I've heard Meditation. Another crazy one was Ohm. And the funny thing about Ohm is that wasn't even meant to be released.
Yeah. Yeah, Meditations. Oh my god. You know,
Yeah, Pharoah Sanders, fiery sax playing. But Pharoah Sanders' solo stuff is pretty good too.
yeah, Pharaoh
Like,
Sanders.
you can't go wrong with Pharoah Sanders' discography.
Oh yeah.
Same
Yeah,
with
Pharoah
Alice
Sanders.
Coltrane. Alice
Yeah,
Coltrane has some heavy hitters too.
Oh, Alice Coltrane is one of my favorites. Yeah, Alice
Oh
Coltrane.
yeah, Journeys to Sachinita.
Yeah. Yep, Alice Coltrane, Pharoah Sanders, and Sun Ra. I think I've, you know.
Oh damn, Sun Ra.
Yeah.
You're
they're so loud.
language right now when you talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
I said the fireworks are so loud.
Yeah. I've been listening to that for years.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff nowadays is called spiritual jazz on Rate Your Music. So if you go on Rate Your Music looking for that stuff, they just listed it all under spiritual jazz.
Have you ever heard of the DJ NeuroJack?
No, but I know like Alice Coltrane, she performed with Joe Henderson and it was an album called Elements, where it was talking about like the 4 elements, you know, like air, fire, wind, and water and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was pretty fascinating.
Yeah,
Go Dallas, go.
Well, this is gonna be a cool stream that we're gonna do because you guys are gonna both educate me on all this like jazz stuff that I don't know anything about, and then I'll educate you guys about a bunch of weird indie shit you've never heard of. So you know.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna mute one. Yes.
Yeah, because I've heard a lot of like the new type of jazz too, like from the Sonar Collective. Like they have like a lot of electronic jazz that's very cutting edge, like from like Helsinki, and I'm in Finland, and I mean a lot of it's from a lot of Eastern European countries. It's strange, but yeah. There's also a German group very popular called Jazzanova. You know,
There's also Sons of Kemet, The Comet is Coming, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, they got really really interesting as you said, quote unquote spiritual jazz that is extremely cutting edge for its time. I mean we're living in a time where like that type of new age like philosophy is like, you know, fairly pervasive, and yet nobody knows about this music that came out like 20 or like 30 years ago. I remember like playing this for like a lot of essentially white girls and like impressing them. Right? You know,
Well, funny thing about spiritual jazz is there was a record label called Strata East that had a lot of spiritual jazz releases for it in the 70s. But believe it or not, their biggest, highest selling album was from Gil Scott-Heron.
Oh, I just played Gil Scott-Heron on my show yesterday. By the way.
Sweet.
Yeah, I played Winter in America. Have you ever heard?
Yes, that was the album right there, Winter in America. That was their highest album.
That's such a great fucking album. That's, oh my God. People who don't, people listen to music and they've never heard Winter in America. It's like, go fuck yourself.
See, I like this. You know, I left the South a long time ago to feel, like not a nerd anymore and stuff. And then like I come full circle and I feel like a nerd around you guys. So I appreciate that. I like that.
I mean, that's just the way it is. Yeah, I just want to play like a few seconds of the song. We won't play enough of it to get copyright struck. Don't worry.
No, I thought I was a music nerd, but you guys know stuff that like I know Death Cab for Cutie, you know.
Yeah, but this song is just for tonight. This is just.
Wait, is this copyright?
I'm only
Don't
gonna
play
I'm
this
only gonna
copyright.
play like
Less than 30
No,
seconds.
no.
10 seconds.
Jeff shut it
No.
down.
Come on, Jeff, you're a rebel. Come on, like that ancient
I
spirit.
don't want to risk the stream. This stream was too
Want me to
good.
sing
We
it?
got the sideways coochie.
This
I don't
is
want
the
to lose
new
any of this.
year.
Sideways Coochie.
That's what we must do all we can to protect the sideways coochie, please.
Yes, do not put the coochie in jeopardy.
Okay.
No.
I just want to play. I was going to play 15 seconds at the beginning of the song.
No. They have bots that crawl and can detect machine.
Yeah, they have
gets
bots.
all
Like
the
it was
time.
weird because I posted an album on my channel that's out of print, and they copyrighted claimed it.
Oh, that's great. That means they just make money from it.
It was like some album from Hollis Gentry. You know, the guy who used to play saxophone for that smooth jazz group Fat Burger, and they still copyright claimed it, even though it was released on a record label that went out of business in the early '90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to risk it. I don't know how Machine gets away with half the stuff he plays.
Yeah, I don't know how you get away with the Machine. Like you're playing Sade on your stream once.
It's because he's a J-E. No, I'm just joking.
You either have to play some. I don't know what happened.
I actually I was trying to get rid of that screen and it kicked him out.
Yeah, you
He'll be
either
back.
have
Lyndsey,
to.
just tell him to come back on.
Yeah, but you either have to play stuff that's like really, really well known. Like you could probably play like Charles Mingus, because it's literally
what just happened was
I just kicked you by mistake. I was trying to get that screen off.
NeuroJack said that's because he's a J-E and then my screen went black.
I was on Talcott's last night, and he asked me a question. I started to answer it, and my lights started to flicker.
Oh
and my
yeah,
whole
I saw that. Yeah, I
screen,
saw that.
like, refreshed, and my router went out, and I had to reboot. And it knocked me completely off the stream. It was creepy.
Yeah.
Like just my lamp started to flicker.
You got hit with that energy weapon, but yeah,
something.
And I wasn't even going to play that clip from YouTube. I was playing it from Yahoo Video, which I doubt would even got us copyright strict.
The echo's so bad I can't even.
I was just gonna say really quick, I'd love to stay on a lot longer, but like Katie's been waiting for me, so I gotta.
Yeah, she deserves you. Go ahead and.
All right, thank you so much.
Katie, you're selfish, and I hope you're ashamed of yourself and have a good time.
No,
right.
Katie.
Happy New Year's to you. You're all a bunch of great people, and I'm glad that we're going into the new year, staying tight and all that. Yeah. So, anyways, Happy New Year's, you all, and to all a good night.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah, thank you.
Bless you all. Peace and
Happy New Year.
Oh man, that was a very productive conversation, I think, because I didn't know that he was into the jazz like that, but yeah, if you play like really popular stuff or really underground stuff, they don't pop you for it. But if you play like stuff that either new or or just popular on its own, then you'll get hit for it. I think Chris is trying to figure out his audio issues there. But yeah.
The headphones didn't work.
Is it echoing?
No, not currently. Because y'all are both on headphones. I don't know how it's even echoing.
I don't either.
You have everything turned off.
Her room mic, like there's nothing besides coming through her headset mic, and it's not very loud. So I don't understand it.
When she's on mute, we can hear you. So it's something it's picking up from her. Like you're picking up something from her. Or she's picking up something from you.
I do not know which one it is. I can't figure it. Every time I try to go back and forth, it doesn't make any sense. So just have to deal with it. If
it wasn't doing it earlier today at all when we were playing.
Yeah, I know. When we were streaming earlier today, it had no issue. So I don't get it. And that was when we were both on. I was on the headphones and she was on the camera microphone. So that shouldn't make any difference. But maybe it's the lights. Maybe the lights are causing the echo. I don't know.
Maybe it's the Baphomet.
Maybe it's the Baphomet. Maybe your Baphomet's cursing us, Jeff. You're thinking about that? You're thinking about maybe Satanism?
Blame it on the scapegoat Baphomet.
I mean, that's kind of his thing, though, right? The opposer. So
I know y'all make Satan responsible for everything wrong in the world.
But I mean, he takes responsibility for it. I mean, like he says he does. I mean, he's the opposer. Like, what do you want to do with that?
You know, Christ acts like he's the one to show up and take all the burdens of the world.
He
but
does.
It's really
He takes the burden on himself for salvation, but it's still
Satan's the real
Satan.
scapegoat.
You ever heard that?
Palmer
You heard the
did.
Cake song? "Satan is my motor." I love that song. Satan is my motor, motor. Hear my motor purr.
Well,
Ever hear that song?
the more I grow older, I see the destructiveness of just pride itself. It's got some vicious elements to it.
I
think
only have pride in an ironic sense. Does that count? I'm ironically prideful because like I don't really have to be all that proud. But like this whole like get up like just me, this is pure irony to me. But what I told him on the stream earlier. Were you here when I talked about when we were riding the bus and we made a stop at a gas station and there was like 3 black ladies at the counter when I went and got a soda and they were like, "Boy, you look fly as a tack," and I was like what? I've never heard "fly as a tack" for my life. That is permanently in my lexicon now. I'm gonna be telling people they are "fly as a tack" all the time. That is my new phrase.
Yeah, but you say it like a white boy though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you want me to make the black voice, Jeff? Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah,
you want me to be
you gotta do
racist?
black boy.
Should I
Because
go
it's
blackface
more
on
than
you?
just the word. It's carrying an entire sentiment. Boy, you fly as a tack.
This stream is fly as a tack. Let me tell you. Okay.
Yeah, life, liberty, Christian nationalism, and the pursuit of sideways coochie.
That is the American dream.
Amen to
That
that.
is at least 2024.
So that there,
maybe Christian nationalism is out. Maybe
just
that was
like a fat roll that you mistook for the.
If Trump just came on TV and said that, all our problems would just be going away.
Who said?
Oh my god. Yeah, that was the only. I was like, maybe there's another New Year's themed song I could play. I can't think of a single other song that's themed New Year's. So like I didn't have
ABBA has Happy New Year. That's
yeah, that's ABBA, and therefore it's Nazi. So you know ABBA were Nazis, right?
Because they were sweet white.
No, they were actually Nazis. I'm just kidding. I don't think ABBA was. It's actually but what was Ace of Base was. The guys from Ace of Base were literally Nazis. They literally were. But the song I saw the sign is talking about the swastika. Did you know that? Does anybody else know that? The Ace of Base, one of the most popular bands of the '90s, they were spreading Nazi propaganda. Nobody would know it. The song.
Are you just trying to be funny?
I know, but this is serious. This is actually the truth. The song "All She Wants Is Another Baby" is literally in the video. It's literally the girl that's like pregnant and everything is wearing like a Jewish necklace and stuff like that. It's literally the song is about how like the Jews are like are like trying to be a drain on the societal like
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
But they've admitted to it. It's not.
Who has?
One of the main guys
Well,
from ABBA
put the link where they admitted, and then
okay, I gotta find it. Yeah. Takes forever.
We're anti-Semites. We hate Jews. We're publicly making a song against Jews by our records.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, Lyndsey's going to bed, so tell Lyndsey good night.
Oh, well, good. Yeah, that's right, because it's after midnight where you are. Good night, Lyndsey, and
peace.
We'll see you again.
Yeah. Have a blessed night. Sweet dreams.
Okay, now granted, the sources that are Vice and HuffPo, not necessarily always the most trustworthy, but I don't see the article that I read a long time ago, so these are the ones that are coming up. But it's not even like this isn't even like an uncommon thing that has been talked about. Vice and I love you too, sweetie. Both Vice and this HuffPo piece both talk about the Nazi connections from Ace of Base.
Okay, this
Lyndsey,
is what they say. It's he has ties to a political party that also leans uncomfortably, which is subjective, toward the hate group side of the spectrum. I can't think of a more circumspect way of calling someone a Nazi.
Okay, I did not read these articles. Like I said, this is not the article I read. There is one that breaks it down. Where
This is like this to me. This is somebody like in search of a story.
Yeah,
this is where he found a database. Alt expert was a neo-Nazi skinhead.
Yeah, my guy is gonna be Martin Heidegger, that I always bring up, and then people are like, yeah, but that guy's a Nazi. You know,
but you can say, because people say that about Nietzsche too, like because his stuff got
Nietzsche
repurposed by the Nazis.
Yeah. That's why it's not fair with Nietzsche, because he was already dead by the time all of that started.
Yeah, but even if Heidegger was a Nazi, you still have to evaluate his ideas on their own merit and in the context of the ideas that they're
in terms of his writings on technology. It almost has nothing to do with like any form of Nazi ideology, and probably even opposes it in certain respects. You know, so it would just be really, because I don't really get down with Heidegger's metaphysics and all of that, the phenomenology and all of that type of stuff. I mean, not phenomenology, but what is it called? It's called phenomenalism or whatever. You know, the Hegel like theory is of their like theory of, like, I guess how empiricism is wrong. You know, have you guys ever heard of that?
Is wrong. Empiricism works. Heidegger was the one in philosophy class that the teacher, he passed out excerpts of him for us to make fun of.
Yeah, because there's this guy named Edmund Husserl.
Yeah, he was phenomenology.
Yeah, that's kind of like the base of that. You know, is Husserl. You know, and then he builds off of that, the phenomenology of Husserl.
Oh, so Husserl came before Heidegger?
I'm pretty sure.
And Heidegger built on him? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what I know. Yeah, that's what I know.
Because Heidegger's whole enterprise was design, being, like exploring. It was more like ontology.
Yeah, exactly. So
and
it's
the
like
being caught in time, which I guess is kind of where the ego influence comes from.
Yeah, so that's why it goes to like very technical, like sort of metaphysical philosophy. But then when he brings it down to technology, it gets interesting, because he tries to talk about nature and technology, and how technology is kind of repurposing nature, you know, in a way, and he gets into really interesting, like, kind of existential questions, you know, with that whole thing. So he's got a work called, yeah.
No, go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that he's got a work called on the question concerning technology, and it's very influential. So much so that when CBO and EBT brought those tarot cards up, one of them was Martin Heidegger, the question concerning technology. But yeah, it was interesting. But yeah, go ahead, Neuro.
There's a lot of things I wanted to get into, but I'm gonna resist it just to
Why? Didn't that else
keep it as lighthearted as possible. But well, I'll see how quickly I can get there. But I'll start here. Do you know that? What did you think about Southern Israelites' postulation that everything we're seeing is the result of bad metaphysics on the account of Christians, and that's kind of why we are where we are? Is that an accurate depiction of the situation, or is that, without detail? I mean, you can get in detail if you want, but do you think that's accurate, or kind of like a oversimplification, or what do you think?
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit, but then I wanted to know what his opinion was about Paul, you know, and his and Paul's opinion on Judaism, you know, because I agree with him about the Christian metaphysics part, because he's talking about how Christianity has been like sullied by like pagan metaphysics, and that's something I also, as you probably well know, I hold to that stance. So that's basically the main reason I brought him on my show, was that one particular question and how it affects the 16th century thought, especially concerning the Protestant Reformation. So I think he was, giving a lot of explanations there that seemed to hold up, and I mean, even so much that a routinely Catholic sort of mind, like Enslaved by Tortellini, was able to grasp his conception. So I think that was easy enough to see that I was basically that's a a legitimate line of inquiry there. But then on the question of Paul's support of Judaism, I wanted to more press into him on that, and maybe that would be more of a debatey kind of a topic with him. So I disagree with him on that. By the way, there is a large number of views on that video. If you guys have ever seen, like, that video is a monster.
The one from last night?
Yeah, the one that you guys were in too. Yeah.
It was one of your better ones until all the flat Earth crap started, and then the conversation afterwards when the religious cuckoos came on.
Well, I kind of wanted those guys to more open up the flat Earth portion of it, because we were already like I wanted to get like a significant amount of religious topics on the table, like that one question that NeuroJack just asked.
I guess it worked.
Yeah, and then after that, I wanted to get into the flat Earth, because the bunny guy, from Staten Island, Mikey from Staten Island, he's very intrigued by that line of inquiry, and I thought that we could press into like his views on science, because he basically rejects the scientific worldview.
I would have been interested in that. It got to. I'm just not interested in like
that's the thing, is
obscure theology that religious geeks do. But and then Pops came in and blew the whole thing up, which I was grateful for, and then we could have a real panel.
Is that if you get these flat Earth guys, there is something interesting about them, because you can kind of get them to unveil why they reject modern science.
Right, that's what I see. I see the psychology of it, and that's why I lose interest, because I'm dealing with the psychology and kind of mental health side of it more than their philosophical arguments.
Well, what Pop said really stuck out to me, because that was the end of the conversation when he said that the Bible canon was produced under the supervision of the Masonic Order. I had never heard of that before, and I couldn't find that council he was talking about, the Council of Chalcedon. Do you guys know anything about that at all? Or?
No, we gotta ask Pops about that when we get on his stream. Yeah.
Well, because they were agreeing about that council, but I never heard of that council, so I don't know when it was, or who is the Catholic Church or what.
Freemasons started way after the canon was, because there was a Hebrew canon, and then the Christians came along and created the Christian canon, and Freemasonry came way after that. So I don't know how it could be under supervision of a group that didn't exist at the time.
I just thought that was so adorable that the dude had his pops, and the dude was.
Yeah, I was grateful though, because Pops is the, because I kept trying to go on the panel, and every time I pull it up, it was that religious nerd spurg out. And then when Pop started his thing, everybody left, and I'm like, oh, thank God! Now we can have an actual conversation.
And he's like, and I'm like, who's this guy backstage? And I'm asking him to turn his cam on, and the bunny guy goes, oh no, that's my pops. He goes, hey, that's my pops.
Was it really his pops?
And then he puts hashtag you can't fool pops, and that's his channel. And the guy actually has a channel called You Can't Fool Pops, and it's a picture of him. Like,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, talking about like
that was like a positive example of trolling.
And it's funny because he tries to get his own pops to get his back, and he's like, Pops, you know what I'm saying, right? And his pop starts going, yeah,
At
Mikey, you
him.
gotta let the guy talk. You gotta let the guy talk, Mikey. You can't be talking
No.
over people. That's what you do with me.
Yeah, I was there for that part. That was amazing. That was amazing. That dude's dad was like, dude, you can't be doing this. I like this. That was one of those epic stream moments I've ever
I know.
seen. It really was. Like some
That
dude's
was
dad came
actually
on
great.
stream and was like, man, son,
We
look, this
we
is
could
just
play it.
you.
Well, do me a favor if you don't mind, Jeff. Can you play some of that clip that I sent you? It's a commercial, but it's a funny commercial for a band, and I think you'll enjoy it. And I think it's. I just want to get your
Oh, I
take
thought it
on.
was a song. It was copyrighted. Let me pull
No,
it
it's
back
not.
up.
It's not a song. It's a commercial. And but on that note, I watched Pinoid News, who was on your stream last night too,
Yeah, I
and
was
him
watching
and
too. Yeah, he
dude, that
shouted me
they.
out. Did you see him shout me out?
I didn't see that part, but they were having a very interesting conversation, and they were talking about shit that I try to talk about, but in a more intelligent, better way than I do. And I was like, wow, these guys are pretty fucking smart, even though they sound like Ninja Turtle New Yorker guys or something, you know? Like this motherfucker over here, over here. But they were saying intelligent stuff. It was very interesting to me.
Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
I've known several guys like almost like the Guido types that were like super intelligent, like hyper politically intelligent people, and like
Yep.
it's always fun. It is always funny to have conversations with them because they sound like they're from The Sopranos and or something like that, but they're talking about like, yeah, I just knew that he was actually kind of it was like back in my political experimentation days whenever I actually flirted with being an activist back whenever I was like in my early 20s and stuff. Mostly I was trying to meet girls, to be honest. I mean, that's why most guys do it. And
Yeah, that's how a lot of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how a lot of these Arab guys are here. You know, they're like second and third generation, Americans. You know, just like these other guys are like Sicilians and stuff.
Mhm.
You know, so yeah, so they have a lot of similarities with these Arab guys who came here whose families came here in like the 70s and 80s. You know, essentially.
Yeah, I used to hang out with a bunch of Sicilians and Italians when I lived in New York for a little while, and yeah, I get along surprisingly well with those dudes because they're just so fucking opposite of me. Like they say whatever the fuck they're thinking to whoever the fuck they want, and I really enjoy that attitude.
New Yorkers for that reason. Jack, if this gets my stream shut down me and you.
All right, let's fight. I don't.
He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, I like it. I love his music. I love his music, but I'm pretty sure he's involved in some shit. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe so. I met him. Whenever he was drunk. When I met him, he was.
Well, good. I'm glad he's nice. If I get a copyright strike.
He was on tour. He was on tour with the Eagles of Death Metal as a drummer for a little while, and
yeah, that's his best friend. That dude.
Yeah,
that dude is a Catholic priest and rock star, and self-admitted meth addict and all that. And I watch his stream sometime, and when the Israel Gaza thing happened, he was like totally pro-Israel, but he was in he was at his friends were the victims of the balaclava event. So I mean, I'm not justifying what he's saying, but I just I get it, I guess, if you come from that particular thing, but I think that there's a whole underlying thing about that. I'm not sure what it is, and I'm not going to speculate, but I think there's a whole other side of that.
I don't know. I mean, I've met Dave Grohl too, and Dave Grohl definitely has a weirdly dark energy to him.
Oh yeah, he's definitely. Dave Grohl is absolutely like some sort of warlock, in my opinion. I think that he has something to do with Kurt Cobain dying.
I think he's too.
No, he is absolutely.
Out.
I absolutely think he's on drugs. I mean, he's definitely like a warlock of some sort, in my opinion. I think he had. I think he was involved in killing Mr. Someone, Anyways, I'm not going to say it.
I don't agree with that. I think that was.
So wait, you think this guy's a murderer?
I'm not saying that he's that. I'm just saying that I think he knows something more than what he would admit.
I will say that. Okay.
Do you ever take reality as it appears?
Dave Grohl showed a lot more. He was a lot more upset about Cobain's death than Love was, and there's like 2 documentaries about like the whole Courtney Love thing with connection to that, and that were
propaganda. All propaganda.
You think it's all propaganda? Why?
I was having such a lovely evening too.
Oh, shut up, Jeff.
Sorry, all right. We'll go back to the Satanism stuff.
Yeah, having Satanism, but y'all are spinning off into. Imagine.
Well, I mean, if you want to make a Satanist omelet, you got to crack a few, eggs,
Christian eggs, yeah.
Kill a few chickens. I have that Pops part queued up if y'all want to watch it.
Yeah, sure. Let's that part was hilarious. I'll watch it again.
At least I think it's the part.
It's like 30 seconds before the dude goes off the screen.
Slavery. It's one of the 613.
Dude, so okay, so let's say I'm a let's say I'm a 35-year-old man. I'm working at a factory. I get my hand I get my leg chopped off working on a machine. I'm going to be out of work for years. I can't provide for my wife. I can't provide for my family. Now, you're going to say that we need to go into welfare and have a socialist government that's going to take care of that stuff.
You're taking it into a situation that doesn't exist, and I'm asking you about the situation that does exist.
What are you talking about, dude? Guys lose their ability to work all the time and provide for their families. What are you talking about?
Here's the problem. I have a problem with hypocrites, right? I sat there and I followed the 613 laws the best I could, right? But what I realized, if you actually try to follow them, right, you're going to realize that the laws are wicked.
There was apostates? Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, we're not living.
Do you know how to blow a shofar?
He won't answer the question. He's on the internet. How dumb do you feel right now?
I don't feel dumb at all.
So why is it you just said that I'm demanding people pay me for the book when I just told you before you said that I've given away the book for free for years? And I posted the link in the chat.
Right now, greetings to Bunny's dad. Chris, did you have a question? Or Pops, did you have a question? You know, I think it's echoing, Jeff.
Yeah, it's echoing really bad.
Arguing, and Mike, you got to let the guy talk.
I haven't said a word.
Keep talking over the guy.
I haven't said a word. I just want to know what laws.
You do it to me all the time.
That's all I'm saying.
You got to let people speak and then answer them. You can't answer them while they're speaking. You know what it is? His brain thinks too fast.
This fucking guy, Bunny. This fucking guy. Am I right?
But Southern Israelite, what is the meaning of that name?
This fucking Jumbo.
You believe you're an Israelite?
No, I already answered this. It's covenant theology, Galatians 3:29. All those who have faith in Christ are Abraham's seed. It's just covenant theology. I'm a Calvinist. I don't believe in British Israelism.
So now you believe in the because my parents were Jehovah's Witnesses when I was a young kid, but then my father got out of it because he found a lot of flaws in the religion. So you believe in that man is going to come back, like we're going to have we're going to be reincarnated. We're going to have Armageddon, and then we're going to come back and be judged. Is that what you believe?
No, that's called futurist eschatology. It was created by the Jesuits named Emmanuel Lacunza and Francisco Ribera. They developed that system of eschatology to get the heat off the Pope for being the Antichrist. I believe in historicism. I believe the traditional Protestant historicist understanding of the book of Revelation. I believe that the Great Tribulation took place when Rome sacked Jerusalem.
Oh man, you're a preterist, 78.
No, I'm a historicist.
Well, I agree as well.
What the?
No, I'm not a preterist. No. Look. Just
can you pause just for a second, if you don't mind, Jeff? Sorry, just for a second.
I'm gonna stop it. That's the kind of stuff that makes my head hurt. I believe this. I believe that. I believe this.
No, what were they saying? Because I got very confused. What were they? Can you translate what they were saying right there? Because I got lost right there. Like right when they said all that, I got lost.
I don't know.
All the name dropping.
His whole stance. I guess he was just trying to say that how could you be a guy that believes that it was a tragedy when they sacked the temple, and also be somebody who then rejects the church, and then also be somebody who's a Calvinist, and I think the Calvinism and the Arianism thing didn't really make sense for a lot of people. But I think if you take the sola scriptura thing to its logical conclusion, it kind of does make sense. You know what I mean?
Well, like what they were saying about he interprets the book of Revelation in a historicist. What does that mean? In a preterist? Or what?
He said the Great Tribulation was like like that's being referred to in the Gospels. Like he thinks that that's the temple being destroyed and not like the quote unquote end of the world.
And what isn't that? And EBT said that he agrees with that, right?
I don't know. I don't know if he did. Um, you know, I know that EBT doesn't agree much with his stance, but he wasn't willing to say it on stage because he said he wasn't trying to cause problems for my show. And I thought, well, that's cute because you know, yeah, other times you're here just being a dick to me. So maybe you just don't want to cause problems with your relationship with the Southern Israelite fellow, you know, and now you're, you know, talking to me as if you know what I mean.
Well, and then they
Like,
sent
you
in
know,
the good cops after that. But yeah, I know what you mean.
he's a sycophant in a lot of ways, but yeah, if EBT does sometimes take a literalist interpretation of the text there, and so does the Catholic Church. So you know, yeah, so EBT agreed. Even Reddington says that he agreed. So maybe you guys heard him, you know. But yeah, I'm not sure, you know. Yeah. Yeah, but I know he doesn't agree with the sola scriptura thing, you know, so I was going to ask him to kind of elucidate, you know, his disagreements there or with any of his other stances, you know, because I don't know if you guys saw this, but Southern Israelite made a video of EBT calling him out for debate and saying that he wants to debate him and that he's a retard and all of that stuff. And then when the Southern Israelite guy confronted him to his face on his show, he said, no, I'm actually not ready to debate. So
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's all about. And well, I guess here's what I was going to ask because do you know? Well, first of all, I don't know how you can be sola scriptura, but you don't mention like where you're getting your hermeneutics from because saying that you believe in sola scriptura, but you don't cite on how you interpret
well, he mentions
the
it.
scripture.
He mentions it pretty extensively on his show. He's got a few scholars that whose interpretation he kind of follows and stuff. They're kind of like
hermeneutics is a great word. I love that word.
Yeah, they're mainline like Protestant theologians that he follows. Their
Some of the
names
Western
don't
guys
come to
do
mind
okay.
right now, but he definitely mentions them. You know.
Yeah,
I
no,
think y'all were right about Joshua and his wife.
I think so. Fortunately,
20 minutes.
he's in a spider hole right now with punji sticks.
Well, I'll be back. I gotta go get something to eat.
Wow, leaving us out here to hang out to dry.
That's how it always is, dude. It's fucking. It ends up you
Well,
and me just having a weird conversation about shit.
yeah, we
Nobody
scare
else
everyone. We scared everyone away.
It's like weird paranoid conversation to ramble on.
Yeah. Most people are like sit down at the bar and they're like, "How about them Cowboys?" And we're like, "How about them Masons?" You know.
Yeah.
No, I think I would love for Chris to jump back in here if he could, because I think a lot of stuff ties back into his little theory about the Book of Revelation and stuff like that. Because it seems that every time I bring up the Book of Revelation and how we interpret that, like people get very, very, very sensitive, to say the least. And I don't know why that is exactly. I mean, I have some theories, some conspiracy theories, but I don't have like a solid, sure reason why that is. You know.
Well, I just think it's interesting, and I will point this out that the Church of Ephesus, you know, it's been pointed out that in the you know, by the people who study this stuff, you know, as a contradiction that or a coherent narrative that in Acts it says that you know, according to Paul, everybody in Asia has rejected his teachings. So when he goes to Ephesus, it seems like they've rejected him, and then it seems like the writer of the book of Revelations, John, he may be from Ephesus, you know, so he's actually known to be connected with Ephesus, you know, and it's also interesting that in the book of Revelations, it says that you know, when the angel of the church of Ephesus, you know, like every church has an angel that Jesus is speaking to, and the angel of the church of Ephesus, he commends them for having rejected the teachings of false prophets. So it's very interesting, you know, that like they say that about the church of Ephesus, you know. So I don't know if you know, there's a different Christianity going on in Asia, you know, than there is in Antioch and in you know, Rome, you know, but these kind of three spots, you know, you have these kind of like different spots, you know, for Christianity. And you have Ephesus, you know, you have you know, which is in Turkey, you know, you have you know, Antioch, you know, which is in Syria, you know, and also you have Rome, I guess, and by extension of Rome, Alexandria, right?
Yeah, and they were saying stuff about Alexandria and like a lot of theology coming out of Alexandria, and I was just kind of like, you know, I think the more and more you start looking at that stuff, it's just shocking, like how people just kind of like say things in passing and they don't like put it into context of like, well, why is that?
Well, it's
You know, yeah.
interesting because of two things, because of the Jews and their Hellenization. So it's like, you know, if you're dealing with Alexandria, you're dealing with a population of Hellenized Jews. So you know, when you get to the other parts of my book, I pretty much hammer in that point, you know. So that is one of the main things.
Oh, you escaped.
More like hell yeahization.
Who's this?
Well, actually, that reminds me. I want to ask Joshua Jones before I forget. Why do you hate Philo of Alexandria so much? Because I keep forgetting. I know you said it before, but I
Oh
really
yeah, y'all have your
didn't
fight.
hold it
You
in my
have
mind.
12 minutes.
No, I don't want to fight about that. I want to understand why he hates Philo so much.
It's actually it would. It's not particularly personal to him. It's kind of more of a problem where there was a switch. So if he'd gone like 200 years before Philo, it was kind of like most of the philosophy from Judaism would have mostly been about the concept of do this because God said so, and if you don't, you're just going to die. There wasn't a lot of concepts, or it was to a point. There wasn't a lot of like requesting for reasoning, like why is this the case that, you know, God comes about this. Now Philo, and it's not personal to him, right? You know how progression works, right? So the Jews had to basically compete with the Greeks. Now the Greeks were all about that whole age of reasoning, right? So you now have a culture influence. It's not specific to Philo. It's just
Wait, you call him Philo?
Philo of Alexandria.
Not
He's
Philo?
yeah. He's kind of the go-to guy within academia. He has his criticisms, right? Like there's but if you're going to basically take theology within academics, he's going to be the guy that they're always going to point to. And so he's naturally going to get all the blame. Does that kind of like, I don't know, clarify the position?
Well, I guess I would ask you this: why not just have, you know, Jewish nationalism rather than Christian nationalism then?
Because technically, now I would, right? But I can't. If you're going to go, there's a real big difference between Christianity versus Judaism. So if it is the case,
the blood libel for one thing, you know.
Right. If it is the case that I'm going to abandon Christianity, I'd also have to abandon Jesus, right? It would be like the same concept of like Islam. I'm now going to have to abandon the concept of Muhammad, right? You kind of have to draw a line somewhere. You might be wrong, but you have to draw a line. And because I lack the faith, I can't draw that line.
But you seem to be saying that Jewish philosophy was superior to Greek philosophy. Am I incorrect in that, or?
I would lay claim that if it's the concept of like, okay, like here's the concept of the age of reasoning, or if you want to call it mysticism. Mysticism is the idea that you can get together, you can like kind of like reason your way into knowledge, which is usually not the case, right?
Mysticism has nothing to do with reason.
Sure it is. It's attempting to
No.
find knowledge by basically sitting around and talking your way into it.
That's not mysticism.
Yeah, I like to oversimplify shit just to make how any point can basically be like become magic, right? But then I have that problem within Christianity too, right? I negate all of the magic parts and just say this part probably bullshit, but the rest of it is so useful that it doesn't particularly matter. But anyways, so the idea is nobody particularly really knows. It's kind of like some amount of guesswork has to go into it, and you just own the guesswork. But for me, this is the line I draw, only because I can't really demonstrate it. But now think of this. If it's true that God exists, right? Why do I need reasons? What does it matter? It's kind of like going to your parents and saying, you know what? You've come up with some rules and I feel some equality in justification. So I'm only going to listen to you if you explain why, right? It's kind of like the child basically saying, you know, I know better than the parent.
Well, here's where I would try to narrow down what you're saying. Hopefully this makes sense. Like, if we accept that there is a God, okay, let's say that we could tell every atheist tomorrow, like, there is a God, and they could be convinced of that for pragmatic reasons. Then it becomes, well, what God do we worship, and how do we show our worship of it? Or if we don't worship it, well, how do we act accordingly with this new set of knowledge, right? So, and then, so, you know, what some people might call an evil God, other people might think is a good God, right? So, you see what I mean? Like, how do we differentiate on that, I guess?
We don't, because from our because from a human perspective, everything is going to be subjective. I think we almost agree to that now, right? But now when you walk in the door and say, okay, well, now there is a God, the whole concept of what we think, how we feel about it, and how we rationalize it are actually irrelevant.
Well, unless you believe in something like salvation and a soul and stuff like that, right? I mean, and the fact is, a lot of Christians and Jews did not believe in that, but most Christians do, right?
Well, yeah,
as of now, right?
Yeah, I'm knocking out like modern Christianity. I'm calling all of it cat bullshit, but I'm also calling it that because the same problem that I just basically described with Philo, right? It's not Philo's fault specifically, like the Greeks, that the Greeks had this system to where like they were trying to reason everything, right? It's not Philo's fault. I'm stating that now that door has been opened up, you can never close it again, right? And so it'd be the same concept. I'm just rolling back to prior to that and saying, if it is the case that it's God, you know, that there is this God, right? You accept every aspect, both whatever you consider to be good, whatever you consider to be bad, and you just, well, for lack of words, you just accept it. You eat it, you stand on it, you just deal with it.
Well, here's what I was trying to say in the chat, and I guess we'll have our little fight now. Is if I try to make the same claim about technology, and I said, and I made a case that what you want and technological progress is not conducive to the goal that you just stated there, then would you also put effort towards rolling back technology to get to your original goal, or?
So it depends, right? So like an example would be, see, technology is a tool, just like any other thing, like a hammer, right? A hammer, I can use it to draw a nail. I can also use it to clonk somebody over the head and murder a bastard with, right? So now, is it the hammer's fault that I'm using it as a tool? Like, can I blame the person that built the hammer, right? There's some part of the blame concept that really bothers the shit out of you, because it just like the concept of me blaming Philo. I'm not really I'm honestly not really blaming him because it's not really his fault that he had to contend with the Greeks, or it's not his fault that somebody had to contend with the Greeks, right? It just is the case. Now, if it
but he bastardized his own religion trying to defend it, is what you're saying, and that's kind of what I'm saying as well. Is like if you don't blame the people who invent the technology, but should you blame yourself for using technology, although it goes against your goal of defending your own faith? I guess is what I'm getting at.
I would absolutely use technology to slaughter all of the non-believers, and then turn around and have to turn the gun on myself because I'm in that category. It's just the tool, right? Just like Philo is technically the tool. It's not his fault. It could be very well be the case that Philo felt like his position within Judaism, the thing that he's prescribing, is being contended with by an outside culture that thinks differently, right? And they're rising in popularity. He could have, and if I'm in his shoes, I would come to the conclusion that the Greeks' way of reasoning, right, was so appealing to society that was the actual threat. So I would conclude, and again, it's just speculating. We're not getting inside this dude's mind, right? But I can't fault him for doing whatever he believes to be a necessity to make Judaism a little bit more popular. But it's just the case, right? If you're going to blame somebody, you're going to blame somebody. Go ahead.
Just there may have been proof, that he wasn't doing it for Judaism, and
could be.
And the reason is because of his sort of relatives and their actions and their participation in Flavian's army. So certainly, I mean, you would think that a Jew who's interested in preserving Judaism, who's super interested, they might even turn against Rome, even be a zealot. Well, Philo's family were like the opposite of zealots in that, his, family members like Tiberius Alexander, they actually went and fought in Flavian's army. So they were during the destruction of the Jewish temple. So they probably fought against the Jews and killed a bunch of Jews, So, yeah.
Right, but
they're about to drop the taco.
Yeah, and to be fair, right? That's not even a controversial take, right? The Jews have always been divided. There was always way before. We're talking about literally 600 years prior to the concept of Jesus. There was always that in-crowd fighting. It's kind of like the biggest contention the Romans had, or how they describe it. It was one of the biggest contentions they had with the Jews. They were always bickering and fighting and slaughtering one another. They were almost, as the Romans would, I'm oversimplifying, they were uncontrollable. So, I mean, everybody's got an interest in the fight. They're all coming at it from different perspectives because their interests are really different, right? So I'm trying, when I'm blaming somebody, I'm not blaming him for the thought that was in his head that I might be speculating. I'm just saying that it is the case now that academia points to this guy, right? So I'm really blaming not him directly for being the thing that it's just. Yeah. Another ball drop.
Is this in Mexico or something?
That really doesn't look like Mexico to me.
Congratulations, Joshua. You're officially a man. Your ball's dropped. So.
No, you said taco. You said taco falling. So Taco Bell is sponsoring the New Year's Eve now.
Wow, that's sad.
That's really hilarious.
But at
actually,
least, hopefully, there's tacos inside of it. If there's tacos inside of it, and when it drops, they get to all eat the tacos, and they do what I said they should on New Year's Eve, then I'm totally for it. I will change my opinion immediately. But I'm guessing there's nothing in this thing. It looks like
we're well on our way to Christian nationalism with stuff like this.
I mean, you can't really call Taco Bell Mexican food, really.
No, I know. I'm just We appropriate everything.
Oh, it's Mexican, but it's a phone company. I don't know why you people keep associating it with food.
It's a phone company? What are you talking about?
Taco Bell.
Oh, Ma Bell. Gotcha. Taco Bell. Yeah, gotcha. Has Ma Bell even existed in a long time?
Is that all they do? That was Tucson, Arizona. They do the taco drop. There wasn't a lot in Mountain Time to choose from.
I was
I can't
expecting
believe
like
that's
a
all they
big,
do. They didn't even drop it. They just kind of let it down.
and then you're gonna have to share bites with everybody. I mean, are we still worried about this thing going around and stuff? I mean, geez.
No.
Talk about consumerism.
We want everyone to get it, everyone to die. That's the idea.
Well,
Well, so,
Happy New
okay.
Year, Mountain Time.
Happy New
people.
Year.
Provo is in the new year now.
Yeah,
So
Provo doesn't like you very much, Jeff. I'll just let you know that. I hope you know
Jack,
that.
I tried to save you last night. I could see that trap. It didn't take me long to figure out what was going on. I used to work in mental institutions, special ed classrooms. I tried to tell you, listen to me. I'm going to guide you through this, and you just kept engaging with them.
I know.
mean,
I made a mistake.
You gotta admit, like being in these streams is a lot like being in
They
charge of
pushed your button. They
like
hooked that
classroom.
hook into you, and they just reeled you in all night long. And it was so painful to sit there and watch it.
I just got an idea of how
I agree with you.
I think you can legally get around the copyright strike thing with at least with short clips of music. Because you can clip anything on YouTube that lets you clip it, and you can share that clip no matter what, and it should because it still gives views to the original video. I do believe that you can get around it. I want to test this. Is that okay with you? I shared a screen there.
I don't want to risk it on this one tonight. We can do a test stream like on a different stream, like a practice stream.
All right, I chose a really obscure song that was never released. It was a B-side, but it's fine.
Chris, I wanted you to go into your theory about Solomon's Temple, if you don't mind, just very briefly, if you don't mind, just because I want to hear Joshua's take on it, because I think he has an opinion on it.
Oh, you have an opinion? What's Joshua's opinion on it?
I don't know, but I think he has one.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure he does.
My overall my particular brand or my personal theology when it comes to Christianity, the main thing I came it kind of requires a little bit of like explanation. I came up in a conservative Christian household. I was raised Christian. I was raised in Baptist. My dad was a minister. He was a youth minister and a music minister primarily until I was like 13. And then he literally he had his own problems with the church, and my parents stuck in church for like 10 years. They're back in church now, but in any case, my dad, my parents are really good people and everything, but I went through I had questions ever since I was a child about the concepts of Christ and salvation. I did not understand as a child. I did not understand as an adult the concept of like why God needed to incarnate himself in the form of his son to die for sins that only he would have he had the option to punish or not for. He could just make those not sins if that's what he wanted. He could change anything about it. Like there's nothing there. If he is God, if God is all powerful, then it made no sense that he would have to do this weird workaround with like sending it like, and it also makes no sense like why he would wait, a few thousand years before he did this. It was just like there's like this long time period where everything was blood sacrifices, and then suddenly he's like, hey, I've got, and then just God goes silent for like for like a century or two, and then all of a sudden Christ pops up, and suddenly Jesus and suddenly God and Jesus are all like all nice and cuddly and warm and loving, and everything is about love and fullness and everything. It's a very different message than you get from the Old Testament. And I researched this myself for years and years and years, trying to come to, because like I initially, my initial thing was to be an atheist. That was my initial thing. I became an atheist or agnostic for a long time, but I never could escape Christianity as something that called to me, that felt true. Something felt true about it, despite the fact that from my whole logical brain was just going like, this doesn't make sense. It's just like there's a conundrum at the core of it that I cannot resolve. until after years and years of researching things. The first revelation I had was that there was the possibility and the revelation that the God of the Old Testament was not the same God as the God of the New Testament. Was that there was definitely something different. That led me into Gnostic theology, the idea of the demiurge. And then as time went along, I also found the other piece of this puzzle, but that still didn't solve everything. The other piece of the puzzle was whenever I realized I was looking at Revelations, which I was obsessed with as a child. I was obsessed with Revelations. It was my favorite thing to do. I mean, seriously, I was like 5 and 6, and I used to read Revelation all the time. They're terrifying
Like
books.
play with your soldiers, and you're like, no, I want to play with my book of the Revelations.
Yes, seriously. No, I would like play out like apocalypse scenarios with my GI Joes, dude. I did. This is not a joke. So Lego machine that looked like Legoland. Yeah, Legoland. I played Legos too. But I was obsessed with the apocalypse. There were the apocalyptic scenarios of Revelations. Anyway, and like I was always that was always the reason I was such I'm such a mystery problem pattern recognition, problem solving oriented type of person. I love mysteries. I love looking at like a bunch of mysterious shit and trying to make sense of it. I just love that. It's something that just like it just makes my brain feel good. I guess the dopamine or whatever, but you want to call it. But
I have something to say on that, but I don't want to derail the conversation. When do we get to Solomon?
I'm about to get there.
Okay.
Yeah. This is working Solomon right now. So but what did you have to say though? Go ahead and say it.
No, that's a whole different conversation about your ability to put things together to solve mysteries.
Okay, you think I'm bad at it?
I haven't yet, but that's what I was gonna say. But that's why I didn't want to take you away from Solomon just yet.
Why do you think I'm bad at it?
No, Solomon.
I
and then we'll
want to
fight.
have this conversation now.
Solomon, then we'll fight.
Fred.
I don't want to fight. I can't fight with you anyway, Jeff. We just have conversations.
I mean, it's nothing I haven't said before. I think you get lost in speculation. You don't tie it to facts and evidence and reality. So if you're actually trying to solve a mystery, you get lost in the connecting of dots, and you don't actually connect
I think you
them to
lump
reality.
me in with a lot of the more scattered conspiracy theorists. Whenever
That's why I didn't want to do this.
Yeah, don't conflate him with me. Don't conflate him with me now. Come on.
You both have some of it, and I've called you both out on this many times.
Okay, well let him say his theory on Solomon, and then we'll fight about it.
Okay,
Right.
so the let me pull up the scripture just so I don't misquote it, because I'm afraid I'm going to misquote this thing, and then people are going to be like, oh, it's not really, it's what it says.
I'm the only conspirator on this panel.
No, I'm a conspirator. I know I'm a conspirator, but I know it, and I also recognize the fact that yes, a lot of it is flawed and stuff like that, and some of the things I do believe aren't necessarily right, or I just think they're just things that feel right in some cases, and I don't necessarily think that makes me correct. I'm just saying that what ultimately makes me feel that way. It comes from more like my spirit than it does from my brain. At some point, at some point, I had to start trusting my empathy because my brain would literally just shut down. Okay, so literally, this is from what this is New International Version of Revelation 13. So saw a second beast coming out of the earth, had 2 horns like a lamb, it spoke like a dragon. It exercised all the authority of the first beast on its behalf, and made the earth its inhabitants worship the first beast, whose fatal wound had been healed, and it performed great signs, causing even fire to come down from the heaven to the earth in view of the full people, and filled with the people because of the signs. It was given power to perform the behalf of the first beast. It deceived the inhabitants of the earth. It ordered them to set up an image in honor of the beast. Blah blah blah. Okay, so I'm going to skip over to the end. This calls for wisdom. This is the key part. This is verse 18. This calls for wisdom. Let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. That number is 666. Now, this is a very pointed and very specific line that it reads. This calls for wisdom. First of all, being the key thing there. And it says, let the person who has insight calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. There is only one other reference. Now, usually the Bible, when it's speaking like this, is usually referring to other biblical texts. There is only one other place in the Bible that the number 666 is ever referenced or used, and that is in reference to 2 Kings. And I have to find the thing. It's in reference to Solomon, though. Solomon, and so I'm bringing that up right now. My computer, for some reason, going this Mac is like 30 gigs of RAM. It should not be this slow. It is older though. I'm sorry. I said Second Kings. I guess I meant First Kings. I forgot which one of the kings it was.
Welcome, MC Nemesis, by the way.
Hey, Gen X Jeff. Decided to follow you after you were on the Jack Talcott's panel, and I was like, and I thought you were cool, so I come up here and just hanging out with different people for the new year. Smoking some buds like I usually do, and then I come up here and the one dude he's talking about the Revelation, and I've been into studying more of the Bible recently. So there's that, and I think if I'm not mistaken, the Revelation is something that happens over and over and over again. It's not just a one-time historical event like Rome had a revelation, the medieval time. Like it's a reoccurring thing.
I used to believe that too. I did. I mean, and I'm not saying that couldn't be right. I do not claim that what I believe is the only way for things to be, or that I am 100% right about everything. I do, but what my theory, or what this says, and I'm going to read from 1 Kings 10:14 right now. The weight of gold that Solomon received yearly was 666 talents. And that's the only time that such a number is even ascribed to a character in that sense as well. So I personally believe, and I believe that the consecration of the temple, the temple of Solomon, was centered around the creation of, was trying to incarnate the spirit of Sophia, also known as wisdom in Greek. Solomon himself is known as is synonymous with wisdom. He's synonymous with the concept of wisdom. Literally he wrote he's considered the writer of Proverbs, which is the book of wisdom. He's and the entire Song of Solomon also seems to be very much alluding to this like romance, or this intermingling of himself with some ethereal creature of some sort that is also known as wisdom. And so like I think that Solomon turned himself into an incarnation of the Sophia from creation, and became this avatar for wisdom, and it was part of the plan of the Demiurge in order to fully usurp the authority of God and become the full ruler of the earth. But by doing this, he threw the natural order out of whack, and as Gnostic tradition and Hermetic tradition both claim, and even Christ himself says this when he says, "Whatever you shall do on earth shall be where you bound on earth shall be bound in heaven," which I think is him alluding to as above so below. I believe that whenever Solomon did this, it created an imbalance in the force, if you will, and therefore it necessitated that eventually Christ, the incarnation of the Logos, which is the other half of Sophia, had to happen. And when Christ's life and death, and his crucifixion, whenever that was why it was finished, he completed the cycle, and therefore redeemed Sophia within himself, and that which became as like the Holy Spirit, and therefore they were creating the bridge between the material world which Sophia created and the ethereal world, which is the eternal God. And that if you look at it through that lens, of like Solomon being the Antichrist, and that's the reason why through Mary's bloodline that Christ that was connected to David to Solomon, that Christ must be born. He had to be born from the same bloodline. They had in order for the sacrifice to cancel each other out, or to complete each other, if you will. And therefore it makes the whole salvation narrative make sense, because he wasn't saving God was not saving mankind from himself. He wasn't saving him from himself. He was saving him from the Demiurge, which was intentional, which was an intentional barrier between the true God and man, in order so that man could be raised up without God's direct influence, so that man had a chance to become as God, because you cannot become as something like God with God there guiding you every step of the way, because then you're just copying him. It has to come from something natural. So there needed to be struggle. There needed to be an antagonistic role that. Okay, I mean, you can think that's some mental gymnastics to go around it, Reddington. But I mean, I'm also doing this in like the fastest possible, like, I'm not doing a TED talk on this. I'm doing this in the fastest possible form to try to explain it on the panel. I could go into a lot more detail and make a lot more sense. However, in this limited time format and everything, I'm going into it as quickly and trying to go through it as quickly to explain it as possible, because I don't want to take everyone's time. I don't want to take all night. I could literally do like a 5-hour topic on this where I go
I for one don't understand what you're talking about. I mean, you think that Solomon was the Antichrist, or was
whatever.
So I think it's pretty apparent each age that humanity goes through that we have a system of tyranny, right? And then we have to rise above it. That's the revelation, right? Like Hitler, he represented the Antichrist in the last age. And now,
I mean, that's a perfectly fine interpretation.
William Blake says the same thing,
Yeah.
oddly enough.
And now, Barack Obama represents the satanic devil.
Hey, now.
I mean, he says him at Trump or any politician. So I mean,
Well, Obama's not a fact. Like, he's not representing
I'm just saying.
anymore. I think it would be more like the woke.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It all started with Obama.
I think it started before him, but.
Well, yeah, the roots were in place, but I'm talking about the actual the one that communes with the devil.
The latest manifestation of that was the herald.
Like the devil head and the devil's bride, which there's been rumors that Michelle Obama's a man, that it's a transgender.
Well, right now, I think it's Kamala Harris, if anything. That's why I don't want a President Kamala.
So is that what it is? Is every couple years go by, we're gonna basically just any political figure is the devil, this has been the claim for the last 2,000 years, right? Like
he's saying something a little more subtle than that.
Me?
Well,
Hitler was the Antichrist, and he tried to destroy the fabric of the world and rebuild it. Now,
well, before we go that far, can we just get Machine and Joshua's take on that, and then because I have something to say on that too, but I just want to make sure everybody responds to Chris's theory first.
Take on what specifically? There is so much, bullshit in here. Like, what exactly? Which one would you like me to have?
So it's not just me.
Well, about Solomon and wisdom and Sophia and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. There's archaeological evidence to demonstrate King Solomon was a real person, a real entity.
I didn't say he wasn't. He wasn't.
Okay. So what conspiracy are we questioning?
It's not a conspiracy. I don't believe it's a conspiracy.
Okay. Well, then what's the question exactly, Neuro?
Do you think that there's any interpretation of his that lines up with any other interpretation of that, or do you think that that's just totally
almost
literal? You believe in a literal interpretation of the Bible regarding Solomon and the temple and demons building the temple, or
no? I would never lay claim. Okay, just take certain books like Psalms or things like that, right? You wouldn't basically take you wouldn't apply that same logic to say, oh, I've got country music here, right? If I turn it backwards, right? Because that's the literal interpretation of if I turn the song backwards, right? I get my dog back, I get my wife back, and all of this depressive bullshit goes in a different direction, right? The Bible isn't making claim of a science. It's making claim of like a guidebook to life. You're going to find this same concept. If you were to pick up the Quran, you're going to get the same stuff, right?
I think Jesus' teachings in the New Testament is a kind of a guide to life. The Old Testament's more a historical document.
You're not going to get the same thing if you pick up the Quran. The Quran plagiarized the Bible.
Oh, Jesus Christ, right? See, like you can't even start from the concept of even accepting the fact that some old people, let's see, keep in mind, I'm coming at this from an atheist perspective. I don't believe any of it. However, even my dumb ass can pick up the Bible and take almost anything, or the Quran actually, and pick it up and say, hey, look, this is some really good information for like a guidebook to life, right? Even I can swallow that one. If you're starting off by picking up a book and saying, hey, look, I don't like the fucking title, everything in it's bullshit, you ain't gonna learn nothing. And thus,
how is Josh, your guidebook for life, you using it to justify killing 2/3 of the population? How is that a guide to life? This is like a guide to death.
Okay. Book of Job. Here's a from an atheist perspective, from mine, right? Like we love the Book of Job. Why? Because its opening point is God and a devil make a fucking wager. We can't seem to get past the concept. Like the entire thing is about going through bullshit to get out on the other end, right? Whatever that other end is. The Book of Job's not even making that claim, right? But we get stuck on that concept of, oh, well, God, he's such this evil bastard that he can like basically wager something. It's the starting point that somebody boils down to this thing saying, well, look, God must be an asshole because they made a wager, right? But he's telling us the rules. Here's the simple fact. If it is the case that a God exists, right, and he created all living things, who the fuck are we to say that he doesn't get to do what he wants with his ant farm?
I mean,
Well, isn't that related to what Chris said? I mean, Chris basically was saying like that's kind of related to what Chris was saying from what I
The
understood.
book of
I don't see how
Revelations.
I don't really understand you're refuting what I'm saying.
Okay, the book of Revelations, you can't really make a claim for this because we have no fucking idea. We have no form of reference. We've got some kind of ideas, like, for example, Nostradamus made all kinds of fucking predictions, right?
Sure,
And
sure,
we
but
fight
like, I mean,
about that bullshit, right? Now,
but
hey,
not all.
something even worse, the book of Revelations, right? Imagine this guy has this vision of the future, right? The fuck is he going to write down that's going to be even something we could comprehend, right? He didn't write down flying cars or some shit like that. Well, he might have, it depends on how you come about it, right?
Well, not to interrupt you. I just want to make this point really clear. It does matter though, because a lot of Christians interpret it the other way, where they say, well, it's a prophecy and we haven't achieved it yet. And he's saying, well, it has already happened and it's telling a story about the purpose of Christ. And those are two very different interpretations, and people are going to behave differently if they pick or choose either one, right? So, I mean, in that way, it does change the outcome of the future, at least in some degree, right? I mean, so
Well,
that's
I'll tell you what my whole take on this is that it's obvious that in the Bible, right? If you read the Bible, and I know MC Nemesis said that the Bible's been plagiarized, but that would only be a relevant comment if we knew who wrote the Bible, but we don't know who wrote it. So plagiarized from who, is the ultimate question. If you go to Solomon, in the Bible, it says that he basically, to protect his own kingdom, right, he gave the ark away to this lady from Yemen, right, the Queen of Sheba, right? So obviously he was trying to protect whatever was in like the Holy of Holies. And soon after that, you read in the New Testament that the temple was destroyed. So whatever was there, is waiting to be fulfilled for certain Jewish sects in the world, especially Jewish messianic sects. They see it as a coming of and this goes back to what you were talking about in the wisdom of Solomon, right? Their particular interpretation of that is relating to this concept of the Shekinah, which is the indwelling of God, which some of them believe can only be achieved through the temple worship. So
well, see, whenever I'm talking about religion, right, I'm talking about religion. I like to start at the end. What happens? Where are we going to go when we die? What are we going to do?
Nowhere.
Okay, like religion. Okay, so that's the whole point of a religion. So that whatever you believe, that, okay, what's going to happen?
Well, from an
what?
individual
So
standpoint,
What?
but some people look at it as a collective thing. But I get
Why
what you
would
mean.
why would that be a starting point?
Yeah, that's
because
kind of
that's the whole point of religion. Man got
Nope.
scared to die, and then we made religion.
That's only the point within a few religions, not all religions, not even most religions.
Then it's
Well,
not a
the
religion. It's
Abrahamic
just
ones.
a religion. Is okay. Okay, say what's the end? Now the Christians, we believe that there's three heavens. That there's the sixth dimension that will be on Earth, the fifth dimension, which is space, and the Holy Spirit,
Hold
and
up.
infinite creation space,
Wait,
and
wait.
then the throne room, God,
Don't
which
go
is
past that
time.
point. Don't go past that point. What religious text in history, in any actually anywhere, talks about dimensions?
The Bible.
The Bible mentions in what language talks about dimensions? I know it doesn't exist in the English version. Now, my Greek is a little
It talks
shitty.
about when they talk about how to build the ark. It tells how many cubits and stuff. The height.
Cubit is a measurement like the same way a
Yeah, of
metric is.
dimensions of height, width, length.
Yeah, that's not a
no, he's not talking about
dimension.
that. He's
That's a
talking about like a parallel realm,
yes.
dimension.
What is heaven and hell and all that other stuff?
See, now we're putting man's little, I've read something, and so for me to understand, I've got to add a little something to it, which is expressly said.
Were you following
not to
Machine
do.
Live when he said
No.
it's parallel worlds?
No. This is his. See, first
Okay,
of all,
so he's
Machine
talking to
Minds
you,
is not saying that these religious texts are saying this. He's trying to say, okay, it says this, but for you to understand, try a different way of looking at it. It's kind of the thing he does. He tries to explain complex concepts into something that real world men can maybe, well, in his case, the intellectuals can wrap their head around, right? But now Nemesis here is talking about, well, the Bible said so, which is a bullshit claim. Worse,
that's not
the
what I heard him
Bible
say.
says
I heard him say
expressly
when
not
he's
to do that.
approaching
So does the
religion,
Quran. Like, I mean, what the hell?
the
Our
experience
starting
of
point.
death and what might come after is a good starting point. And not only did Nemesis say that, Freud said that, anthropologists have said that. This is not a crazy thing he's saying.
I'm
He's
attacking
making more
his
sense actually
description.
than most of the rest of you on this panel,
I'm
including
attacking
the
his
atheists.
no, sir. I am attacking his description, and he's saying it says it inside. Okay, well, I've read it in English, a little bit of Greek, right? I can't say my Hebrew is all that great.
You
It is
just
really
don't understand it. I can translate it for you if you like. I can explain.
Sir, I have a degree. Like, I literally have a theology degree. What exactly?
But you don't have a spirit of discernment, obviously, because you
have a
don't
master's in
understand it.
psychology and a theology degree.
Because
I didn't know that.
because I don't understand it. Are you shitting me? Really?
Yeah, I mean, you seem like you're confused. I mean, I can explain it to you.
Which book of
how
reference?
secure they are in what they're saying.
Which book of reference? And I'll be fair, right? I will pull out all 174 of the canon parts. You pick one. Which one mentions dimensions in any language?
Why are you hung up on this is the way that I explain things?
Well, still, answer the question.
Does the text say dimensions? It mentions the new age, the kingdom of God coming.
Okay. What does a new age have to do?
Dimensions.
A new time period, a new era. What does that have to do with a damn dimension?
Okay, are you so you're saying that unless it comes directly from the Bible? Okay, so what about Jordan Peterson whenever he talks about stuff like that?
Wait, you didn't even let him. He said, "What about Jordan Peterson?" You started responding. You don't even know what he was
What
gonna
about
say.
Jordan Peterson? Like, are you going to be like, well, Jordan Peterson did this metaphor and it wasn't in the Bible? Listen, I'm going to do metaphors and I'm going to do these things to help you understand because
Sir.
I'm going to explain it to you like Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Explain this to me.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, if you don't want my explanation, if you don't want me to teach you, If you don't want to learn, then what can I do?
Okay.
I think he wants to teach you.
Why would a person? No, I'm actually trying to understand his perception here,
Well,
right?
you just tried to establish your ethos with your
No,
theology
and I
degree.
normally
I'm
wouldn't,
with
but
you
you
for
know,
the
the guy's
Bible.
trying. The
So
guy's
to
trying
me,
to
somebody
explain
does
like
that when
he's
they're
going
trying
to
to set
teach
up.
something.
I like to start at the end of the story because that's the point of religion.
Okay, and I even question that one. Why do you read a book backwards? Why do you start in the back and then work your way forward?
You were the
What
one talking about
fucking
playing
sense does
country
that make?
music backwards and getting your dog back.
Well, that is
Exactly. I mean, if you play it backwards,
okay.
it's a happy song. If you play it
I mean,
backwards,
like,
but
I have no problem with people thinking that my theory is bullshit, but like, I don't understand what any of this.
I don't even know if they're even talking about your theory at this point
I
anymore.
don't think they are. I'm completely confused. Like, what's going
yeah,
on?
this is the revelation theory. This
I'm
is.
just waiting for the ball to drop over here. So y'all keep going. Y'all got
So
29
I'm
minutes.
trying to teach Joshua what happens when we die. So we go into paradise. Remember, Jesus said we'd be in
Now
paradise.
you've already fucked up. Because the book of Revelations exactly does not say that thing. Why would Jesus say the dead know nothing? So the
Jesus
moment you
said,
die,
Jesus told the thief, "Today you'll be with me in paradise."
that's future tense. Why does it also say the dead know nothing?
No, it said, "Today you will be with me in paradise." Today, like that
okay.
day.
Okay, today. Okay, are you in paradise today, sir? Have you died and gone to paradise today?
Have you ever had a really pleasant dream? That's paradise. Well, you'll go to sleep and you'll be in a really pleasant dream.
Cocaine,
Like,
maybe.
dude, I'm trying to be as charitable as I can to you, man. But I don't think that is a argument holds up at all. Like that doesn't. And like if you tell me like that you know like that's paradise. That I'm sorry. That's pretty flimsy. That's some cope right there.
Well, I don't know what paradise is. The whole point of religion is to speculate. I mean, okay, if I'm wrong, then tell me what happens after we die. Then.
Okay, all purpose of religion is to speculate. If it's all speculation, if it's all speculation and it's speculation that you know is speculation, then there's no faith.
If you're subscribing from the Bible, you go into the ground, the graveyard of mankind, right? When you get to Revelation, which is going to be some time period past that, I don't know, for like the last thousands of years, everybody's been speculating when's going to happen, right? But until that time period, and then you will resurrect in your body, aka the sea shall spit up its dead, right? Like it comes later. That's the whole point why Jesus was talking about the dead know nothing. You're going to die for a time period. Now, it could be from your own perspective, lights on, or I'm sorry, you die, aka lights off, and then there's a time period that passes. That's one perception. I'm not even laying claim to this is the correct one. I'm saying that's one common perception.
Why are you ignoring what Jesus said? He said to the thief
Because
on
I'm
the
just
cross,
telling
"Today
you,
you'll be
Jesus
with me in
specifically
paradise."
said the dead know nothing. So I am quoting Jesus.
Okay, if you're having a really good dream and you're in paradise,
What
I mean,
part
who
of
cares?
know
Yeah, you're not going to
nothing?
know nothing, but you're in paradise. You're not going to know nothing, but you're in paradise until you
Well,
rise up.
there's a
It's a
difference.
dream until you wake up, though.
There's a difference between when we use the word know. Oh, well, that also implies, we might be in a dream state, right? You don't know you're in the dream state, but it seems like you're doing a lot of reaching and ignoring a lot of other parts of the Bible that say something just a bit different.
Like I said, this is my just personal belief. I mean, you're more than welcome to share. Like, what do you think that happens when we die? We just nothing, just a nothingness.
Well, the exact thing that happens when we die, when we look around, like you see your loved one getting dropped out. Well, okay, first they're gonna like maybe stick them in a box, throw them in the ground, throw some dirt on them. That's what happens when you die. Or if you're in a cremation, right? Like they stick you in a different type of box and put you in a big oven, right? And just set your ass on fire, right? It depends. That's what I think happens when you die. But I only know that, or I only claim that because that's the thing I see.
So it's just like an empty, just nothing. It's just nothingness.
Yes.
Who the fuck knows? Do you know anybody that's died, been dead for a little while, and came back? I mean, besides Jesus, right? Like that's the claim, right? From the Christian perspective.
All right, Shelby.
Whoa, wait. Who's acting like someone? Hello, who are you? Hello. Oh, hey. You're ringing in the new year with. This is my friend Shelby. She's in Seattle. You're ringing in the new year with us.
Hi.
The
And
difference
y'all,
here.
she's very nice and
Hi, Miss
how do
Shelby.
I say this? Like kind of don't be too rough with her, I guess, or rough around.
Oh, you know I'm not going to be.
You know,
Well,
we kind of
no, we're
treat
kinda
women a
being
little
probably.
better. We give them a little credit. I know I'm the misogynist here, but like even I don't go down
Yeah,
that.
y'all are not gonna get along, but
Yeah.
it's a new year. We're entering a new time. How are you? How have you been?
I'm okay.
Okay. So just to get back to point, right? I'm not making claims of knowing something, right? I don't have to sit here and say what I think, right? I get an idea of, well, the Bible might have said that. Then the onus is on you. If it says this thing, right, and you're going to say it means this, you have to find something to justify why it means that thing.
Well, if there's no afterlife and we just die, then we should live for today,
I
then, right?
don't see. I'm not laying claim here that something happens after we die.
No,
You are, however.
now you don't. You have to believe in something.
Hey,
Yes.
Jack.
I believe in death.
Or
I
you're
believe in
just gibberish. You're just meaningless. Are you a meaningless gibberish person?
Yes, that's exactly what I do. I argue
Because you're
points
sitting up here
as
telling me
you
that
do.
I'm wrong, and then I said, "What happens when you die?" And you say you're atheist, and then you're saying, "No, I don't even believe in atheism."
I'm saying that you laying claim of what the Bible says is probably the farthest we're going to get away from an honest conversation. Now, other people on the panel could obviously take your point and argue it, but because you started your premises, well, I'm going to start from the back, right? Like I like to look at things from the result that comes down to it.
It doesn't
What the hell
matter where
fucking
you
point is
start.
that?
Is that your big gripe that he's starting at a different place than you would start?
That
There's
was the
nothing wrong
first
with
gripe.
starting
The
from the
second
back.
gripe was the concept of, well, Jesus said this thing here, right? But he also said something over there. I'm going to ignore that part. What the fuck is that?
That's what you're doing. You're ignoring the part that he said.
Well, okay, and you're ignoring the part that he said something completely contradictory to that.
Okay,
So now what?
let's see if it is
Okay.
contradiction.
No, hey, time.
It's not contradictory. That's the
Got
problem.
yeah,
It's not.
zit, Joshua. We have 20 minutes. We are about to go into a new year. Let's go in on a note, like the note that we want to go into 2024 with.
Let's try to let's try to make this a little more
Y'all can
simple.
pick this up after midnight, but I want to head into midnight with a different vibe.
Okay, so after 2024, as soon as it arrives, right? Like I guess on the West Coast, right? My new prescription is I call them skin suit Christians, right? Like they put it on like a skin suit, right? Or like
Okay, but
blackface
it's
kind
not
of thing.
2024 yet.
And
Am I a
march them
skin
in.
suit? Am I a skin suit Christian, Joshua?
I really don't know, Chris. I want to say I don't think so, but I don't know, right? But if it is the case, right, like we're just cherry picking specific Bible verses that make us fucking feel good, right? Yeah, then I'm gonna.
Speaking of feel good, let's do this, Joshua. Why don't you go around the panel and tell every one of us something you appreciate about us?
Okay, Jeff, you are probably the most. You're my most entertaining Satanist. Now, to be fair, like I think you're personally the only Satanist I've ever had a conversation. Chris, I can't help it. Like you, bro. Like we're on the same side, sort of. Like I'm burning in hell, obviously, right? But we're fighting kind of for the same thing. Difference is I'm gonna apply a little bit more force. You're like really just like a nice guy about the whole thing. So fair point, right? I'm conceding you're a better person than I am. Machine Lies is like literally the god of explanation, right? Like I've literally sat down, don't agree with a lot of it, but this fucker can explain some very complex shit, right? Might have a couple conversations, but he's really good at it. Like if you're dedicated to really trying to suck in the conspiracy shit, he can break it down like really, really fucking good. Like he's a god in this concept. Neuro, I can't say anything. Neuro, I actually can't say anything bad about because like he's just generally an overall straightforward, honest type of guy. You can actually have a conversation. We disagree actually only about 50%, maybe 70%, right? Just a nice guy. Me, since I'm like the next one in line, I am the asshole. I am the epitome of like, basically a fascist, right? Like I'm the pure definition of that concept, and I own it. I'm straightforward. Like, you know what? At the
That's
end
what
of
I
the day,
appreciate
like,
about you. Yeah, that's what I appreciate about you.
Nemesis,
You own who you are.
I can't actually say anything good or bad. I don't know the guy. The only thing I know is apparently he reads books backwards, right? And Shelby, it's the same concept. I haven't even talked to her. I can't make a comment.
Well,
So,
I didn't necessarily mean Shelby. I meant the people you know.
well, she's a female. She's got female genitalia. Thus, like, I mean,
How
I
do
can
you
go into
making
the
a lot of
value.
assumptions, mister?
Well, this is technically true. I mean, considering I'm in Vietnam, right? And that might be a confusing thing over here with the lady boys. But I mean, I'm making a straight up assessment, right? Like, she's female, right? If I'm wrong, oh, fuck me. But, it is what it is. But now I can actually like lay claim she's got some body parts that can be fully appreciated.
Okay, all right. Thank
okay.
you for your contribution. Anybody else want to end the new year with something positive?
Hey Joshua, hey, have you ever read manga? You read books in reverse, the backwards there, but that's besides the point. I think Joshua.
I don't go near manga. I've never touched it. To me, it's
also,
like child
pedophilia.
Nemesis has the mic
a little
right
bit
now.
different. That's not the same thing as starting at the end of a book and reading. That would be like if you read manga from the front to the back.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really count.
Read manga as an American comic.
And that's not even what he said. But go ahead. I got what you were saying, Nemesis.
The logical explanation ceases to exist whenever you're moving into another epoch in 2024. In 2024, we're moving into a new time era. The Mandela effect taking over, a new age shifting. And are we excited to take this journey together to the new epoch?
I am. Yeah, I'm excited to take
Things are
any
changing
journey.
all around us.
I've been stagnating for the last few years.
I'm excited because I'm in do or die mode. Everything is on the line right now. So like it's exciting as it can get because every decision I make for the next 12 months is going to just determine the rest of my life. So
You're right on that edge.
Yeah, I'm right on that edge.
Yeah, let's make it. We're gonna help you make it happen too.
That's right. And like, I want to say something nice about everybody on the panel. I don't know you, Shelby. I've never met you before, but you seem like a nice person from what I just. Yeah, you have a nice face, and I appreciate you being here on the panel. I appreciate anybody that comes to the panel. I don't care if they're even like who just left.
Nemesis.
Okay, well, I was gonna say something nice about Nemesis, but I guess he's gone. So
it could be connection.
Yeah, well, Joshua, I appreciate you because you know who you are. At least I feel like you do, and you own up to the things you're more than willing to own up to the contradictions or the things that you say that like like that you say things like about like it's going to wipe out this many people, but you're gonna be part of them. Like I appreciate that kind of realistic kind of like you're someone who actually works in government too, so you actually have a perspective on things that we cannot have, that the rest of the people in this panel do not have, because you actually are someone who sees these things on the ground. And I appreciate that perspective so much. And I think you're someone who understands maybe capitalism and how to survive in this world in a way that I don't understand. And so I really appreciate that too. Machine is just like one of the most genuine and just like I don't know. He's just like he's a super intelligent person. That I mean you're Machine. You're so intelligent that even when I disagree with you, I still agree with you. I can always see your point. I can always see where you're coming from. I think that you're a brilliant mind, and you're someone I look forward to working with and being friends with for a long time to come. NeuroJack, who just disappeared probably from Connection too. He's become a good friend of mine. I think he's got a great mind, and I just love the guy overall. I just think he's a really good person that sees a lot of like he gets called out a lot. A lot of people call him out saying he's a fed or this or that and all this stuff like that. And I totally understand like the way he interprets that stuff and the way he handles it, and I think he handles it with some grace. And Jeff is Jeff, even though he thinks I'm bad at certain things, apparently. Yeah, Jeff, I consider you literally like you're pretty much my best friend, and I love you to death. You're the only person on this planet I would sit and watch Survivor with, and that says something, because like I've never watched
High praise.
reality shows, stuff like that, but like when it comes to you, man, I'm more than happy. I'm not just happy in like a and I don't mean this in like a patronizing way. I mean I'm happy to watch Survivor with you and just hang out with you in general. You're just a great person. And if anybody else, if Adaptable or anybody else out there in the chat, I don't know if I haven't seen him in a while. If Adaptable, if you're out there, I think you're a great person. I really I hope you'll come back around and talk to us some more, because I love you, man. And I feel the same way about Lib too. Lib, our resident trans
Trans-commie.
polycule living leftist person I've had really good conversations with. I think that you're a genuinely great person, and I really think that I think that I do, however, believe that Lib has some of the things that he believes right now. I think he's going to ultimately kind of grow out of some of it, but I may be wrong about that. But I think he's gonna I think he's gonna see the light on some things at some point. I don't think he's gonna be quite the person he is in 10 years, but I think that he's got a great heart, and those are the people. And Reddington, I've encountered with you, on the Discord and stuff like that, and in these chats, and I think you are a really intelligent, cool person, man. And I wish you'd come on the stream sometime and just hang out, even if it's just like without the camera on or anything. I wish you'd come on, just hang out with us, because you seem like a really cool dude. And Dave, I just met you. I see you're in the chat now. You said Happy New Year. Just met you the other day. You're a cool guy, man. I hope to see more of you. I don't see many other of our regulars out there, but I appreciate every one of you. If you are like Patty, like Somewhere in Time, just like all these people that have frequented our stream these last few months as we've been trying to build it. And we've finally gotten over the 125 subscriber mark, and it's actually pretty it's been pretty it's a pretty fast progression from where we were. We stuck at 80 for a long time, and it's cool that we've gotten that many new people, like that, another 50 people that subscribe to the channel and stuff like that. And I'm really happy to see all of you here. I really don't have anything bad to say about anybody. Even people that I disagree with passionately about. The only people I would have anything negative to say about would be trolls, but trolls don't come on our channel because we don't let them. So I mean, if there were trolls out there, I might have some negative, but I don't have anything negative to say about anybody out there. I think that everybody here, I feel a great sense of community with, and I hope you guys all come and join the Discord and hang out with us there. We watch movies, we talk about stuff. But a lot of times we just end up stopping what we end up not watching the movies and just have conversations and stuff. And those are my favorite nights I've had this last year. So besides my daughter being born this year, my favorite moments of 2023 have all been conversations I've had, meeting people in this community, had conversations I've had on here and on Discord, and meeting the people that are on this panel right now and others. And it's been honestly some of the best times I've had in the last few years. So I am absolutely just thrilled to be in the company of the people that I am in right now. And thank you, Rankin. Yeah, happiest baby. Juniper, who's with her grandparents tonight in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, she is the happiest baby I've ever seen too. She is she's a joyous thing. I'm missing her. I'm missing her badly already. I wish she was sitting right here in my lap right now. So that's my speech. That's my New Year's speech for the night. And I just wish you all. I hope that this next year I have a lot of ideas, a lot of plans that I want to pull off, and I can't wait to tell you guys about them, and hopefully involve you guys in any ways you want to be involved. I mean, I'm not going to try to conscript anybody in anything that I want to be involved in, but anything you want to be involved with, I appreciate and love all of your contributions. And I am not the kind of person that if you ever bring me an idea or something, I'm never going to just be like, yeah, whatever. I'll always give you good feedback. I will always tell you what I really think, and I'll always be that person. I've been in positions before where I've built teams, and I love building teams. I love building little communities and families.
and I'm thrilled to be a part of this, and that's what it comes down to for
Chris,
me. I mean,
Chris, can I ask you before you? I don't want you disappearing before I get this question out right. How do you keep your nose so clean with it stuck up so everybody's ass so easily? Like, come on,
Joshua,
don't you have some content? I'm sorry.
this is positive. You don't. You have,
no, it's a good question.
You have to ruin
It's a good
everything.
question. There's this cream I use. I lube up my nose really good beforehand. That way, nothing sticks to it. So that's what I do. You know,
I called it.
I'm really careful about that. You know, I don't want to. I really do have a fear of like getting pink eye and shit. So you know.
I want you to know I called it. I said he was way too nice, right? Like I pointed that out, right?
Yeah, he is.
You think I'm really nice, but like when it comes, but you've also, but some of you, Jeff has heard some of the shit I've said about some of the trolls and stuff like that. I can be vicious.
Yeah, but it's easy to pick.
But you have to cross a line.
It's easy to take shots at trolls. Like they're easy. They're nothing, right? Take a shot at a dude you know, right? I mean, come on, right? Like that's the more difficult thing. Like you got to bring your standards up a little bit.
Okay, this is funny. This is a conversation I had with my wife the other night. Like we were talking about there's some movie that came out. It's about like I think George Clooney directed this movie about people on the Harvard's rowing team, right? And it's like one of these things where it's an inspiring true story about people that rowed really good, you know? And all I could think is like, yeah, I guess that's hard to do. So like, you know, it might be hard to kill a lot of people and get away with it. It doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. I really get sick of this idea that just because something's difficult means it's worth doing. I'm sorry,
okay.
like you know, it's stupid to think that it's stupid to think that just because something is really hard to do means that it's got to be worth doing. That's just so stupid. Like I mean, like I see a movie like this about a bunch of guys, people are doing like some like stupid thing like Rudy or any sports, pretty much any sports movie ever. Like,
I get
okay,
you.
yeah, I
You don't
can't
like
do
sports.
that. You're right. I can't do it. I don't want to do it.
I get you, but see, the only thing that's like difficult that's standing in your way, right, is you're looking at this from like the human perspective, right? Like good and bad as a human, like if you believe in God, right? Like as a human, what the hell does that matter, right? God killed a shit ton of people, right, man? Hell, they even mauled some kids with a burr.
Yeah.
I mean, for making
So is that a justification for not being good?
Definitely killed a lot of people. Demetrius was not a good dude, but
okay. So killing in itself, can't be that bad. Like if God can do it, really,
I
can't
don't
be
worship
that
the
bad.
Demiurge, so I mean,
what?
no, I don't think so. I don't worship the Demiurge, so I don't.
Oh, okay, okay. How about this? How about the Malachites? Boy, they were supposed to be some evil bastards, right? Like, is there any contention with them? Like, they got genocided. Well, no.
7 minutes, Joshua. You got 7 minutes, and you can hijack the stream again.
No, I just want to get Chris
I know,
down
but
here.
7 minutes, 12:01.
I want to start his new year
So
off
8
with
minutes.
like a new leaf here, right? Like I want him to
Yeah, but
stand on
we're
it.
gonna
To be
do
fair,
it my way.
Joshua's not really attacking me. Joshua was actually being very nice. For
No,
Joshua,
he's doing his thing where he's dragging us into the mud.
I
don't even feel like I'm being dragged in the mud because I am floating. I have transcended above. I'm floating above the mud right now. I have a drink in my hand. I have been drinking.
Oh, you've been drinking? I didn't realize you were drinking.
Did you not see me pouring whiskey like
I didn't know it was
prominently into the
whiskey.
cup? Yeah, I'm drinking whiskey right now. I am.
Oh,
above
so this
that
is drunk
mud
Chris.
plate.
I had no idea. No, I didn't know.
I don't really I don't get super drunk like a lot of people do. I just
No, I
kinda get
couldn't
drunk.
tell at all. So
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not drunk. So
I take my skin suit comment back. You might be in that. Where like the Bible's not so clear about like drinking. I mean, Jesus turned water into wine, kind of thing, right?
Why
so like
are you
alcohol
so
not bad.
caught up on the Bible that you can't let it go for
But
6 more minutes?
drunkenness, like that's that's
I didn't
supposed to
say
be
I was drunk. I said I was drinking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not drunk.
Oh, okay. It's your metric. I don't know.
Machine, do you have anything to say?
Oh, this is gonna be good. I'll mute up now.
In terms of like just to usher in the new year for you, yeah, I guess I mean it's just I mean I don't really believe that time is really moving forward. I think that's the top thing that we have to question, whether we want to move forward or whether there's a such thing as change at all. So I don't believe that change is always good. I think it's important to realize that the past is it's set in stone pretty much. So there's one thing aspect to it, but I also think like the universe has a way of course correcting shit, and we have a destiny. We're not fated to do shit, but I think that we all have some sort of a destiny. We're brought here for a reason, because if you'll really pay attention to things, reality is fucking, strange. It's really weird. Like we didn't I don't really think that we were chosen, like we really chose each other. I think like we were really brought together for a purpose, each and every one of us, and that's why we're here, right now, is that yeah, it has to be, because if you like walked into high school and you just chose who you wanted to be your friends, and you chose who everything that was going to happen.
Have also designed rocket pantries for NASA.
Oh, go ahead. They're just getting ready. They're doing a drone show here in Seattle to ring in the new year. I guess they started it early, but go ahead.
So much thought was put into
rocket, or yeah, they have good music there.
You gotta mute it if the machine's gonna speak. You gotta mute it a little bit.
Oh, is it not? Oh, it's playing.
Yeah,
Hang
mute
on.
it, dude. Mute it. There we go.
I must have my settings changed.
Yeah, the drone show's cool though. But yeah, anyway, go on, machine.
You see that machine? They don't appreciate good Muslims. Apparently, he's afraid that you have a pilot's license, right? They scared. They so scared.
Well, he has 2 minutes, so let him have his time.
I'm like put on a like a weird.
Well, I mean, Jeff could put you like full screen like you do to us all the time.
Uh-oh. He's gonna
Man, this is the best one yet.
Touche. Yeah, because I hate to put you guys on the spot, but I believe in you guys. That's really what it is. You know what I'm saying? I believe you guys are the show when I do that. So
No,
that's
I know
really
that, man. I'm just messing with you. You got no animosity for me. I don't have.
It's really a way of just passing the torch. It's like the Olympics or some shit. It's like I like pass it along to like Muhammad Ali, and then he like walks over there like Parkinson's.
I mean, well, I could have minor criticisms of like the four horsemen here that are here. I mean, not including Shelby because I just met her. I can have criticisms here and there, like minor ones, but I don't have anything actually bad to say about anybody that's here. I honestly say, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, some people say that, and I know Jeff has like reacted to this before, but like I love all you guys. I think all you guys are great. I think even Joshua, I have love for Joshua too. I really think that there's a real potential for real actual world changing shit to happen between people like us, because if I didn't, I wouldn't actually be devoting that much time to this. I'd be devoting all my time to absolute survival and nothing else. But I see something in these people that I'm here with right now, including NeuroJack, who dropped off, that I don't see in other people around me, and that's why I spend my time here as opposed to somewhere else, or doing nothing, or just drinking myself to oblivion, or whatever the case may be. I really wouldn't drink myself to oblivion anymore. I have to admit, I was in that mode before Lyndsey got better and like we had the baby and stuff. But
well, it's just like like what I'm seeing on the screen right now is kind of like a metaphor for what's actually going on. Is that life is like flickering lights through a screen, and people confuse the flickering shadows on a screen for things that are real when they're images of things that aren't even real.
I'm gonna start the countdown real quick.
Wait,
I'm talking to you in a few minutes.
I wanted to-
Here we go.
Enjoy it.
I got to say something good about Jeff because he's so
Oh.
fabulous. Jeff, you're one of my favorite people in the world. I don't know why. I can't articulate it. But you're so bouncy and so you embrace everything. So anyway, I just love you, and that's all I want to say.
Oh, we're here. We made it. Shelby, you and I are joining them in the future at this moment. We were the last two. Oh, this might be copyright strike. Let me put it back on mute. Yes, Shelby, we've been through a lot. I've known Shelby for years. She's another peer here in Seattle. And we've been through, this is a hard town. And Shelby's very caring. She keeps it real. And she's been a good source of real in-person support. And she was one of the people that helped me during COVID when we had our Zoom going, our 24-hour Zoom. She was part of that little project too. So I think you're a great person.
You're everywhere, Jeff. I adore you.
I'm really I stay in this chair.
That's
it's like
it.
bed knobs and broomsticks. The chair, I just sit on the chair. It moves everywhere.
You'll take anybody anywhere. You'll go anywhere with anybody and stay centered. And I just love you. I love what you're doing. You're everything.
Yeah, we love you for having a lack of standards, right? So we can go anywhere.
Well, coming from you, that's
high praise.
High
That's
praise.
high praise.
Wow.
You ever seen that? You ever
we're-
seen like those the sketches they used to do in SNL where like what's his name from Lonely Island did like Nicolas Cage? He's like, that's high praise. That's high praise. It's like Get in the Cage with Nicolas Cage. Those were funny. That was like one of the last funny things SNL ever did.
Can you turn it back? Can you turn the sound back on for the
It's
the
yeah,
music.
I'll try
The
for a little
music
bit.
is very,
Part of it is
it's
if
very
you
problematic.
play copyrighted music on YouTube, they can give your channel a strike. So I was worried about the music.
Okay.
But let me see what they're doing. Maybe it's licensed for this. See, I'm taking risk. It's 2024, the year of taking more risk.
Well, I'm gonna create a test channel tomorrow. I'm gonna upload some things and see what gets flagged by the system.
Ooh,
and see
there's fireworks over here outside the window.
Dude, like the fireworks that were going on after midnight here, they did not sound like fireworks. It sounded like someone was shooting a machine gun outside.
No,
my window.
they're not legal here, but they do them anyway, and it is. It does sound like
They're
drive-bys.
legal here, but they did not sound like fireworks. I've heard fireworks before. This sound like somebody shoot.
Oh yeah, I know. The ones here sound like drive-bys too.
Where is the EPA when you need them? Look at all of that air pollution.
It doesn't matter when a new year comes in.
This
then
is
we
Seattle.
Just,
This is the most eco-conscious city in the U.S. probably.
If that's the claim, we clearly can see that's not the truth.
Fuck you, Beyonce.
So we're not 4 minutes into 2024, and the cynicism is already
Never a
started.
bad time to say fuck you, Beyonce. I'm sorry. What happened to Auld
I'm
Lang
really-
Syne? Nobody get copyright struck for Auld Lang Syne.
Well, now it's break my soul. I'm worried. I'm getting worried now about copyright. Times Square. Yeah, New York City had the worst one. The taco was better than that. The
Yeah.
ball didn't even drop.
Dallas was the GOAT this year, man.
Dallas was
the GOAT.
good. Yeah, Dallas and Seattle, I think, were
So
the
there
best
you go.
ones so
That's
far.
where you know to move, man. That answered your question. You know Dallas is the place to go. It's got the best years.
The best.
You come down here, we can do our show live. We can find a studio space, and we can yeah, if we wanted to go all the way, if you want to go to small town Texas, we have we can go to Texarkana where my parents are. My parents have a building they're not even using right now. We could convert it into a studio, and we could
We could fly our guest into Texarkana.
Yeah, and people would love that, because it's the Texarkana.
Hold up. Like, I could go the other direction, right? Like, I mean, technically I'm picking Christianity kind of because it's like a cultural thing. I can go toward Islam. I got no problem with that.
No, leave that. No, your perverted ass is already doing enough with Christianity. Don't go and start fucking with Islam. You're gonna find even worse, because all you're using it is like as a vehicle to work out your own darkness.
Oh, my own. Oh, because a man enjoys his job. I get it. I understand.
I don't know. All I can say is that I'm a writer, and people have read like not the screenplay that we're trying to do the reading of. That one's not that bad, but like some of my later work, I have had people read it and be like, "Oh my god, you wrote this!" Like people are really shocked by the fucked up things I've written. So,
by the way, we still have to do the reading of your script.
I know, but that script is really tame. It's actually it's a pretty PG-13. Well, it's R-rated, but I mean it's PG-13 compared to some of the stuff I've read. Some
I have a feeling it won't be once we start reading through it.
It's already pretty R-rated. It's got a lot of sex and nudity in it, but yeah.
Haram.
What does that mean?
Well, we have a resident translator. Why don't you ask him? And he's really good at explaining stuff too. Like, he's really damn good. I already said it.
I mean, I think I know what it means, but I don't remember right now.
I can just Google
It's kind of like basically forbidden.
Forbidden.
He has a translation, forbidden. Yeah.
So harem.
Yeah, yeah.
This looks post-apocalyptic.
Yeah, the clouds
the Seattle
are really
one.
messing up
The
the
Seattle one
fireworks.
seems like it's predicting the end of the city you're living in.
I know, it's like mostly smoke, big dark cloud.
I think
that
this is
looks
like
like
telling you to get out, man. This is like it's like the sky is on fire. It looks like
I know, it's like a
they're
city from
scorching
hell.
the sky.
Wait.
Explosions aren't coming out of anything. They're just like exploding in the sky, as though there's like a piece of land up there that's on
This is
fire.
T-Mobile, y'all.
Whoa,
Dang, this really does look like some not even post-apocalypse. This is like the apocalypse, like hell opening up.
Well,
I hope a hell portal does open up. At least that would give us all a focus for the next year. We all know what we have to do. We got to go fight the hell portal in Seattle.
Okay, I think that was it.
That's
that was the
Cool.
Perception. You say hell. I say marching in the the Four Horsemen. I'm a big fan.
At least we could end all this conversation about which religion is right. At least it would give us a definitive answer on that.
I think those displays are rather strange. First aliens, then a black smoke cloud. Like, like what the fuck? Like, I don't know.
Maybe the
It's all
Seattle.
kind of ominous. You know what I mean? Like none
Oh
of
yeah,
those.
there was the alien spaceship and everything. Yeah, it was clearly telling a story that I honestly wasn't paying much attention to. But now I'm
Like,
thinking back,
wow.
I'm like, yeah, there was a narrative there.
Yeah,
There was a
like
narrative that was happening there. They
kind of
were
odd. Yeah. Kind of an odd set of displays in two different cities there. You know.
You know, it's funny, Jeff. Earlier you were talking about how like when you were younger, like you saw New York New York City is like the place you wanted to go. Whenever I was younger, I saw Seattle and Portland as like the cities I wanted to go to. I thought those were the place that was like.
Oh, because you're in the '90s. That was like when the grunge started.
Yeah.
Seattle became the new mecca for everybody.
Yeah. And now that I've met you, and I'm like, ah, man, Seattle sounds like terrible. I don't want to go there at all. We even had some people. We had some people like a couple of years back. Like there's some friends of Lyndsey that were like that lived up there. They had a falling out or something. They were like inviting us to come like move up there to Seattle, and we weren't like it was too far away from like our family and stuff like that. Like it was far away from her family and my family. So and we had little kids, so we didn't want to like take them
It's
away
the
from
furthest city north in the U.S. outside of Alaska.
Yeah. So like we didn't take that trip, but I almost moved to Alaska back when Lyndsey was in psychosis and shit. Whenever she was like before I knew she had schizophrenia and I thought she just hated me. My friend Mark that he's been on Discord here lately. He invited me to come up to Alaska, and I was literally like a week or two away from taking that trip. I was making plans, and that was whenever we got the when we finally found the clinic that actually diagnosed her and gave her the medication. Like that's how close I was to moving to Alaska. Because I had everything set up where I had a place for her in Colorado near her mother and everything. I was gonna get her moved there, and I had her because I didn't know she had schizophrenia, and I didn't know what was going on. I thought she just kept insisting she hated me. I thought, and in my head, I was too stupid to understand that was going on. I didn't have any concept of what schizophrenia really was, and so I thought that she was just like I thought she was playing. I thought she was making shit up just to fuck with me, because this other girl had convinced me that's what was the case was, and so then I was this close moving to Alaska with my friend Mark. And then like that next week is whenever like she ended up going to the hospital, and they were like, oh yeah, she's schizophrenic, and I was like, holy fuck, what, schizophrenic? And yeah, that changed everything. But yeah, I almost moved to Alaska. My life almost took a totally different path. I don't know what would have happened then, but I'm actually glad it didn't work out that way. I don't think I would have liked Alaska. Every single person I knew when I was growing up, every single person, and I mean every one of my friends that I knew in Texarkana has all been and spent some time in Alaska with Mark since he moved there, and except for me, and I was his closest friend. It's just weird.
Speaking of Alaska, True Detective starts in a few weeks. The new season.
Hey man, those trailers look bad though. I can't say it looks good. Jodie Foster looks fine.
Well, I'm not going to judge it by the trailer, but I do like Jodie Foster.
He doesn't have Nick Pizzolatto running it, and like whoever they chose, whatever diversity hire they chose is like that as the sidekick girl. She looks terrible.
Well, I'm going to give it a fair viewing.
I mean, I'll give it a shot. I mean, maybe it'll be good, but like the trailers make it look real bad.
I'm extremely disappointed at you. If you guys are not planning on watching the series in reverse order, you ain't understanding shit, right?
Joshua,
it's illogical to go any other direction.
I can't tell if you're actually being that stupid or if you had some bias against him that kept you from seeing his point. It's not that different from the point you made about country music.
No, it was about the concept of understanding revelations. It's going backwards. You're trying to see.
No, it's about religion.
No, the Book of Revelations is a vision.
Well, just rewind the stream. I don't want to argue.
From a very long time ago.
2024. It's a new year. I don't want to get sucked into your black hole.
You're not talking about the other guy. You're not talking to MC. You're talking about me now, right?
No.
Well, MC. Sort of. He's fixated on MC. He took one little thing MC said out of context, twisted and distorted it, and he's fixated on it. He's using that to.
Well, I can pick on the other claim that goes with it, right? Like, I mean,
Well, why don't you just say you don't like MC?
Well, no, I don't know the dude did like lay claim I don't like
What-
something. I disagree with lots of people and still like them. Like this is what the
Yeah,
hell?
but you have to understand what someone's saying to legitimately disagree with them, and you're not even doing that. So
Okay. Okay. Here's the concept. Who do you know that you would buy into what they're teaching from basically understanding a concept by like cherry picking through something? Like an example,
What?
let's just pick. Okay, say
Huh?
we pick up any book, a genetics book, right, or a philosophical book, right, and you just start basically picking through certain things to
Okay,
hold your position
Joshua,
of
let me
it's
stop
all
you right
true
there.
or all
Let me stop
false.
you right there. Let me stop you
Go ahead.
there. You're talking about the Bible, right?
Yes.
The Bible is not one book, dude.
It's
The
an
Bible is
anthology.
multiple books
I
written
would
by
lay
tons
claim.
of different people over a long period of time. You can't say that just because you pay attention to one book and not another, that's cherry picking.
Okay, fair point. Since you're trying to educate me on how many books are in your 66 books of the Bible, right? How
Actually,
many
I
are
only
there?
count 9.
Oh, 9. Damn. Okay.
In the New
How many
Testament,
are
yeah.
there total?
In the New Testament, I only think 9 books are actually divine revelation of any sort.
Wait, do you discount the Old Testament?
This is your opinion. Like,
yeah, it's my opinion. In my opinion. Okay, let me make sure that's my opinion. That's not true.
remember what I said the other day about improving opinion into knowledge? So opinion is a starting point. I guess that was my like when you talk about solving mysteries, you're good at coming with theories. Your brain gets a pleasure from it, and I understand that, and connecting dots. But you don't seem interested in taking the theories and holding them up to any kind of reality and actually testing if they're viable as theories or not. So it doesn't seem like your pleasure doesn't come from solving the mystery. It comes from generating the theories, one of which could be a potential solution to the mystery. But that's not the part that seems to interest you. So when you say you're interested in solving mysteries, it was a little misleading. And I think that was the point I was trying to make earlier.
Let me explain that. There's an explanation for that. It's the fact that every time I'm on these streams, every time we're on streams, we're talking about this sort of thing. I don't want to bog everybody down in like I could go into the whole thing, and I actually do have full explanations for all of it, but it would take me hours and hours to go through it all. And that's the reason why I get the Cliff Notes versions and it comes across like truncated like it does. It's not
But that wasn't my criticism. The size of it was not my criticism.
But I'm saying like I do have like what I feel like are pretty definitive explanations, but it requires a lot of like actual like research and explanation to go
Well,
into.
write a book or make a movie.
I am thinking about doing that, but writing a book
Do
is
it.
not something I've really wanted to do. I never wanted to write a book. I had this conversation.
Start a channel like Machine and do some live streams where you present a little bit of it each stream.
I'm thinking about doing that. I had this conversation with Adaptable like on Discord a little while back, and I was trying to explain to him. I was like, God damn it, I'm gonna have to write a book, aren't I? I'm gonna have to write a book to explain these things, and I don't want to write a book. It's the last thing I want to do because people that write books end up starting cults, and I don't want to start a cult. And
What that's a theme that could like everyone has this fear of starting a cult. I think that's so egotistic. That's so arrogant.
I'm not worried about a cult around me. I'm worried about a cult around the book or the thing that I write, and that it getting out of my control. I don't want to inadvertently create a lot of harm to the world. That's the reason why I've never really spoken much about it.
Probably no one's going to read or watch your book. Anyway, it's going to be first of all, you're assuming it's even going to.
That's a good point. No, more likely no one's going to read it anyway.
I'm not going to lie.
But if you have that much content in you that's just like crying to come out like it is, it seems a shame not to let it out.
I'm not going to lie. Like the ability to explain a complex thing like that takes a lot of fucking talent and a lot of practice. Like that is not an easy thing to do.
I think most people, if you look at most books in history, it can't be that people are writing books so that people will read them. That seems not a primary objective for most people that have written a book. It's more just trying to explain something, that you have extremely rare set of I guess sources that come to a certain conclusion, and laying that out for people so that they can work through it themselves if anybody wants to. you know. So it's kind of just like, oh, you know, if anybody wants to repeat this demonstration, here's a way to repeat this demonstration, you know. But it's not really you know, like you're not really looking for people to do that, but it's just, you know, a way to cut work if somebody wants to do it. Like I know that a lot of the sources I use for my book, it was more to me to put those sources together to tell a coherent story in a way that nobody had done it before, you know. So I think that was more of just it, like if you have an extremely rare story, then it I guess it will help somebody who's trying to figure it out or come to some of the same conclusions that you have, how
That's a
you
good
worked
point.
out what you did, you know, like
You know, and
just
actually, Machine, because you have written such a book, and I still haven't read it because you still never sent me the copy of it. You said you were gonna send me.
Oh, whoops.
I want to
Yeah,
read.
I have like 40 emails to
Just send me the ebook.
if
You don't have to send me a physical copy.
yeah,
Send me the ebook, man.
yeah.
Just send
Thank
me
you
the
for
ebook.
reminding me. Yeah, I have like 40, like over, like legitimately over 40 emails to send. So I'm gonna start to get through some of those tomorrow. But yeah,
Even if I
I'll send you
vehemently
one. Yep.
disagree with it, I promise you I will read it and give you thorough and constructive feedback on it. I really will. Because I respect you that much, and like, and
And
if
Chris, I
there's
have a question. You're a writer, and you have a writer's brain. Why are you so resistant to writing a book?
I've never really had any interest in writing in the area of novels or in nonfiction. I was always drawn to screenplays. I know it sounds
Oh, well,
dumb,
is
but
it something you could write a screenplay about, or maybe a
no, it's
documentary?
not. That's the problem. I would have to write it as a theological tome, and I don't really know how to. I was going to say to Machine Light, since you have done that, maybe me and you could have some conversations, and you could help me structure it somehow, because like
Yeah,
I
that's
Could
don't
you
know
write
how
it
to
as a
structure this.
dialogue between a couple of characters and turn it into like a Richard Linklater type movie?
Possibly. I mean, there's possibly a way to work it into
Like it could be
a.
Joshua Jones and you and me
What?
arguing about what's in the
Oh no,
book.
I've already got my criticism ready.
I'm sure
Okay,
you
what
do.
is it?
Oh, okay. So
You do
on
seem to
Machines,
have criticism ready before
yeah.
anybody even makes their claim.
Well, on Machine's book, and I'm aware I haven't read it yet, or I don't actually have access to it to read it. But
here's all the negative
I'll
things he
send
has to
you.
say
I'll
about
send
it.
you guys. I'll send you guys a copy of it soon.
Here's my criticism: too many big words, not enough pictures.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem with me because
From
I
someone with
really
a
can't.
PhD
I
in
really
theology.
cannot draw.
I don't.
really cannot draw. I'm a bad artist. But maybe I can have my wife illustrate maybe for it, even though she mostly works in geometric type like abstract work. But maybe that would somehow illustrate it for you somehow. I
Okay,
feel like maybe it would. You know.
I got it. I got attacked. I got to defend myself. So Jeff throws out there like the PhD. First of all, it's only a bachelor's, and my biggest gripe with it
Oh, I
was,
thought you said it was.
you know how
PhD.
many books they throw at you? Like I fucking hate reading books, right? And worse, that was my problem, right? I thought it was going to be easy. Boy, was that the dumbest
How did
thing
you
I've
get
ever.
so educated? Like, do you watch videos or use audiobooks?
Accident. I started that because my dad gave me two choices. You're either going into the Navy or you're going to university. And stupid me was like, oh, well, a bunch of nerdy shit, reading a couple books, like how hard can it be? I didn't realize it was going to be that many books. Nobody told me, right? Of course, nerds are never going to tell you this shit, right? Like, this is what it is. So to answer your question, accident. I became educated by accident. Pure and simple.
All right. Fair enough.
I don't know.
educated myself
I
very
don't
much
know
on
if
purpose.
I'm skeptical that that's possible.
I shit you not, that is exactly how
Like
it
you can
happened.
take
Now,
some random person and they'd come out as educated as you are.
well, see, you're implying that there was some kind of choice here. There really wasn't. Like, if you only get an option A and option B, you're going to try in your mind to go at the least,
I'm trying to give you a compliment. I knew you'd
And yet,
fuck it up
you
somehow.
still end up you still working for the government. So
How'd that work
Again,
out?
again, that just implies I'm not that educated, just as dumb as the next dude, right?
Jeff's too smart for you, Josh.
I mean, like, and I understand what you're saying, Jeff. But by the way, I want to say I do respect like your opinion of my overall like my speculative side. I do respect what your opinion on that is. I actually appreciate your opinion of my speculative side because I like the way you push back, and it actually helps refine my own thoughts on things. I do not take it in the slightest bit as anything insulting or in complimentary. Um, I do want to say though that it is something that I have been struggling with this idea of writing this book for a long time. I don't necessarily think that it's going to make any impact on the world. I don't necessarily think that it's really going to start a cult. I just it's just I don't want to write the book. I just don't. It just sounds like a lot of work for something that's not
You
going to
know what
really.
you could do is do a stream and have the AI transcribe it into a book.
Right, but it would transcribe all the rambling parts too, and I ramble
No,
a
it could
lot.
clean all that up.
You think it could? Well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe AI is my
it
salvation.
gets to a like actually a retarded level of work because the thing is that I had to read like when I started thinking of writing stuff in my book, then it was a long list of explanations as to why certain things lead me down avenues of thought that I can't then salvage. So it's a bunch of it's a series of me just reading like leading people directly off the road, so I'll just like lead you off into the wilderness, and then I'll just be like, all right, see you later, so it's just a series of chapters of like where I get to like offering so many explanations that it gets to like the impossible explanation, and then I go, why that, and then that's the end of the chapter. So then so in that I had to start reading so many books, so like I would get to a question and then I'd like literally go and like read a book on it, and then I come back and deal with the question, and then so that was the problem, is that I had to read like 20 books just to write this one book. And then once I wrote it, I actually wrote it by paper. So I just sat there and wrote it like in the park.
Oh, like with a pen and notebook?
Yeah, with a pen and notebook. I
I
still
feel
have
you,
it with
man.
me.
Whenever I really write, when I like before I actually type it all out, I have to write on a notebook with a pen. I know exactly how you feel.
And that's the problem.
It doesn't feel real when you're
Because it
typing it,
connects
right?
to your brain,
And
the
that
hand
took
to the
so
brain.
fucking
It's
that took
something about putting pen to paper gives you this tactile like experience of it. And like any screenplay I've ever written, anything I've always written like at the outline and everything, I always write it all like on it in a notebook, and I write like the extensive notes and everything. It's pretty much the screenplay, but then I take that and I put it, and then I type it all out into like the
yeah,
in the
cuz
format. I know
Yeah, because
exactly what
the
you mean.
the idea that you're thinking of this major work, and the ideas are only gonna come out when you're sitting at the computer. That's a slim chance of that happening. They're gonna come out when you're at a party, when you're at outside walking around. So hundreds of little scribbles, and dozens of them probably never even made it in the book because I lost them or something like that. So then and even going from there, typing the thing from the paper to the computer took like a year. Then
Oh my god.
then reading through all of the arguments and fixing all the mistakes, that took like another year, with my wife like losing her mind and all of that type of stuff, and my papers everywhere, strewn around my house, and everybody yelling about,
Dude, I
why is
feel
there
you
books
so
and paper
much.
everywhere, and
I did that. I
why
did that
haven't
with
you
my
cut your hair
screenplays too.
for 2 years, and and then
Yeah, I feel you, man.
yeah, so just the incredible amount of typing, and then the incredible amount of sitting at a computer typing this shit, and then editing the shit, and then putting the fucking footnotes. Oh god, that's the part I think I hate the most is I fucking hate footnotes. I hate composing a footnote. I hate putting a tiny fucking number there, and then the fucking process of putting it on the bottom of the. It's just so mechanical, and then writing down all of the sources on a one fucking big list, and then putting it in a fucking bibliography machine and then getting it popped out. It's just a fucking annoyance.
And then knowing that no matter how good you do your footnotes, that there's so many people like, well, you didn't, but you only took this part out of context, and like, you know, and the people are going to criticize your footnotes and your text, you know, and like you have like all this like,
yeah. I mean,
which is fine. The criticism is fine. I don't mind the criticism. I've never minded the criticism. It's just that like the same with my theory. The reason why I don't understand the resistance to the theory that I put forward is because it doesn't actually contradict Christianity. It doesn't actually.
And I'm not criticizing your theory specifically because I don't really know it. I'm criticizing your claim that you like solving mysteries when I think it's that you like theorizing, like abstract speculation, more than actually focusing on a realistic solution to a mystery.
Well, no,
so it wasn't your
I
theory in particular I was criticizing at all.
Let's do a stream. Let's do a stream on the Mayday mysteries. Because I will take you step by step at how I actually solved the Mayday mysteries.
Oh my God.
What? I'm serious. Like, I mean, I can tell you,
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just thinking how I'm gonna have like how to prepare myself for something like that. Because even the conversations on here, like, strain me.
Well,
and I know that's going to be a giant. That's going to be like a rabbit labyrinth.
Can I ask? I'm sorry, I have laryngitis, but can I ask, Mr. Machine and Chris, who would you liken your writings to most closely?
Good question. Depending which writers you're talking about. If you're talking about my screenplays, which is the things I've most prolific in, I take most of my inspiration from writers like David Mamet, and in terms of like the dialogue and stuff like that. And then I take like a lot of inspiration from Andrei Tarkovsky, who is a Russian philosophical filmmaker. And I try to write things that speak to both a spiritual and still have a realistic core to them. But then again, I've written things from every genre, from thriller to horror to comedy. So it's really kind of broad when it comes to my other writing. That I guess the writing like we're talking about, I haven't actually made any writing like that. I've written some like essay type stuff for myself. I've written stuff down, but I don't know if I could actually compare it to anything because it's just my brain kind of spurking itself onto a page. So it's not really very structured or organized. What about you, Machine?
I think if you read the philosophical sort of tracks of my teacher, Dr. Scribina, I think a lot of his writing style comes up in my writing. I think it's because of the way he explains things in a very systematic way. You know, I tried to gain from that. And first he'll, he kind of told us about this whole thing about writing a complete explanation of what you're talking about, you know, before then, analyzing it and then trying to deconstruct what it is there. So, you know, I think a lot of times it's like 3 steps, you know, principles, then problems, then solutions, you know. So I always write those 3 points, you know.
I will say my favorite author of all time is C.S. Lewis. If that tells you anything about like if I were to write a theological type thing, it would be very heavily influenced by C.S. Lewis and his format. The way he lays things out is the way I would lay things out. I think C.S. Lewis is brilliant when it comes to laying out a problem and then addressing the solution to it. So that's who I would probably draw most of my inspiration from.
Cool, thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, any question. I mean, even if you ask me dumb questions if you want to. I mean,
well, Jeff already warned you. Take it easy on me. I'm not in this echelon, so
Oh no, I mean, like we're we're actually really
That was
nice
meant for
people.
Joshua.
I mean, except for Joshua, I guess, but yeah.
Although Shelby Beverly came on for Christmas and Joshua was here, and her and Joshua had quite a pleasant and productive conversation, believe it or not.
I didn't mean to shut. I hope I didn't shut you down, Joshua. I apologize if I did.
Oh no, you don't apologize for
You
that.
can't shut down Joshua. Joshua cannot be shut down. He
He's
is
taking a
a
nap
force
right
of
now.
nature. He's a force of nature, man. You can't shut down Joshua Jones out. That's one of the things I love about Joshua Jones. Joshua Jones is a force of nature. You can't fight Joshua Jones. You can only
The
accept.
irrepressible Joshua Jones.
Well,
What
to be
happened
fair,
to
right?
NeuroJack? Did NeuroJack just like leave, or did he like? Did
He
go
said
to
he
the
had family
situation?
stuff.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now to be fair, like that's my thing, right? Like I'm an authoritarian. That's the whole point, is to fight, right? Problem is right? A lot of us making a lot of claims of stuff we don't know about. You know, I stand for
Yeah,
principles.
I agree.
It's real simple. I stand for principles.
Yeah, but your principles are fucked up.
Really?
Slaughtering 2/3 of humanity is not a principle I think anybody would be proud to stand for.
It's fucked up
Killing
that
your
I'm on
wife
the
is not a
majority.
principle that I think anyone would be proud to stand for.
Absolute bullshit. I am actually in the majority position.
You're deluded. You
Okay.
have delusion again.
Okay. This side of the planet, what would be the predominant religion?
Buddhism.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't mean Asia, but I'll like include it, right? Like, if you take the Middle East, how many Muslims do you think there are?
More than there are others. I don't know what the number.
They outnumber Christians 3-1, give or take, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The vast majority of Muslims are not going to tolerate this pussy ass disrespect that comes along with people across the street. An example would be where a dude would basically walk up to another dude, call them a bitch on the streets. Them's fighting words, right? You see, that's principle based off of self, like how I feel about you can't disrespect me. Muslims will kick your ass over some even real principle shit. Like, well, you're not going to draw.
That's honor culture. We have that in the South too.
Their principles, regardless of where they come from, whether you agree or not, they're willing to fight over their shit. All we're doing is just talking and bitching like a little bunch of little girls about it. Those are principles. That's how you know a person believes.
You do more talking and bitching than anybody on here.
Who? What?
I said you do more talking and bitching than anybody on here.
Technically, I do a lot of preaching, but I do some ass kicking here and there. I mean, it's technically now I'm a desk jockey, right? So like I'm getting old, don't move around so much, right? But back in the heyday, there was at least a little bit of ass kicking, a little bit, to be fair.
Were you ever in the military?
No, sir.
Okay,
Never.
I'm just curious.
I told you that them was my options, was either go into the Navy or go into university. And I thought I was taking the wimpy way out, right? I just didn't realize the wimpy way. Them books are heavy. You tote them things around, man. They're heavy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there, right? This is why I'm more appreciative of the photos or like the pictures than the big words. Apparently, printing books with big words on them. Damn, they're much bigger books.
They never put pictures in the philosophy books for some reason. I don't know why. They just never.
Because they're assholes. They're real assholes, right?
Some of them.
That's my conspiracy. That's my conspiracy right there. They're really just trying to weigh you down.
I mean, if they did though, it'd be one of those lame books where like there's like one little section in the middle that has pictures in it, and you're just like what are these for? There's like 6 pictures here. What does it have to do with anything? They're not even illustrations. They have nothing to do with what I was reading. So
my whole point is you, if you don't stand on a principle, you're just basically shit talking, right? The Muslims, they stand on their shit. They ain't fucking around.
I stand on my principles.
Well, okay, so just to be fair, right? Like you kind of describe Jesus as this like happy-go-lucky hippie that sits around and like smokes a joint here and there, right?
I don't think
He
I did
really
that
wasn't
at all.
all that
No,
nice.
he also said that Jesus came to be a sword and separate the wheat from the chaff.
Oh, okay. Where's the separation there, Chris?
What?
Where's the
Oh, I just
separation?
realized it's 2024, and this is not what I want to do with my new year.
Oh, I have a take on Jesus.
Okay, let's hear it, Shelley.
Like I said, I'm not in this echelon, so I'm going to stumble. But
go
okay,
ahead.
you know, in the Old Testament, where there's all the burning of the bullocks and the cutting of the rams and the smoking of the meat to expiate for sin. I think Jesus was an animal lover and said, "Here, just do me, just let me take it all. Let's get this done with." I think he was an animal rights activist.
It's not the worst take I've ever heard.
I don't know.
Except for the fish. Those you're allowed to eat.
Okay.
Well, as Kurt Cobain said, it's okay to eat fish because they don't have any feelings. So.
Oh, this is true. This is technically true.
Well, he is a sacrifice, right?
Yeah,
he is a sacrifice. Yeah.
Yeah, he said
Which is
just
the
let
role
me
that
do it.
animals played.
I
Well,
think
I got
he
a
might have had
question.
schizophrenia too, actually.
I got a question. How do you feel about the idea that Jesus wasn't crucified? Like they might have hey, somebody snatched his body, right? And they replaced his body with somebody else to get, hung up on there. Like, how do you feel about that idea?
I think a lot of it was just promotional material. I
think a lot of it. There was a bunch of exegesis stuff that came out a lot later on. There was a lot of Sethian Gnostic texts that purported that idea, that were really obsessed with this idea that Jesus was too divine to be crucified, therefore that he couldn't have been actually be on the cross. I think that it's completely contradictory to the entire idea of Christianity. So it's kind of like negates the entire idea. But there's some interesting, there's something interesting about the book that really purports that. I don't even know if it means it literally. It's a very metaphorical book, and I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, so is Christianity.
There's some other books that a lot of people take seriously that they claimed exactly that conspiracy,
There's all kind of
right?
books that
I'm portraying here, right? Just saying.
Wow, good ways. I don't think it matters. I don't think the historical Jesus is even
for most
relevant
people,
to Christianity.
it wouldn't
Christianity
really
is a
matter.
visionary mythology, and I think the center of Christianity is the visionary Jesus, not the actual historical Jesus.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people would say, well, that it's not really, the emphasis isn't on the I guess the death, but in the fact that he came back, like 3 days later. And I think that's where most people would put the emphasis, is on the empty tomb. So whether or not he was crucified or not, the point is, in either Christianity or Islam, is that he's still alive and he's coming back. So that is kind of the main emphasis of those two religions. So I think like those minor theological issues of like whether he was crucified or who did the crucifixion, even was it the Jews or the Romans, or what kind of the thing about Jesus, how he was born, was it the incarnation, was it the baptism, was it the ascension at the time of crucifixion? These are all minor theological issues that Christians and Muslims will basically debate until the end of the fucking world, until actually Jesus comes back. They'll be fucking debating these things.
I mean, I personally think he did come back to life, because that was part of the Solomon, that was part of the completion of the Antichrist thing. However, I do think that he did eventually live and die. I think he had children, and I do think that he had a bloodline that carried on, and I think that's the way in which Christ lives on to this day, is it lives on through a bloodline that.
Why do you believe this? Just because it sounds good?
Well,
No,
it seems so arbitrary. Like I'm gonna believe this about Jesus and this. I'm gonna believe he had children.
It's from that book that Chris always refers to, Chemical Wedding.
No, it's more than that. There's many ancient texts that refer to this. I would really have to pull out all of my notebooks and everything like that and actually organize I just need to write a book. Instead of talking about this on stream, I just write a book and present the book because like I can't it took this is like 10 years of research that brought me to this point. I mean, seriously. I mean, I don't mean that. That's not hyperbole. I literally spent 10 years trying to figure out why I had any belief in Christianity at all, because I couldn't understand why I did. Because honestly,
So, but
Christianity
research meaning you read sources that
Yes.
convinced you that you're not just like idly reading the Bible and making.
Oh no. This is reading the Dead Sea Scrolls, reading the Nag Hammadi. This is reading like every single ancient text that I could find. This is reading like everything, and I never took anything to be possibly true unless I had 3 sources for it. That was always my stick. If I could find 3 separate sources that were more or less unconnected, that both purport the same truth, I considered that to be.
How do you know they're unconnected? That's a difficulty.
To be fair, hold up, wait. To be fair, you don't actually have to come away from the Bible. So the Bible's making the first claim in the concept of Jesus, who he is. It's also making the claim that Mary and Joseph also had other children. So the only real contention here is like the Immaculate Conception, but by definition, he would have siblings, thus a bloodline. So I mean,
that's another thing that, and that's another thing that
like my nieces and nephews are not my bloodline.
Right.
Well, that's another thing that's a theological issue within Christianity that, I mean, if you'll ask Christians, they take it rather sensitively, because
They do, and it's stupid.
Because they'll actually say that it's not true. They'll say some of them will even claim the perpetual virginity of Mary.
Yeah, I know, it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Even
though Jesus
himself,
nobody wants to be descended from Jesus.
Yeah, they'll say that she had actually no other children, that she had no other, that Jesus had no other siblings, that it's a complete made up lie.
I don't personally see a problem with Joseph being Christ's earthly father. I don't think that actually affects. If you actually believe that Christ is God incarnate, what does it matter how he was created? That's some weak faith right there, in my opinion. Like
This sounds like geeks arguing over Star Wars. Like it's a story.
Fair point.
And it's fans arguing over the points of detail in the story. And
to be honest, all this theological stuff that we're talking about that NeuroJack started, to be fair, then he's gone now. He started this whole thing and then he took off. And fuck you, NeuroJack, for doing that. I love you, NeuroJack, but like I don't know why you did that.
Well, that reminds me, because we're going to be here tomorrow all day.
It's not
and
part of my.
I have it set to start pretty early. So if we're going to make it, I'm going to have to wrap this one up.
Yeah, we can shut this down. I just want to say, like, but honestly, like my actual opinions on all that sort of stuff, I have those opinions. I believe in them, but they aren't essential to or central to the things I believe in, the things I believe that are important for now. What I believe is important for now is building. Okay, if you want to call it this, like you can call it a community or you can call it a church. You can call it whatever you want, right? I believe in building a new community, a new church, a new sense of people that come together and work together. I believe in building the best life raft we possibly can for what's coming. That's what I believe in. And honestly, all the theological like bullshit and like well, who did this and who did that, I don't even really care. It doesn't really matter to me. All I really care about is building the best life raft. That's all I really care about. And there's nothing else that ultimately supersedes that. So,
well, I got a simp for Neuro for a minute. Like, can't let him get like misrepresented that way. That's just wrong, right? So his question was really about like
okay, to be fair, I love NeuroJack. I love him as a person. I love that man to death. But I'm just saying he started like a big argument, and then he took off. That's all I'm saying.
He absolutely
he didn't start. It takes more than one person to start an argument. Let him simp, though. Go ahead, John.
He absolutely did not, nor did any of us actually answer his fucking question. His question was about Solomon's temple. Nobody addressed it. We might as well.
Well, Chris tried to, and then you and Nemesis got into it.
Okay.
Over nothing to do with Solomon.
Can I ask a question? How did like Revelations come about? Right? Like how does that address King Solomon?
Can we talk about it tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow. Yeah.
Because it's 1 a.m. here, and I got to be up in like 6 hours if I'm going to do the New Year's stream.
Hell, it's 3 here, so.
Oh shit! Yeah, you better get to bed too, because I'm counting on you to help me host.
Yeah, I know. It's no problem. He says NeuroJack did say bye. I didn't even notice.
Shelby, you made my night.
Shelby,
seriously,
if you're still out there, we so appreciate you being here. I really do appreciate new people, new perspectives. I think what you said before about Jesus being animal rights activist actually is one of the most coherent theories I've ever heard. So
the fact that I could ring in the new year with somebody I'm connected with in person was really special for me. So thank you, and stay in touch. Like show up again. I know we talk. So looking forward.
I want more women to come in the stream. I know Jeff has his issues occasionally.
But... No, I don't mind. I don't mind if women come on the stream, but they got to be able to handle what happened. We don't. This is egalitarian, so they're not going to get treated differently than anybody else, and they're not going to get special accommodations for their fifis.
Oh, he's going to say that now, except for, when she first joined, right? He's going to tell us all to behave, aka the misogyny.
No, you in particular. I didn't have to worry. I wasn't worried about Chris or Machine or NeuroJack, any of those other people.
Special rules for me.
I even said probably more than once, this is particularly for Joshua.
Where's that egalitarian?
And I had to say the same thing when my friend Beverly came on.
Where the hell is the egalitarian?
You were talking about like your wife taking a dip up the ass, right? Like that. There's reasons I have to say this stuff.
Because Joshua, because one of our longtime viewers and longtime fans, Patty, was very dear to us. She until yesterday or until earlier today, she came back to the stream the first time, but until then she told us she was never come back to the stream again because of you, and that's why.
Well, I can't help it. People are she is a girl, so I can't really fault her.
I don't even know what you said to her, to be honest. I went back and tried to find the part of the stream that, and Jeff says he knows what it is, but I went back and watched the stream and looked at the chat. I couldn't figure it out. Well, I don't know what it was that happened, but nonetheless.
I never talked to her. I probably just said something that she she was offended by.
Well, it doesn't matter. The point is that you are not somebody that most women are going to stick around to.
This is true.
Experience.
This is true. I openly admit to my misogyny.
So yeah, I guess that's the whole point. Yeah, you want more women on the stream, but they have to be aware that they're going to be exposed to misogyny. Just like when I go in the Crucible, I know they're going to make gay jokes. They're going to make fag comments. They're gonna look down on gay people. So I know when I go into that territory what to expect.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, every time you popped in.
When women come here, they're welcomed, and I appreciate every one of them that comes on. But they have to know the type of environment that it has the potential to come when people like Joshua Jones show up.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't go often.
And honestly, Joshua, once again, I appreciate you. I love it every time you come on. I'm not trying to tell you not to come on. I don't want you to think that at all. I really do appreciate you. I honestly, I was confused by the thing with Patty, but at the same time,
it's fair. It's fair, right? I was just pointing out.
You were honestly confused why a woman would not want to be associated with a show with him.
A woman that comes and listens to our stream regularly, yes, I'm confused by that. If it was the first time she'd ever been here,
you know what? Take it up to her, because it wasn't a mystery to me at all. Any female exposed to Joshua Jones would say, "This is not for me."
Yeah, I'm pretty open about Yeah, I'm pretty like open on my stance. Say like repealing the 19th, right? Like I'm open about that.
That's true. That's true. I don't remember if you talked about that on that stream or not, but that is a pretty that's a pretty extreme position. I don't agree with, but yeah.
Right.
Although your idea of like having one vote per household, I don't know how you would regulate that, but I do think there's there is some validity in that. I don't know if I agree with it, but I think there is something valid in the concept.
Not gonna lie, it's not exclusively like my idea. It is enacted in other places. Like it would be
Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah. What? No, there's
Yarvin.
There's quite a few countries that operate this way. They also don't have women problems either. Of course, they're countries that most people get kind of a little pissy about, about their equal rights thing. But it just is what it is, right? But it would be egotistical for me to lay claim that I came up with this idea. It's always going to be the case that you adopt an idea from somebody else. Plagiarism. We can call it that, right? Just that simple.
If you prefer, if you want to call yourself a plagiarist, that's fine.
Well, I mean that's boy, like everybody like lays claim, like, oh, I've got this like brilliant new idea. Most of the time, that's never been the case.
Yeah, I mean, even my ideas, I get them from researching other documents. So I mean, you could say I was plagiarizing them myself.
But we do synthesize from different sources and reshape ideas into our own unique, like representation of them.
Right. AKA,
like people do innovate on ideas. They're not just like handed down. The same ideas are not just handed down through history without being changed in the process.
Right. Correct. Like the Bible doesn't prescribe death to almost every sin. I do, but only for the concept of the first couple of generations. Until
again, it's 2024. I'm turning a new page. Is this something we could talk about tomorrow?
Yes, we can talk about it tomorrow. Guys, this has been a true pleasure tonight. I have enjoyed this.
Yeah, we're gonna break for about 6 hours or so, and we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central for the all-day New Year's stream.
10 a.m. Central.
Oh Lord! All of a sudden we're getting on. These must be the stragglers from the New Year's party. Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone that just showed up. We're about to wrap up only because we have to wake up early and restart it for our all-day New Year's stream. So we're gonna
Machine. You're gonna be on
a brief break. Hey, somewhere.
Machine, you're gonna be on Discord. Can we like chat?
Yeah, y'all can keep going on Discord.
Yeah, I'll be out there for you, friend. If you want.
I just have to get my ass to bed.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed myself. Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed, and so I can get up for this 10 a.m. thing, and because otherwise I will not get up for it. But that's about the normal sleep I get anyway. So that's about average for me. So. But hey, machine, you're gonna stop in tomorrow for the 10 a.m. for our all day stream. You stop in.
For sure. Yeah, I'll be there at some point. Yeah.
Well, brother, I can't thank you enough for being.
It'll be a new year, a new stream.
Yep. New year, new stream. Like you can already see like the improvements. Like you see like the lighting and like my new setup. Like I'm no longer sitting on a bed. I'm in a chair with like lights around me. Come on, it's like a whole new thing, man. I got my shirt open. I'm all like pimped out. This is the new year, man. It's the new time.
This is depressing. This is the shit I get to look forward to when I get old. This is horrible. It's just horrible.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, oh wait, I am you guys' age. Damn it, you're making me older than
you're Chris's age. You're not my age. You got to look forward to me.
You're Chris's age.
I'm a generation above y'all. So
wait, I'm 40. How old are you?
I'm 42, and I'm cooler than you. So.
Damn, he's cooler than me. This is horrible. It's depressing. It's just depressing.
I'm cooler than you, but I'm poor. So
after stream, I'm gonna go hang out. After stream, I'm gonna go hang out with Machine Live so I can feel a little younger.
All right, man. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it has been the summertime said biggest stud there. Look. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. We are going to be streaming all day tomorrow, starting at 10 and 10 a.m., not 10 p.m. So make sure you stop in at some point for the all-day stream. And I am going to sign off now. And good night to everybody. I love you all, and I hope you all have a great new 2024. Good night.
Yeah, bless you guys. Talk to you soon. Peace.
Happy 24 or happy 2024. Burn in hell, people. I love you guys.
Bye. Bye. Okay. Yes, happy 2024. It was great. They say that what you do on New Year's Eve is what you're going to be doing the rest of the year. And I don't know if it's a good thing or not that I spent New Year's Eve streaming all night. So I look forward to doing more of it this next year. And with that, I will see you tomorrow for our all-day New Year's stream. Welcome to 2024.